the flower bed, and Kiva bit her lip, remembering she'd forgotten to consult a map before setting off. "I need to go to Blackwater. Do you know where that is?" "Sure, that's just a bit north of here." Ress stopped. "On the edge of the Grimsumph, just beyond the Wild Meadows," Kiva quoted. The healer eyed her with narrowed eyes. "You have no idea how to get there, do you?" Sighing, Kiva shook her head. Ress chuckled to herself. "Don't worry, Blackwater is really easy to find. You just take the road north from Valenia and then follow the signposts. And the path runs along the very eastern edge of the Wild Meadows, so you don't have to go right through the middle." She added warningly, "But don't go any further than Blackwater. Otherwise, the swamp will swallow you alive." Kiva shivered. "Thank you," she said. Rescinda had saved her once again. The healer merely shrugged and pointed ahead. "Here we are." Kiva squatted down to pick some bright red moradin blossoms, then plucked a handful of yellow-striped leaves from the rosaron bush. Wonderful. Knowing that Calden could appear at any moment to check on her, which was why she hadn't snuck away, as she knew he would make her pay dearly if he noticed her disappearance, Kiva hurried back through the sanatorium with Rescinda. When Calden saw them coming, he gave the healer a suggestive smile, which she ignored. Then he asked Kiva if she was ready. "Can we go back to the palace for a moment?" she asked after they had said goodbye to Ress.
"My new boots are chafing, and I don't want to get blisters." The prince showed no trace of impatience, merely agreeing that it would be more sensible given all they had planned for today. Kiva's stomach tightened with nervousness as they entered Tip's and her living room, and her plan entered its crucial phase. "Please sit down," she urged Calden, gesturing to an armchair by the window. "I need a few more minutes." "Just put on your most comfortable shoes," Calden said, but readily took a seat. Instead of disappearing directly into her bedroom, Kiva went to a tray where servants kept warm tea available at all times of day. With trembling hands, she poured 2 cups, while simultaneously taking the moradin blossoms and rosaron leaves from her pocket and dropping them into Calden's tea. After the weeks she had spent with him in the Winter Palace, she knew he was never really averse to a cup of tea. Hoping that would still be the case, she put on a wide smile and served him the steaming drink. "We could have had some in the city, too," the prince remarked as he took the cup. "I wanted to stop by that cozy little tea house with you on the way to the temple anyway. The owner used to be an apothecary, and the shop is a veritable jungle of herbs. I thought you might like that, but perhaps we'll save that visit for the way back." He raised the cup to his lips, and Kiva managed to stop herself from knocking it out of his hand at the last moment. Although Jaren had asked his cousin to show her the city, all these ideas of what might interest Kiva came from Calden himself. She hated herself for drugging him in return for his kindness, but she simply had no other choice. After the first sip, Calden paused. "It tastes different than usual." Kiva's heart skipped a beat. The prince sniffed the drink. "Is there cinnamon in it?" Then he took another large gulp, and the effect set in so quickly that Kiva didn't even have to answer. She had never worked with moradin and rosaron before, as neither had been available in her moderately equipped herb garden in Zalindov. Fortunately, her father had explained to her how to use the remedies. She had administered a dose to Calden that would incapacitate him for several hours. Apart from a slight drowsiness and mild disorientation upon waking, both things that would play into her hands, she expected no side effects. However, she hadn't expected the effect to be so sudden. She had to take a bold leap forward and hold the prince to prevent him from toppling head first out of his armchair. The teacups shattered on the floor, and brown liquid splattered in all directions. But Calden didn't wake up, and that was all that mattered. Here in her living room, he was safe. Tip would be with Ordeal at lessons in the West Palace until early evening, and if servants came in, it would simply look as if the prince were taking a short nap. Kiva could only hope that Calden would think the same when he came to. But even if not, she would be back soon enough to convince him that he had fallen asleep while she had changed her boots. Kiva put on her traveling cloak before making one last check that the prince was comfortable. She was just about to start wiping up the tea when the door to the hallway suddenly opened, and Tip hopped in. First, his face brightened when he saw Kiva, but then his gaze fell on the unconscious Calden and the spilled tea on the floor. Tip wasn't born yesterday. It took him less than 2 seconds to correctly interpret the situation, not least because of Kiva's traveling cloak and her startled expression. "What are you doing?" he asked reproachfully. Kiva raised her hands. "It's not what it looks like." "It looks like you drugged Calden." Kiva grimaced. "Why are you back so early?" "I need something to change into. We want to go out into the garden, and it looks like rain." Kiva had also noticed on her way back from Silverthorn that the sky had clouded over, but she certainly wouldn't let a few clouds deter her from her plan. "I want to know what's going on here now." Tip put his hands on his hips. Tip had helped out in the Zalindov infirmary long enough to immediately recognize that Calden's state was not natural sleep. Therefore, Kiva decided to tell him at least part of the truth. "Ever since Jaren left, Calden has been clinging to me like a burr. I just need a little time to myself." "And you drug him right away? Calden never did anything to us, Kiva. His whole family is nice to us. How could you?" His voice cracked. "And why?" Kiva's bad conscience prompted her to confide another half-truth to Tip, hoping to appease him a little. "I have to visit someone, and I can't take him with me." "Visit? Who?" Kiva knew she was taking a risk, but she was sure Tip would keep her secret, if she asked him to. At least part of the secret. "My siblings," she whispered then. Tip's anger vanished. "Your what?" "I have a brother and a sister. They live a bit outside the city," Kiva replied, feeling more comfortable telling the boy about Zulika and Tor than about Delora. Her siblings lived well hidden, and that wouldn't change. Her grandmother, on the other hand, was an incalculable risk. "That's where I want to go." Tip's freckled brow furrowed. "Calden would certainly have gone with you." "I haven't seen them in 10 years, Kiva lied, making her lower lip tremble artificially, which wasn't hard given how awful she felt. "I don't even know if they want to see me after everything. And if they send me away, I want to quietly crawl into a corner and lick my wounds. That's why I'd rather not have anyone with me." She added softly, "It's just a sleeping aid." Tip looked thoughtfully between her and Calden. "This visit is really important to you, isn't it?" Kiva nodded. "You have no idea how important." At least that was the truth. The boy was silent for another moment and finally nodded. "Then I'll cover for you." Kiva blinked in surprise, but Tip wasn't finished yet. "Everyone already thinks Calden is with you," he chattered on, disappearing briefly into his bedroom. "I'll just make sure Ori doesn't come here, and if anyone asks, I'll say Calden was out last night and needs to sleep off his hangover." Tip marched back into the living room, slid a pillow under the prince's head, and spread a blanket over him. "If he wakes up before you're back—" "He won't," Kiva interrupted him. "I'll be quick." "But if he does," Tip insisted, "then I'll tell him you thought he was sick, and so you let him sleep." Kiva fought back tears of gratitude. "And you won't tell anyone about my siblings?" "Not if you don't want me to." Kiva could only shake her head silently. "If it's important to you, then it's important to me too," Tip continued softly, wrapping his arms around her waist. "We're a team, Kiva, forever and ever." She pulled him close and only released him when he began to squirm in her embrace. With a good-natured, gap-toothed grin, he nudged her towards the door. Kiva needed no further encouragement, so she hurried directly to the stables. Calden had taken her riding on 2 of the past 3 days, and so no one objected when Kiva politely requested of worse. A few minutes later she was in the saddle, waving to the guards at the gate as she rode past. Only when she had left the palace grounds behind did she breathe a sigh of relief and turned north, to finally begin her search for her grandmother. The ride to Blackwater was shorter than expected. On the horizon, the gentle hills of the Wild Meadows curved, and just 20 minutes after Kiva had left the city and urged her horse into a leisurely gallop, the landscape flattened and the ground became more marshy, both harbingers of the approaching swamp. Kiva was confident that at this pace she would not only be back at the palace before Calden woke up, but also before the dark rain clouds caught up with her. The ride to Blackwater was shorter than expected.
On the horizon, the gentle hills of the wild meadows curved, and just 20 minutes after Kiva had left the city and urged her horse into a leisurely gallop, the landscape flattened and the ground became more marshy, both harbingers of the approaching swamp. Kiva was confident that at this pace she would not only be back at the palace before Keldon woke up, but also before the dark rain clouds caught up with her.
Her optimism grew further when an old man with a dog readily showed her the way through the sleepy little village to Delora's house, not, however, without warning Kiva that Delora was not a particularly sociable person. The narrow, somewhat muddy path, though leading much deeper into the grim swamp than Kiva liked, at least proved to be reasonably passable. "Easy now," she murmured to her horse, patting its neck. "We'll be there soon." After the last bend, Kiva finally spotted the house a short distance ahead. Nestled in a cluster of trees, the small stone hut stood on the shore of a murky lake, appearing almost idyllic with its thatched roof and smoking chimney, albeit in a somewhat eerie way. Kiva reined in her horse and had barely dismounted when the front door flew open and a white-haired woman hobbled out, her walking stick raised like a sword. "No trespassing," she croaked from her porch. "This is private property. Can't you read?" She pointed to a sign by the roadside, so overgrown with moss that Kiva could barely decipher the B at the beginning. "I'm looking for Delora," Kiva said, without moving away from her horse just in case she had to flee empty-handed. The old woman scrutinized her for a while with narrowed eyes before resolutely striking her stick into the ground and taking an angry step towards Kiva. "I told you not to show your face around here again. You'll get nothing from me, not today, not ever." Kiva froze. Zulika and Terrell had mentioned that she had been here once with her mother, but that must have been years ago. Did Delora mistake her for Tilda, her own daughter? "Excuse me," Kiva replied, slightly choked, "but we haven't met before. I'm Kiva." Delora narrowed her eyes, which possessed the typical emerald green of the Quarantines, even further, but then she seemed to calm down a little. "Ah, you're not the witch, but I suppose she sent you. I won't give him to you either, so you can just leave. Shoo." "Please," Kiva raised her hands placatingly, "I don't want anything from you at all. Or, well, I do, but not—" "You're not getting him!" Delora shrieked. Kiva didn't know what else to do, so she simply told the truth. "My magic is acting up. That's why I need your help." Delora's mouth snapped shut. She pressed her lips together and scrutinized Kiva again from head to toe. "You're the one they left to rot in that prison, aren't you? The one they said would be better off there." Kiva felt all the blood drain from her cheeks. But then she reminded herself that Delora hadn't seen her mother in almost 10 years. Tilda certainly hadn't thought Kiva was better off in Zalindov. "I was imprisoned for 10 years and kept my magic a secret," Kiva explained, "until a few weeks ago when I healed someone who was dying, and ever since then my power keeps erupting uncontrollably." "And what's the problem?" Delora raised 2 bushy white eyebrows. "The problem is," Kiva continued through gritted teeth, "that I'm currently living in the palace with the royal family." Delora threw her head back and burst into booming laughter, whereupon something stirred in the murky water of the lake, something quite large. But before Kiva could discern more, it was gone again. "She has a rather unusual guard dog," Terrell had warned her. A shiver ran down her spine as she waited for her grandmother to compose herself. After a while, Kiva crossed her arms over her chest. "It's nice that you find this amusing." "Just a moment," the old woman snorted. "Just the thought. I assume they have no idea who you are, right?" "Exactly, and I'd like it to stay that way." "Let me guess," Delora leaned heavily on her stick. "You're blindly following your family's insane plan and intend to seize a throne you believe is yours due to some diluted bloodline, am I right?" Kiva said nothing. Delora snorted, then turned and hobbled back into the house. "I can't help you with that." "Can't you, or won't you?" Kiva called out as she tied her rein around a low-hanging branch and followed her grandmother up the porch steps. "I won't."
Delora looked over her shoulder. "Now get out of here with your silly revenge fantasies and go back to the palace and leave me in peace." "Please," Kiva pleaded, "I just want it to stop, nothing more. Something to get it under control. It just has to stop." Delora stopped on the doorstep and now turned fully to Kiva. After a long, scrutinizing look, she confirmed, "And you really only came here for that?" "If they find out who I am, they'll kill me," Kiva replied softly. "So what? Don't you intend to do the same to them?" Delora countered coldly. Kiva grimaced. No, Her voice failed her. "I don't wish death upon them." Delora snorted again. "Only their downfall." It wasn't a question. "So, are you helping me or not?" Delora was silent for so long that Kiva began to feel a little hope, but then, "Can't do it." Kiva's shoulders slumped. But before she could start begging again, Delora confusingly added, "I have my reading circle soon." "You what?" Kiva stammered. "Today is Saturday," Delora explained, as if that were explanation enough. "And on Saturdays, I always have my reading circle. The others should be here any moment." She pointed with her stick to the back of the house. "There's a shed back there. Put your horse away and then come in. I still need to bake cake. You can whip the cream." Before Kiva could reply, the old woman had already waddled back into the house and slammed the door behind her. "What was that?" Kiva whispered, bewildered. She had no idea if her grandmother had just agreed to help her or not, but since Delora hadn't definitively chased her off the property, she hurried to follow her instructions, hoping that this reading circle wasn't an afternoon-long activity. Hours later, Kiva sat amidst crammed bookshelves in Delora's cozy living room. A crackling fireplace kept the chill of the storm at bay, which had now broken out outside and was only slightly louder than the discussion of the 5 old ladies who sat in a circle bickering at each other. "And I still say that fellow is due for a big cathartic moment in the next volume," Clovis squawked, emphatically jabbing her index finger into her open book, almost knocking over her teacup. Bretwalda, who was so clumsy that everything around her was already covered in tea stains, countered, "But first let's talk about this book, and Gaffin is much cuter anyway." "I don't care a bit if Killian gets his catharsis," Yin mumbled, her mouth full of cake. The 4th tray had just left the oven. "He's much more attractive as a villain." Merrily nodded in agreement. The rosy-cheeked woman had barely whispered 5 words since her arrival and was Kiva's favorite for precisely that reason. For the other 4, including Kiva's grandmother, shamelessly delved into every piquant detail of the romance novel, making Kiva fear she would never regain her normal complexion. For the 1000th time, she glanced out the small square window. It was raining in torrents, and the sky, still flickering with lightning, was already beginning to darken. Kiva knew she would be stuck here for a while, even if the reading circle miraculously came to an early end. Restlessness coiled through Kiva's entire body like a snake. Calden must have been awake for a long time, and even if he believed Tip's lie that Kiva hadn't woken him out of consideration, she would at least have to explain where she had been, exactly what she had wanted to avoid. Her plan had failed, and when she returned to the palace, she would have to face the consequences. The thought made her almost sick. An hour and another baking sheet later, the storm gradually began to clear, and the rain subsided to a light drizzle. However, dusk had already advanced far. As urgently as Kiva needed to return to Valania, she still needed her grandmother's help.
When Delora's 4 friends finally packed their things, she could barely sit still. "I think you should help her out of a jam, Deli," Clovis said out of the blue, as she laboriously hoisted herself out of the armchair with the help of her wooden walker. "Seems like a very sweet girl." Delora wrinkled her nose. "The only problem is that she has no idea what's good for her." Kiva froze when she realized the 2 were talking about her. She had left the room a few times that afternoon to get more cake at her grandmother's command. Delora must have used one of these opportunities to tell her friends about Kiva's magic problem, which would at least explain the curious glances the 4 gave her. Did that mean these women knew who she was? Who Delora was? From whom they both descended? Just because she's a descendant of Torvin doesn't make her a bad person. You turned out all right, after all, Bretwalda said, affectionately patting Delora's wrinkled hand. Which answered Kiva's question. However, it wasn't entirely clear to her why Bretwalda said such a thing about Torvin. After all, he had healed the sick his whole life, and his people had revered him so much that Serana, out of jealousy, had tried to kill him, her own husband, whereupon he had been forced to give up his throne and flee. If anyone was a bad person, it was Serana, not Torvin. I turned out all right because I consciously turned away from all that, Delora retorted. But she's still associating with that witch, and she's only after one thing. Her words stung Kiva, and in that moment she realized she still hadn't told her grandmother that Tilda was dead. Nevertheless, she's an independent person, Yin interjected, as she made all the cake leftovers disappear into her linen bag. And she just wants to get her magic under control, not harm other people with it. So she claims, at least, Delora grumbled with a suspicious glance at Kiva. She wouldn't be the first quarantine to lie through her teeth. That talent is in all our blood. I only came here for that reason, Kiva now interjected herself. I swear it to you. Pah, Delora brushed her words aside. Kiva opened her mouth to defend herself further, but at that moment, Bretwalda stood up and accidentally slapped Merrily with such force with her book-filled bag that the delicate old lady plumped back into her armchair. A laceration gaped on her cheek. When Kiva saw the blood, she rushed to Merrily to assess the damage. However, her magic, which had been impatiently simmering beneath the surface all day, could no longer be held back. More powerful and dazzling than ever, it erupted from her. Since these women already knew her secret, Kiva decided she might as well help the dazed Merrily, even if she would probably be quite exhausted from it on the way back to Valenia later. Carefully, she gathered her strength at her fingertips, as she had learned as a child, and sealed the cut. Your magic is like a friend, her father had impressed upon her after her mother had refused to teach Kiva anything about it. Be nice to it, and it will return the favor. Kiva had not been nice to her magic. She had fought it down for years. No wonder it was rebelling now. When Kiva finally stepped back, silence reigned in the room. The wound on Merrily's cheek was gone. Did you want to heal her? Was that intentional? Delora asked imperiously after Merrily had quietly thanked her. Kiva shook her head. Her grandmother sighed and rubbed her weathered face before turning to her friends. Be careful out there. Machello likes to hang around on land after storms, and you know how skittish he is. Kiva thought of the creature that had stirred in the water upon her arrival and involuntarily shivered. Indeed. Clovis lifted her skirt and presented an old scar. He won't get another bite out of me. If you leave him in peace, he won't harm a fly, Delora retorted coolly. And now, off with you before it starts raining again. Kiva didn't know what worried her more. The fact that 4 old women, one of whom relied on a walker, would wander through the dark swamp while an obviously bloodthirsty creature was up to mischief there, or the thought that she would soon have to undertake the same journey. The old ladies, however, didn't seem too concerned about the prospect. They wished Delora and her a good evening and then disappeared outside. Delora let out another long, resigned sigh and went to one of her bookshelves, from which she pulled out a black-bound book titled 1001 Cakes and Tarts. When she opened it, Kiva saw that it was hollowed out inside and contained a slender dagger. Apart from a colorless gemstone set into the hilt, there was nothing special about it. Nevertheless, Delora kept her eyes on Kiva as she removed the weapon. This must be Torvin's famous dagger, the family heirloom that Tilda had unsuccessfully tried to acquire. However, since Kiva didn't want to risk Delora throwing her straight out the door, she feigned ignorance. "Are you going to stab me?" she joked, trying to sound lighthearted. "Because you'll have to if you plan to send me away without helping me." The tension left Delora's shoulders, as if she had feared Kiva might lunge at her and snatch the weapon from her hand. But for Kiva, the dagger had absolutely no value, and she made every effort not to stare at it too intently so Delora wouldn't change her mind. "Come with me," the old woman commanded, and shuffled out of the room. Suspiciously, Kiva followed her into the tiny kitchen. The countertop was covered in flour from baking cakes. Delora, however, paid no attention to the chaos, but stepped to a row of wall shelves where she apparently grew rare herbs and plants, some in pots, others in water glasses. Kiva suppressed her countless questions and watched silently as Delora selected a few leaves, stems, and blossoms, placed them on a cutting board, and reached for the dagger again. Then she suddenly paused. "Turn around," she snapped at Kiva. At the thought of turning her back on this woman holding a potentially deadly weapon, Kiva felt uneasy. "What?" she asked. "You're supposed to turn around," Delora repeated, describing a small circle in the air with the blade. "The recipe is secret. But Kiva broke off and gritted her teeth when she caught her grandmother's iron gaze. "If you want my help, then turn around. Otherwise, you can leave right now." So Kiva obediently whirled around, though not without muttering a few juicy curses to herself. "I may be old, but I'm not deaf," Delora remarked, but to Kiva's surprise, there was a hint of amusement in her voice. As Kiva listened to her grandmother working behind her, she remembered that her brother had said Delora made medicines. Bet she uses our ancestors' dagger to chop herbs? Terrell had been right. Instead of a conventional kitchen knife, Delora had made Torvin's dagger her tool, the weapon that symbolically stood for his reign, for the Corentine family's claim to the throne, his heirs. Kiva shook her head at this disrespect. "There, that's it," Delora announced, and when Kiva turned around, a corked bottle stood next to the cutting board. Delora picked it up and turned it between her fingers. "You said you want it to stop. Did you mean you want to get rid of your magic forever? My magic is a part of my body, like an arm or a leg." Jaren's words came back to her as she pondered her grandmother's question. As much as the magic was currently a burden to her, Kiva couldn't imagine losing it irrevocably. Even during the 10 years she had suppressed her powers, they had always been there, ready for the moment Kiva finally unleashed them. If her magic were to disappear completely? "No," she answered. "But these uncontrolled outbursts must stop. I need to get them under control so I can at least hide my powers for a while longer. Eventually, that wouldn't be necessary anymore, and then she would do a lot of good with her magic." She would follow in Torvin's footsteps and help as many people as she could. Delora didn't look particularly happy with Kiva's answer, but she handed her the vial nonetheless. "This will dampen your magic, put it to sleep a little. Take a sip of it now, and then another every morning with breakfast." Kiva uncorked the vial and sniffed it. She recognized notes of linden blossoms, silverwheat, wolfsbane, and dark moss. She had also spotted a tumumen and bear's claw on the board before her grandmother had told her to turn around. Without mentioning that she herself knew a little about the art of potion brewing, she said, "That's barely enough for 3 days." "True, because it's not a permanent solution either," Delora countered. "And even if it were, I don't have enough ingredients on hand for more right now." Kiva's eyes widened in panic. "But what am I supposed to do after that?" "Come back on Tuesday. By then, I'll try to have more supplies ready," Delora interrupted her. "For now, this will have to do. Just calm down." Kiva was anything but confident, especially considering what awaited her back at the palace. It was quite possible that the Valentis would never let her out the door again. Of course, there was always the secret emergency exit in the tunnels if she had no other choice. But where would she get a horse? "I don't know if I can do this," Kiva objected. "It's hard to get away from." "Come back or don't, what do I care?" Delora interrupted her, wiping the dagger clean with a cloth. Kiva told herself that she still had 3 days to come up with a solution to the problem. Then she raised the vial to her lips and grimaced at the bitter aftertaste. Within seconds, a tingling sensation began under her skin, but before she could worry about it, it disappeared again, giving way to a sudden coldness. And before she could get used to it, the cold turned into such a painful burning that she almost cried out. A moment later, her veins seemed to freeze over again, and then nothing. Absolutely nothing. Kiva felt the change as if a part of her had dissolved into thin air. Trembling, she stretched out her hand and tried to summon her magic, waiting for the tingling, the golden light. But there was nothing. My magic is a part of my body, like an arm or a leg. Kiva realized that Jaren had been right. This feeling that something was missing, such an elemental part of her being, this feeling was so terrible that she would have loved to hurl Dolores' vial to the ground. But she didn't. It's not forever, Kiva reminded herself almost desperately. She would be able to cope with it for a while. After all, it was only a small sacrifice she was making for a far more important goal. After taking a few deep breaths and getting at least a little used to the change, she asked Delora, "Do you take this remedy too? To suppress your magic?" "It's not a permanent solution, I just said that," Delora replied. "You have to learn to control your magic, then you won't need to suppress it. That's the only way to get the outbursts under control." "And how did you do that?" "Not at all." Kiva waited for Delora to continue, but her grandmother remained silent. "So you still use it?" Kiva asked. She remembered her siblings' claim that their mother hadn't had such problems because she had never completely stopped using her magic. "No," Kiva frowned. "But if you don't take this," she lifted the vial, "and you don't use your magic either, how do you stop it from—" "Question time is over," Delora interrupted her, so harshly that Kiva didn't dare to press her further. The old woman limped back into the living room and put the dagger back in its hiding place. "So, in 3 days," she said, then groaned at the renewed panic in Kiva's eyes. "By then, I'll think about whether I can help you in other ways, but I can't promise anything." If Kiva hadn't had to fear getting hit with the walking stick, she might have fallen around her unpleasant grandmother's neck. "Thank you," she said softly, as she put on her coat and stowed the vial in her pocket. Despite the unpleasant after-effects of the potion, she couldn't deny that she now felt much safer regarding her magic. Delora waved her off. "Go on, get out of here, and be careful out there." Kiva thought anxiously of the notorious Machello, who was on the prowl there. She hastily nodded to her grandmother and left. The sooner she left this swamp behind, the better. And yet she had to come back in 3 days. She would find a way. As always. On the way back to Valenya, the sky opened its floodgates once more, and Kiva finally passed through the palace gate as a trembling and dripping bundle. With a loving pat on the neck, she left her mud-splattered horse in the care of the royal stable boys and trudged up the wet gravel path to the palace. Kiva was only too aware of how late it was. As she left small puddles on the red-carpeted steps, she braced herself to meet Calden in her salon, who was just waiting to give her a hard time. What she was not prepared for, however, was that Jaren had returned in the meantime and would be present for the confrontation. Kiva suppressed a whimper as the crown prince abruptly turned to her upon her entry. His face was alarmingly expressionless. Calden, on the other hand, stared at her angrily. He had his arms crossed over his chest and his cobalt-blue eyes flashed. The two princes rose, along with Nari, who looked at Kiva with visible disappointment. Only Marin seemed to find the whole thing highly entertaining and remained comfortably seated. Kiva initially paid no attention to the princess or any of the other three, for her gaze had fallen on the last person in the room. In the armchair where she had left Calden, Tip huddled, pale-faced, arms wrapped around his knees, looking everywhere but into Kiva's eyes. Worried, she hurried to him and crouched down, her clothes making a wet, squelching sound. "Tip?" He didn't answer, which only worried her more. Finally, however, he lifted his head and confessed with a trembling lower lip. I'm sorry. You were gone so long, and everyone was so worried. I had to tell them." Kiva closed her eyes. All the excuses she had prepared on the ride home would be of no use to her now. Nevertheless, she placed her ice-cold hand on Tip's cheek and whispered, "It's okay. I'm not angry with you." Then she straightened up again. The others said nothing, waiting for Kiva to speak first. But when she merely looked at them calmly, Calden couldn't take it anymore. "Where the hell were you?" he growled, pointing an accusing finger at her. You were kidnapped,"
he immediately interrupted her again. You don't just wander around alone, and you certainly don't leave the city to visit your siblings who haven't cared about you for 10 years. Kiva, I really didn't think you were that stupid. But Again, he cut her off. And the absolute height, is that you even drugged me for it. Now he screamed. Have you completely lost your mind? Kiva wrapped her arms around herself. She didn't know what to oppose to his unrestrained, though admittedly justified, anger. Cal, Jaren interjected, let her answer first. This should be interesting, Mirren commented from the couch, a goblet of wine in her hand. Kiva continued to ignore them. It was hard enough to decide whether to look at Calden or Jaren, the prince fuming with rage, or the one who was eerily calm. Finally, she swallowed, pulled her soaked cloak tighter around herself, and asked, What did Tip tell you? Forget it, Calden snapped at her. That just gives us exactly what we already know. We were sick with worry, Kiva, for hours. We almost sent out a search party. Again. So you'd better tell us the truth now. Is that clear? Jaren remained silent, his gaze empty. Kiva could somehow cope with Calden's anger. But Jaren's silence? That was simply too much. I'm sorry, she whispered, addressing both of them at once. I didn't want to scare you.
I wanted... Again, she tried to use all the emotions raging within her for her answer, just as she had that morning with Tip. I just wanted to see my family, because I wanted to know if they... She swallowed demonstratively and let tears well up in her eyes. I wanted to know if they still wanted anything to do with me. After Zalindov. Calden's eyes still sparkled dangerously, but in Jaren's, Hitty appeared, and his expression softened. He reached for Tip's blanket, which she had previously wrapped around Calden, and placed it around Kiva. You were gone for a really long time, he said softly. The storm held me up, Kiva replied, which was at least half the truth. I thought it would be safer to wait until it was over. She put on a contrite smile and gestured down at herself. I hadn't expected another downpour. The storm only rolled in late in the afternoon, Calden remarked, without responding to her attempt to lighten the mood. You had plenty of time to make your way back before then. We had 10 years to catch up on, after all, Kiva lied. I just didn't look at the clock. And by the way, you still haven't told us exactly where you were, Calden remarked. Even Tip could only tell us that your siblings live a bit outside the city. We wouldn't even have known where to look for you. I didn't want you to look for me, Kiva blurted out before she could stop herself. Don't you still understand? Calden fumed anew. You're important to us, Kiva, quite apart from the fact that you more or less forcibly prevented me from accompanying you, which I would have loved to do, as you well know. We imagined the worst things here when you didn't reappear. Do you have any idea what it feels like when someone you care about simply disappears? When you fear that person might be in danger and you have no way of finding them? This time, Kiva's tears were real. Calden had lost his parents in a storm at sea. Even then, he had no way of finding them, and to this day he didn't even know for sure if they were dead. With her disappearance, Kiva had unintentionally reawakened the worst memories of his life. I'm sorry, she repeated, choked. But Calden was not appeased. That doesn't change anything now. At the moment, I can't even bear to look at you. As if to emphasize his words, he turned to Jaren. We'll talk later. And with that, he stormed out of the room. Kiva stared after him, stunned. He'll calm down, just give him time. Slowly, Kiva turned to Jaren and sighed. His face was no longer expressionless. Instead, it reflected all he must have felt during her absence. Worry, fear, despair, and relief. Almost immeasurable relief that she was well. Her knees went weak as she realized what power she held over him, and he over her in return. A single glance was enough. A glance Kiva could no longer resist, no longer wanted to, and so she allowed him to embrace her.
"I won't say don't ever do that again," he whispered. "I don't want you to feel trapped here. But please, Kiva, it would be enough if next time you at least told someone where you were going." Kiva nodded against his chest, for she couldn't bring herself to lie to his face. His generosity and consideration stung her. This was the Jaren she hated, and that was because this was the Jaren Kiva didn't finish the thought, refusing to allow the deep feelings she harbored for the prince. And not just for him. Judging by the strange emptiness in her chest, Kalden had also carved out a permanent place in her heart. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get the memory of his flashing eyes and furious departure out of her head. With a clearing of her throat, she pulled away from Jaren. She just wanted to go to bed and declare the day over. "Is that all?" Mirren spoke up from the sofa. "I mean, we all want to know how the reunion went, don't we?" "Miri," Jaren admonished softly but firmly, "Kiva doesn't have to tell us if she doesn't want to. I'd be interested too." That came from Nari, who had been silent until then. Kiva only had to glance at her to realize that the soldier was still upset. No wonder, after all, she had specifically asked Kiva to be careful for Jaren's sake, and Kiva could hardly claim to have adhered to that today. "Kiva?" Tip asked hesitantly. "Will you tell us? Please, how was it with your family?" Jaren indicated with a look that the decision was hers. But after all she had put the others through today, Kiva felt obliged to grant them at least this wish. "It was quite good," she said. "We ate cake and drank tea and sat together for hours." Now she was mixing her lies, too. If she wasn't careful, she would soon get entangled in her own web. "You were with your siblings, weren't you?" Jaren asked. Tip claimed that at least. "Yes, Zulika and Torel." Kiva only dared to reveal their names because the Royal Council had not yet managed to uncover the true identities of the Viper and the Jackal. Furthermore, Tor had assured her that they kept their names strictly secret to move more freely. "And where did this touching family reunion take place, if I may ask?" Mirren scrutinized Kiva over the rim of her wine goblet. Since Torel and Zulika were hidden deep in the forest anyway, Kiva forced herself to utter another half-truth. "In Oak Hollow." Nari gasped. "You rode to Oak Hollow all by yourself? Do you even know how many people get lost in that forest?" "I wasn't in the forest," Kiva continued to lie. She almost wished she had admitted from the beginning that she had visited her grandmother in Blackwater. However, at least 4 old ladies there now knew her secret. If someone from the palace were to go into the swamp and start asking around. No, it was safer to spin the story about visiting her siblings. The two would be much harder to track down. At least, Kiva thought so. Until Mirren suggested, "Why don't you invite them for lunch? Tomorrow, preferably." Kiva's eyes widened. "What?" "That would only be fair," the princess continued. "You've met our family, and now we're naturally curious about yours." Kiva searched her brain for an excuse, but it was as if swept clean. "Agreed then." Mirren rose gracefully. "Send them a message, and I'll tell the kitchen staff to come up with something nice. We might as well throw a proper party." "No, please, I don't," Kiva began. Mirren gestured with her now empty goblet. "Oh, it was just a joke. Just a very casual lunch. No need to look so horrified. It'll be fun, I'm sure." Fun was pretty much the last word that would have occurred to Kiva, but before she could protest again, Mirren had already floated out the door. "I don't know if they can arrange it on such short notice," Kiva said plaintively to Jaren and Nari. Only Tip seemed happy at the prospect of meeting her siblings. Now that he was certain Kiva wasn't in serious trouble, he was as cheerful as ever again. "At least you can ask." Nari pointed to a small writing desk in the corner of the room. "Write them a message, and I'll arrange for the royal courier to deliver it today." Reluctantly, Kiva moved. Everything in her screamed that this was a terrible idea. But since she couldn't give a reason against it, she unwillingly took a seat and reached for a fresh sheet of parchment. Frustrated, she noticed Nari stepping beside her and peering over her shoulder as she wrote, "Dearest brother and dearest sister, it was wonderful to see you again today after such a long time. Thank you for welcoming me in Oak Hollow and helping me get my feelings under control. I am confident that this will become easier for me in the coming days. In return, I would like to invite you for lunch tomorrow at the River Palace. Please reply as soon as possible. But should you not be available so quickly, I naturally have full understanding. With love, Kiva." "Finished?" Nari asked, who had shamelessly read along.
Kiva nodded, hoping that her hasty scribbling would appear innocent enough. Yet her siblings would still recognize the encrypted messages within that Kiva have found a way to control her magic, and that they should decline the invitation. Jaren stepped closer, and Kiva braced herself for him to want to read her message too, but he merely cast a fleeting glance at it. "No secret code?" he asked. Kiva froze. "What? The message you sent your family from Zalindov was written in secret code," Jaren explained. "I thought you siblings always did that." "That's right," Kiva replied hoarsely. I wanted to add a small postscript so the two would know for sure that the letter was from me." Only with difficulty could she keep her hand from trembling as she dipped the quill in ink again and continued writing. "Was stuck in the swamp today. Valentis think I was with you. Want to meet you. Please decline." Kiva would have loved to underline the last sentence, but that seemed too conspicuous to her. "What does that mean?" Nari wanted to know, studying the symbols curiously. "That I would be happy to see them again," Kiva lied. She folded the letter and addressed it to Terrell and Zalika Meriden, before adding, after a brief hesitation, "The tipsy wild boar, Oak Hollow." When Naari received the message, there was a hint of suspicion in her gaze, but as that was nothing unusual for her, Kiva was not deterred. "I can't wait to meet your family," Tip cheered. "That was a great idea from Miri." Kiva forced a smile, hoping no one could see how miserable she felt. Tor and Zalika surely wouldn't be so foolish as to accept the invitation. On the other hand, as the others said their goodbyes, Kiva increasingly feared that the two might come out of pure curiosity, and at the thought of the next day, her stomach clenched. As Kiva went to bed that evening, numerous worries vied for her attention. Above all, she couldn't forget Kalden's angry face. She had never seen him like that, not even when she had accidentally stabbed him in the shoulder with a dagger. She had to go to him, she decided, and threw back the covers. She had to at least try to make amends. Otherwise, she simply wouldn't find peace. The only problem was that Kalden didn't sleep in the palace, but in the barracks. Therefore, she couldn't just slip into her dressing gown and shuffle down the hall to his room. Instead, she had to rummage a cloak and a pair of dry boots from the closet. Although her dark silk pajamas were barely visible underneath, she carefully kept the slit of her cloak closed as she crept out of her room and down the stairs. After the storm, a biting cold hung in the air, urging Kiva to hurry even more as she approached the brightly lit barracks. Kalden had almost certainly gone to bed, and if she remembered correctly, the soldiers' sleeping quarters were located between the dining hall and the infirmary. As Kiva reached the entrance, two guards were just leaving the building, a man and a woman in gleaming polished armor, apparently on their way to their night shift. The two eyed Kiva curiously, but did not stop her as she walked past them. Kiva finally stopped herself and turned to them. "Excuse me, where can I find Prince Kalden?" The female guard raised an eyebrow, and Kiva cursed herself internally, realizing how her unannounced and, above all, late-night appearance must look. She pulled her cloak even tighter and held her head high, trying with all her might not to blush. The man, however, whom Kiva thought she recognized from the barracks yard, didn't seem irritated in the slightest. Kiva could only hope he would prevent his comrade from spreading any scandalous rumors. "The prince has private quarters," he replied, and a brief description of the way followed. Kiva thanked him and entered the building. Despite her curiosity, she walked straight past the infirmary and paid no attention to any of the numerous doors to the right and left. Presumably, these housed the private accommodations, meeting rooms, or dormitories of the common foot soldiers. The closer she got to Kalden's quarters, the greater her nervousness grew. She paused for a moment in front of his door, staring at the wood before finding the courage to knock softly. When no answer came, she frowned and knocked again, this time louder.
Suddenly, the thought occurred to her that Kalden might have company, the kind that didn't want to be disturbed. She grimaced and was about to turn back when the door opened, and the prince appeared before her in pajama bottoms and an open, wrinkled shirt. His hair was disheveled, and he blinked into the bright hallway light. Kiva had apparently woken him abruptly from his sleep. She bit her lip, afraid she had only made him angrier at her, if that was even possible. And indeed, the prince seemed to be seriously considering slamming the door in her face. "Please, Kalden," she croaked. I'd like to talk to you." He pressed his lips into a thin line, but finally stepped aside to let her in. Kiva slipped past him and looked at his room with unconcealed curiosity. The furnishings, consisting of a bed, a desk, a bookshelf, and a wardrobe, were sparse, practical, functional. No pictures hung on the walls, no clothes lay on the floor. Everything was meticulously tidy, devoid of any personal touch, which presented such a stark contrast to Kalden's character that Kiva was quite startled. And so, instead of the planned apology, the first thing that slipped out was a horrified, "Why don't you live in the palace?" Kalden closed the door and leaned against it, arms crossed over his half-bare chest. "What do you want, Kiva?" He didn't answer her question. Much more unsettling, however, was that he had called her by her real name. Not Sunshine, not Apple Cheeks. As much as Kiva hated these pet names, or at least told herself she did, at that moment she would have given anything to hear one of them from his lips. "May I sit?" Kiva gestured to the chair at his desk. Kalden didn't move. No. She had expected it wouldn't be easy, but Kalden seemed truly determined to make it as difficult for her as possible. "I know you're angry with me," she said, abashed, "and you have every right to be." "How generous of you," he retorted, without changing his expression. Kiva flinched internally, once again realizing why he was so angry. It wasn't just about the sleeping draft she had given him. "Do you even have any idea what it feels like when someone you care about just disappears? When you fear that someone might be in danger and you have no way to find them?" Unable to withstand his frosty gaze any longer, Kiva looked around the room again. She then noticed something on the desk that she had previously overlooked, a solitary splash of color amidst all the starkness. It was a small framed painting depicting a boy and a girl, arm in arm, both with wide grins on their faces. Behind them stood a man and a woman looking down at the two with affection. Kiva's heart clenched abruptly, and she took a step towards the picture. She would have loved to reach for it and examine it more closely, but she resisted the urge. For she knew even without looking closely who it depicted. Kalden and his family, before tragedy had torn them apart. "I know I messed up," she whispered. Kalden raised his head in surprise. "What I did today wasn't right. I should have just told you I needed some time to myself. And her voice cracked slightly, "it breaks my heart what you had to go through because of me." Now she did reach out for the picture and gently stroked the frame. "I know what it's like to lose your family," she continued hoarsely. "When you feel like that emptiness, that pain, will never go away." Kalden swallowed. "I know what it's like to give in to that darkness," Kiva continued, before making a quiet, dangerous confession. "I know what it's like to let it consume you. It's just so much easier to hide in the night than to fight your way back to the daylight."
Yes, she knew that. "And I also know how tempting it is to shut yourself off from all of it," she continued, whispering. "To shut other people out so you never have to experience that pain again. I know, Cal, I know." He uncrossed his arms, and tears glistened in the corners of his eyes. "I lost my family 10 years ago," she explained, "and what I did today was wrong. But can you honestly assure me that if you had the chance, you wouldn't do everything to see your parents again?" It was unfair to use her own grief against him, but nothing Kiva had said was a lie. Not this time. "I am incredibly sorry," she added softly, "more than you can imagine." Kalden's jaw was clenched, but when he saw the sincere remorse on Kiva's face, he relaxed a little and let out a loud sigh. "Come here," he barked. Kiva hesitated. Would he throw her out now? But then Kalden himself took a few large steps towards her and pulled her rigid body into his arms. "Never scare me like that again, okay?" he whispered. Then he held her a little away from him to look into her eyes before adding much more sternly, "And if you drug me again, I'll have you thrown into the dungeon for a solid week, maybe longer. Understood?" Kiva nodded. She was still completely perplexed, both by his embrace and by the fact that he apparently simply forgave her. "You're right, about messing up," he continued, "but also that the only acceptable reason for something like that is family." He took another step back, without, however, completely letting go of her. "Jaren was here earlier and told me what I missed after I left. I hope your siblings come tomorrow, if only so I can get an idea of whether they're worth the chaos you've caused today." Kiva's stomach tightened at the memory. "And?" Kiva blinked in confusion. The word had sounded like the crack of a whip. "What and?" "Are they worth it?" Kalden clarified with a serious expression. "You risked a lot to see them again, yet you came back to us and continue to live here instead of with them. That says quite a bit." As Zulika had noted over a week ago, Kiva could hardly spy on the royal family if she was holed up in the rebel camp. On the other hand, for the first time, she wondered where she would live if she were free to choose. She already knew the answer, though. Panic seized her as she realized how much she loved living in the palace, not because of all the comfort, but because of the people she had around her here. Oh dear Shadow Realm. Striving to maintain her composure, Kiva put on a smile. "Are you trying to get rid of me?" Kalden rolled his eyes. "You're already harder to herd than a sack of fleas, so no." He tilted his head. "At least, not as long as you don't give me a good reason." "I'm not that bad, am I?" Kiva protested, though mainly to distract herself from the fact that there were numerous reasons why he should have kept her away from his family. "Oh, yes you are," he countered. "First you get kidnapped by rebels, then attacked by mirror raveners, then you disappear without a trace to your Wait a minute," Kiva interrupted him. "Attacked by mirror raveners? What does that mean?" Kalden leaned his hip against the edge of the desk. "I believe that during your kidnapping the other day, we weren't just dealing with rebels. Jaren, Nayari, Varys, they weren't there. But after I dealt with your kidnappers and freed you, the group that attacked us then, I think they had nothing to do with the first one. They wanted something completely different. That's why I was so worried about you today, because I thought the mirror raveners had snatched you." Kiva felt herself pale as she remembered that Kalden had voiced his suspicion even then, but no one had taken him seriously. But if he was right, why would the mirror raveners kidnap me? Kalden gave her an intense look. "Why would the rebels kidnap you?" Kiva could hardly answer that question truthfully without admitting to the staged kidnapping. "Well, anyway," Kalden continued, as Kiva remained silent, "it's easier to keep an eye on you if I know where you are, or at least where you theoretically should be." Again, he looked her firmly in the eyes. "So please refrain from such escapades as today in the future." Kiva lowered her head guiltily. She wasn't sure what to make of Kalden's theory about the mirror raveners. After all, the rebels had also recruited members far to the north. Perhaps Zulika had involved more people in the kidnapping than she was willing to admit. In any case, that still seemed more likely to Kiva than a second, unknown group targeting her on the same evening. That would simply be too great a coincidence. She decided not to think about it further. After all, she had enough other worries, even without such completely unfounded claims. Kalden pushed himself off the desk with a loud yawn. "As much as I enjoy our midnight chat, I need my beauty sleep. Come, I'll take you back to your room. Tomorrow will be an exciting day." "No need, I can find my way back alone," Kiva declined. At the thought of the invitation, an anxious tingle rose in her again. "After you, sunshine," Kalden grumbled, holding the door open for her and giving her an unmistakable nod to indicate that protest was futile. Kiva was so relieved to hear her nickname from his mouth that the tingle gave way to a pleasant warmth. However, as she stepped past Kalden into the deserted corridor, she couldn't resist repeating her initial question. "Why don't you live in the palace?" This time, Kalden answered, "I have a suite up there too. Just look at the tiny closet in here. Where do you think I keep all my things?" He winked at her. Kiva had to grin, but quickly grew serious again as he added,
I just prefer it this way. As a child, I always moved from barracks to barracks, and life here reminds me of that. Of another time that—" his voice briefly failed him. "That I don't want to forget." Kiva's throat tightened as she heard this confession. Jaren had been wrong when he claimed Kalden avoided everything that reminded him of his parents. The opposite was true. He did his utmost not to forget them. Except perhaps the things that hurt too much. Like seeing his sister, for example, or visiting the army bases, or taking on the position as their leader, as he was destined to do. Yet he had worked so hard for it, had wanted it so much. One didn't have to be a genius to realize that Kalden was punishing himself, that his grief, even after 3 years, was still fresh enough to cloud his judgment. Kiva understood that better than anyone else. Therefore, she sensed that he wouldn't want pity, and replied with a wry smile. "Yes, I can imagine why you like it here. You have your privacy, and so much space. A veritable oasis of peace and seclusion." Just then, they passed the open door of one of the larger dormitories. Bunk beds stood next to bunk bed, and loud snoring, accompanied by other bodily sounds, filled the room. Kalden's lips twitched. "We certainly have a spare cot if you like it so much here." Kiva grimaced, and a grin spread across Kalden's face. "It's quite cold outside," she remarked, instead of responding to his joke, which only made the prince laugh even more. "Perhaps you should at least button up your shirt so you don't catch your death." Kalden continued to chuckle to himself, without adjusting his clothes. Abdominal muscles like these are surely allowed to be shown off a little. Kiva snorted. In a much more relaxed mood, they left the barracks together and followed the gravel path up to the palace. Upon reaching the entrance, Kiva insisted that she really didn't need an escort to her bedroom door and quietly wished Kalden good night. But as she turned to leave, he called her back once more. "You just said you had given in to the darkness and let it consume you." His cobalt blue eyes looked gentle. "But I don't believe that. I've never met anyone who shines as brightly as you." And after this compliment, as unexpected as it seemed sincere, he turned and marched away, while Kiva stood silently, fighting back tears.
21. Still a little disturbed by Kalden's parting words, Kiva made her way back to her room. Even as she walked through the palace, exhaustion suddenly washed over her, and she could have fallen asleep on the spot. But her anticipation of finally falling into bed vanished when she spotted a black-clad figure that disappeared around the next corner in a flash. Those shoulders. She would recognize them anywhere. They were Jaren's. But why was he sneaking through his own palace like a thief late at night? "Do you think Idrin wouldn't have known what I would do with such information?" Kiva groaned. Of course Jaren had to choose tonight of all nights to scout out the rebels' secret meeting place, if that was indeed his plan. Either way, Kiva's curiosity was too great not to give in to it. She wished she had worn something else before heading to Kalden's and wrapped her cloak tighter around herself. Then, keeping a safe distance, she began to follow Jaren. He hurried down the stairs, one after another, all the way to the ground floor, and even further, down into the tunnels. The further they rushed under the river towards the West Palace, always careful to stay in the shadows, the clearer it became that Jaren absolutely did not want to be seen leaving the premises, for he was heading for the secret emergency exit. Kiva's pulse quickened as Jaren actually exited the main tunnel through the correct door. From here, she had to increase her distance from him, otherwise he would surely notice her in the narrower passage. It was pure torment. Although she feared being discovered at any moment, she forced herself to stop and nervously shifted her weight from one foot to the other. Fortunately, it was the middle of the night, and the underground tunnel system was eerily deserted. No one knew she was down here. No one knew Jaren was down here. Na'ari would kill him if she found out. If she found out, Kiva corrected herself in thought. When she thought she had finally waited long enough, she quietly opened the door and slipped through. She hurried down the long, dimly lit staircase and only stopped when she reached the fork. For a few seconds, she listened intently to gauge how far ahead Jaren might be. If he had slowed down, she risked catching up to him in the dark. If he had sped up, he might lose her. She absolutely had to see which way he went after climbing through the hatch. Out in the city, she would never find him again.
Kiva decided against waiting and hurried into the darkness of the right tunnel. Somewhere far ahead, she heard a telltale metallic squeak. Her heart began to pound as she realized Jaren had almost made it outside, and she was much too far behind. She risked everything and sprinted blindly until a glimmer of moonlight bathed the tunnel in midnight blue. She skidded to a halt and then walked slower to the foot of the stairs. As fast as she dared, she ran up the steps. The iron grate was already closed again. She pushed it up, slid it aside, grimacing at the miserably loud sound. But she needn't have worried about Jaren or anyone else hearing her, for when she poked her head outside, she heard nothing but the gentle lapping of the river water. The hatch was much closer to the bank than she had thought. She quickly looked around. Behind her rose the palace wall, to her right lay the saffron, and nothing but a stretch of dark parkland separated her from the city. The fact that no gilded fences were in sight also suggested that she was on the palace's backside, not far from the guarded entrance Kalden and she had used on the night of their abduction. Not a soul was to be seen, except Jaren, who was moving further and further away, merging with the shadows of the trees. Kiva hoisted herself through the opening and ran, trying not to lose sight of the prince. He now followed the bank, past luxury villas with river views, as well as guild halls, trading offices, and warehouses. Although many of the houses were brightly lit, the path was dark enough to remain undetected. On and on they ran until they reached a somewhat dilapidated residential area bordering directly on the docks, which could probably be considered a poor quarter compared to the rest of the city. However, since they kept to the very edge, still close enough to the more well-kept streets of the inner city, Kiva was not too worried about being ambushed and robbed from behind. During the chase, the thought crept up on her that her decision to spy on Jaren might have been hasty. Even if the prince was indeed following Idrin's lead, Zuleika had, after all, announced her intention to warn the capital rebels. Therefore, Jaren would hardly find anything, or anyone, of interest at his destination. Thus, she could just as well have turned back. But that was out of the question now, especially not when she saw Jaren turn into an alley, stop briefly in front of a dark building, and then disappear inside after a quick glance over his shoulder. Kiva raised her eyebrows as she approached the scarlet-painted door. Music and loud voices spilled out, echoing through the quiet alley. But that wasn't all Kiva heard. There were also other, quieter sounds, such as one might only hear in a certain kind of establishment, a place known for its less reputable activities. Heat rushed to Kiva's cheeks as the suspicion arose in her that Jaren might have left the palace for other reasons than assumed. But no, if she trusted anyone to sneak off to such a place at night, it would be Kalden. Jaren, on the other hand, simply didn't seem like a man who would seek out such company. This had to be the address Idrin had given him. Kiva took a deep breath, pulled her hood over her head, and entered the house. A pervasive scent of incense enveloped her as her eyes adjusted to the dim lighting. All the luminium lanterns were draped with cloths, bathing every surface in a red glow. The room was full of people, some wrapped in long cloaks, others much more sparsely clad. Some stood, while a few lounged on burgundy divans, and still others swayed to the sultry sounds of the music. Thin curtains hung from the ceiling, creating an illusion of privacy, but the fabric was so delicate that one could see right through it, offering little true privacy. Kiva carefully kept her face covered and moved slowly through the room. It was so crowded that it took a while for her to spot Jaren. He was speaking with a stout woman who pointed to a corner. Jaren gratefully lowered his hooded head and followed her gesture. Kiva tried to discern what was there, but the many writhing bodies and swaying curtains obstructed her view. With difficulty, she made her way in Jaren's direction. She ignored the hands that reached for her as she passed and declined the attention she received. Wherever she looked, she saw glassy eyes and overly uninhibited smiling mouths, skin glistening with sweat despite the coolness, and glittering powder residue on lips, noses, and fingers. Angel dust, and probably other drugs, possibly even a special blend, specifically for the guests of this house. Kiva shook her head and pushed on until she finally caught another glimpse of Jaren, who had almost reached the corner of the room. There sat a small group of people who seemed not to be interested in the goings-on around them at all. No, Kiva's breath hitched. Zuleika should have notified the rebels. They should have found a new meeting place, or, best of all, not met at all, whatever was necessary to remain undetected. Jaren was no fool. He had snuck into Zalindov, so he would surely be able to easily convince a few rebels that he was one of them. Kiva had to warn them, or rather, him? For, as another dancing couple pushed past her and the last curtain swayed aside, Kiva saw something that had initially remained hidden from her. One of the figures wore a silver mask of intertwined snakes. The Viper was here. Zuleika was here.
And a blink later, she was on her feet and lunged with drawn sword at the Crown Prince of Avalon. All the air left Kiva's lungs as the blade rushed towards Jaren. "No!" she screamed, but no one but those in her immediate vicinity heard it. The music was too loud, the crowd too dense. She was too far away to do anything but watch with wide, horrified eyes. Zuleika was fast, her sword nothing but a blurred line in the air. But Jaren was faster. Kiva didn't even see him draw his sword. But before Zuleika's blade could slit his torso, the clang of steel on steel rang out, attracting far more attention than Kiva's scream had before. Many of the guests sluggishly turned at the sound, while the remaining rebels also jumped up and aimed their swords at Jaren. Against such overwhelming odds, he had no chance. But then the tide turned. For suddenly Naari was there. Her hood flew from her head, revealing her grim expression, while her two swords flashed. The Viper Zuleika now focused on Naari as if she had immediately recognized the golden shield as the greater threat. The two women mercilessly struck at each other, while Jaren confronted the remaining rebels. In doing so, he not only protected himself, but also the other guests, who gradually recognized the danger and scattered. Screams erupted, and then grew even louder when the entrance door suddenly flew open and a unit of the royal guard in silver armor stormed the room, led by Captain Varys. At this sight, even the most befuddled guests sobered up instantly. Those who were sparsely dressed quickly covered themselves. Those who wanted to remain unrecognized pulled their hoods even deeper. Just like Kiva, she had to get out of here, and fast. But before she could blend in with the fleeing people, she caught a glimpse of her sister. Zuleika had also noticed the soldiers and gave a quick signal to someone behind Kiva, whereupon all the lights in the room went out. The screams swelled to deafening shrieks, and Kiva felt shoulders and elbows from all sides. A few seconds later, the luminium lanterns flared up again, but she already knew what sight would greet her. Zuleika and the rebels were gone. Kiva used the chaos to let herself be swept by the panicked crowd to the front of the house. From there, she fled into the next dark alley before anyone recognized her. The thought of what awaited Jaren made her stomach churn. Naari must have been furious. That had been close, too close. If Naari hadn't appeared at exactly the right moment, Jaren would have faced Zuleika and her rebels all alone. And without the surprise attack by the soldiers, they might not have fled. Then there would have been injured, perhaps even dead. And that would have been Kiva's fault alone, for she had been led astray. As she slowly followed the riverbank, she realized more and more clearly that Zuleika had never intended to warn the rebels. Instead, she had used her knowledge to set a trap for Jaren. A clever move, Kiva had to give her that. And if the plan had worked, she couldn't bear to finish the thought. The entire way back to the palace, Kiva couldn't decide who she was angriest at, Zuleika, Jaren, or herself. Zuleika had risked a lot by coming to the city tonight, and even more by attacking the crown prince. Jaren, in turn, had acted absolutely negligently. He had followed a dangerous lead all alone and walked straight into Zuleika's clutches. And Kiva was angry at herself because of her inner turmoil. For she wouldn't have been able to say for whom she had been more afraid in this fight, Zuleika or Jaren. She didn't know what she would have done if her sister had been injured or captured. But the same applied to Jaren, who had been in just as great, if not greater danger. It couldn't go on like this. Kiva felt as if a war was raging inside her, which was not only exhausting, but slowly but surely driving her insane. She rubbed her temples as she finally reached the iron hatch and descended back into the tunnel.
She was tired, she was cold, and she just wanted to go to bed. But when she finally made it back to her room, it turned out that the matter was not yet over. For in the dark, on the edge of her bed, sat Nari, asking in a deadly quiet voice, "Did you have a nice walk?" Kiva froze in the doorway, her mind blank under the soldier's sparkling amber gaze. "How lucky that the storm has passed," Nari continued in a deceptively conversational tone. "It wouldn't have been a nice outing in the rain." "I wasn't." Kiva tried to play dumb, but she got no further. "If I were you, I'd think very carefully about what I say next," Nari warned, rising with a fluid movement. Under her leather uniform, she trembled with rage. Kiva bit her cheek and closed the door behind her. Soft moonlight streamed in through the window, but the scene was anything but peaceful. Finally, she let out a resigned sigh. "If you want to lecture me, then just do it." Nari's eyes narrowed. "And why would I want to do that, Kiva? Is there a reason why I should be angry with you?" Kiva knew from experience that she'd better keep her mouth shut now. "Are you even aware of how all this could have ended?" the soldier asked. "If I hadn't accidentally seen Jaren and you sneaking out of the palace." Kiva flinched. So she had been caught from the beginning. "And if I hadn't immediately alerted Varys because I could guess where you were going?" Nari paused and then grumbled more to herself. "Luckily, Eldrin informed me what he told Jaren. It was clear he wouldn't just sit idly at home." Kiva cursed inwardly. Of course, Eldrin and Nari had planned the Zalindov mission together. They were a close-knit team. "I don't even know which of you two is more reckless and dumber, Jaren or you. After all, you just followed him instead of stopping him," Nari said with a grim expression. "Why in the name of the gods did you do that, Kiva? It just doesn't make sense to me." Kiva rubbed her arms to buy time, desperately searching for a plausible excuse. "Well," Nari pressed, "if you had seen Jaren secretly sneaking out of the palace, wouldn't you have been curious too?" Kiva replied with a counter-question. "I certainly wouldn't have run after him halfway across the city." Kiva wisely didn't point out that Nari had done exactly that. Instead, she put all the emotion she could muster into her next words. "He hasn't slept through a night since Zalindov. I was just worried about him." "So, which is it?" Nari obviously didn't believe a word of it. "Were you worried about him, or were you curious?" "Both," Kiva replied, silently cursing her exhaustion, which was responsible for this lapse in judgment. "I followed him because I wanted to be there if he needed help. I had no idea where he was going." "And even when the penny dropped? You know, when the swords came into play?" Nari interjected maliciously. "Did it never seem sensible to reveal yourself and return to the palace with us?" Kiva put on a contrite expression. "Jaren wasn't supposed to know I followed him. How was I supposed to explain that to him?" "Well, good question. Did you tell him?" Kiva asked, now genuinely worried. Nahari stared at her for a while, as if she couldn't decide whether Kiva was really as innocent as she pretended to be or not. Then she let out a noisy breath. "No," she said. "I just gave him a good talking to and then came straight here to intercept you. He has no idea that you were also in the Red House and witnessed everything." "What did I even witness?" Kiva asked, feigning innocence. "Who were these attackers?" Nari sat back on the edge of the bed and patted the spot next to her. Kiva sat down awkwardly, trying her best to hide her tension. Jaren was following a lead that the rebels had a secret meeting place in the city, Nari explained, and he wanted to scout out that location today. Kiva feigned shock. Those were rebels? But wait a minute.
If Jaren knew about it, why did he go alone? Her acting talent was truly award-worthy. "Because he's Jaren," Na'ari replied, running a frustrated hand through her closely cropped hair. "Because he wants to protect his people. The rebels have been suspiciously quiet lately, and Jaren wanted to know why, and if he could trust the peace. If he had shown up at the Red House with an armed unit, he probably wouldn't have learned much. It seems his plan didn't work out anyway, Kiva remarked. True, one might almost think the rebels were expecting him, Naari murmured with a furrowed brow. The Viper usually never shows up in the city. And she didn't seem particularly surprised to see Jaren either. She immediately attacked before he could even open his mouth. Now Kiva had to be careful. "The Viper?" she asked, feigning ignorance. "Was that the one with the mask?" Naari nodded, her expression darkening even more. "She's one of the ringleaders. Or perhaps the new leader, since the rebel queen is dead." She spread her fingers. "We've met before, you and I." Horror shot through Kiva as she followed Naari's gaze. To her hand prosthesis. Did she? Kiva couldn't get the question out. This happened 3 years ago, when the rebels gradually became a problem. Naari continued to stare at her fingers, not registering Kiva's shock. "I was 18 and had only recently arrived in Avalon after stowing away on Varys's ship. Varys believed in me even then, more than anyone else. Nevertheless, I felt I had to prove myself, especially to myself. At the time, I wasn't Jaren's bodyguard yet, but my unit accompanied him on his journey through the villages where the rebels had wreaked the most havoc. He wanted to see the situation for himself, wanted to know how the people there were doing, and help them rebuild." Naari looked into the distance as she continued. "In one of these villages, Jaren learned of a family whose son had been injured in a fight with the rebels. He wanted to personally ensure that the boy was well. The last rebel raid in the area had been a while ago, so no one thought anything of letting Jaren go the short distance alone. Only I didn't want to take any risks and accompanied him." A long pause followed, as if Naari was reliving the events in her mind. "How often have I pondered that day in the last 3 years?" Now she sounded absent, thoughtful. "I don't even think the rebels knew we were there, that Jaren was there. It was just an unfortunate coincidence." Kiva barely dared to breathe. "What happened?" Naari clenched her artificial fingers into a fist. "There were only 2 of them, the rebel queen and the Viper. Out of nowhere, they suddenly stood before us. They had come out of the forest and had just been chatting with each other. I guess they just wanted to stock up on supplies in the village. But when the masked Viper recognized Jaren, she immediately drew her sword and attacked." Kiva could vividly imagine the whole thing. The shock on Zulika's face when she unexpectedly found herself facing Jaren and realized she couldn't let this chance pass her by. "I was petrified." Naari's confession seemed to rise from somewhere deep within her, from a place full of darkness and regret. "I had fought for years in the Girvanian arenas, and nothing like that had ever happened to me. Never," she whispered. "To this day, I don't know what was wrong with me. Everything went black around me, and my limbs no longer obeyed me. Classic signs of a panic attack, I know. It was," she shook her head, "I'd never experienced anything like it. It was terrible to lose control like that, to simply be unable to do anything." She took a trembling breath. "It was as if time suddenly slowed down. I could only watch as the Viper drew her blade at Jaren, how he just managed to draw his own sword in time. Just like before. Tilda screamed, 'No!' and raised her hand as if to stop me, but I wasn't a threat anyway. I stood so stiffly that I could barely breathe. But then a rush of adrenaline suddenly kicked in. There was a flash, and the darkness around me vanished. At the same moment, Jaren stumbled backward, and the Viper lunged at him." Naari swallowed. "I threw myself in between as she struck, and I had no time to draw my own sword. So I simply stretched out my arm to shield Jaren, and then—" Naari didn't finish the sentence, but she didn't have to. Kiva knew what had happened anyway. The thought made her sick. She would throw up right here on the fluffy carpet. Her sister had— Naari cleared her throat and opened her fist. "What came after that, I only remember as if through a veil. Varys and the other soldiers had meanwhile noticed that something was going on and ran towards us.
Tilda dragged the viper with her, and the two disappeared back into the forest. Jaren made sure that the best healers took care of me, and that I received the most modern prosthesis money could buy. And then he made me his golden shield, an honor that no soldier of the Royal Guard had received for over 50 years. Naari shrugged self-consciously. Seems I did something right back then, after all. Kiva fought down the swirl of emotions churning within her and croaked, "Have you seen the viper again tonight for the first time since then?" "No. In the past 3 years, we've faced each other in combat several times," Naari replied. "But somehow she's managed to get away every time. Mostly exactly at the moment when I had finally cornered her, just like today. They should have named her Rat or Weasel. Although, on the other hand, there's probably hardly anything as elusive as a snake. And as poisonous as a viper," Kiva added in her thoughts. "Well," Naari continued, tugging at the hem of her leather gloves, "anyway, I still have a score to settle with her. One day we'll finish what we started, and believe me, that day can't come soon enough for me." Kiva had to suppress a shudder with all her might. Just the thought of Naari and Zulika fighting each other again, that one of them could be harmed. By the gods, Kiva finally had to bring order to her emotional chaos. From now on, it's him or us, the Valentis or us. Both are not possible. She closed her eyes as Zulika's words came back to her, and suddenly a leaden exhaustion overcame her. "It was a long day," Naari said and stood up. "I won't tell Jaren that you followed him tonight, but if something like that happens again, if one of you sneaks out of the palace in the middle of the night again—" "Certainly not me," Kiva assured her hastily. "Promise." Afraid Naari might read the lie on her face immediately, she pushed away the thought that she would have to sneak off to Blackwater again in 3 days. "Try to get some more sleep, Kiva," Naari advised her now, much more gently. "And don't worry about the Viper and the rebels. I've spent most of my life in a land where hatred and despair reign, under a corrupt king who oppresses his people. I didn't flee from there for no reason, and I will do everything to prevent it from coming to that here. The rebels will not defeat us, never. With us, you are safe, and that will never change." With a smile, the soldier turned to leave, without even suspecting what her words had stirred in Kiva. At dawn, Kalden's now familiar knock sounded at the door, and due to her tiredness, Kiva could have burst into tears. But then she was wide awake in an instant when the prince greeted her with a tense smile and delivered the unwelcome news that her siblings had accepted the invitation to lunch. Although Kiva had almost expected it, she was furious that the two had ignored her warning, especially Zulika, especially after last night. If they were exposed, all 3 of them would be accused of high treason. The penalty for that was a public execution if Jaren's family was mercifully inclined, or a journey to Zalindov.
Both prospects sent a cold sweat down Kiva's brow, despite the cool morning air, as she followed Kalden to the barracks yard. The prince, unaware of her inner torment, pushed her harder in training than ever before. Perhaps he hadn't quite forgiven her yet, even if he seemed to be back to his old self outwardly. After the session, Kiva was unable to do anything but limped back to the palace and indulge in a long hot bath. Although she could barely eat anything at breakfast, she forced herself to at least take her prescribed sip of Delora's bitter potion. She shivered as its effect set in with a strange tingling. Fortunately, she comforted herself. The remedy was only a temporary solution, and eventually she wouldn't need it anymore anyway. Perhaps one day she would even make friends with her magic, like Jaren. Perhaps she would learn to strengthen it, develop it further, and use it for good, so that it no longer seemed merely a burden to her. Today, however, during her siblings' visit, it was more important than ever that she kept her powers under control, or at least locked away. "Hello? Anyone there?" Miran's voice sounded from the door, and Kiva just had enough time to cork the vial and make it disappear into the nightstand drawer before the princess burst into her room. Miran grinned as she surveyed Kiva from head to toe. "I know I said it would be a casual lunch, but maybe you should reconsider your outfit anyway. We don't want to give good Jaren a heart attack." After the bath, Kiva hadn't dressed yet and now wrapped her towel tighter around herself. "Please do come in," she retorted sarcastically. "Privacy is overrated anyway." "You haven't had any privacy for 10 years, Mirren replied unperturbed and made herself comfortable on Kiva's bed. "You'll manage a few more minutes." However, those few minutes stretched considerably after Mirren declared herself Kiva's personal fashion consultant. The princess had Kiva show her entire wardrobe until she believed she had found the perfect combination for lunch. On any other day, Kiva would have asked the princess to leave her alone. But today, with her stomach knotted with nervousness and having to do without the comforting presence of her magic, which Kiva had only learned to appreciate since it was gone, she was in a way grateful for Mirren's incessant chatter. The princess was in an unusually good mood. She stretched out on the bed and updated Kiva on the preparations for her masquerade ball, which was to take place in 3 days. Then, much too early for Kiva's taste, she announced that they should gradually make their way. She gave Kiva the choice of whether she preferred to receive her siblings in front of the palace entrance or in the river salon, where the table was already set. Kiva couldn't warm to either option, so Mirren made the decision for her. Impatiently, she pulled Kiva outside, where they took up positions next to Jaren, Kalden, Tip, and Nari. The only good thing Kiva could take from this morning was the fact that the king and queen were out to attend the opening of a bridge. Prince Ordeal had also been taken along, who in turn had tried to persuade Tip to come along. But the red-haired boy had insisted on staying with Kiva to meet her siblings. "You look like you're about to throw up," Kalden remarked as she stepped beside him. "Or faint, I'm not sure yet." "Well, the bets are on," Kiva grumbled, which made him laugh. "Maybe I'll even manage both at the same time." "It'll be fine," he encouraged her with uncharacteristic empathy and gently nudged her in the ribs. "And if not, no big deal. What's the worst that could happen?" Kiva couldn't even think about that if she didn't want to start hyperventilating. She looked over at Jaren, longing for his calming presence. But the crown prince had been so silent the whole time, not dismissive, but rather lost in thought. She wondered if it was because Nari had caught him last night and probably given him a good lecture. Something told her, however, that wasn't all. Normally, he had an admirable sense of Kiva's state of mind, but today he seemed oblivious to her need for a shoulder to lean on. Instead, he didn't take his eyes off the palace gate, and his expression grew even more clouded when 2 figures on horseback finally appeared within it. "Oh dear Shadow Realm," Kiva groaned inwardly, clenching her fists. "Here we go." After what felt like only a few seconds, Torelm and Zalika came to a halt before them, dismounted, and handed their reins to the waiting stable boys. Both were simply dressed. Tor wore black trousers with a forest green shirt, its sleeves rolled up past his elbows, and Zalika a plain tunic with close-fitting trousers. No sign of weapons or masks. Today, they were not the Viper and the Jackal, but at the same time, they were more so than ever. With trembling knees, Kiva stepped towards them, put on a delighted smile, and tried to imitate Tip's overflowing cheerfulness. "How wonderful that you could come," she greeted the two with full enthusiasm. Tor returned her smile, his eyes sparkling with suppressed amusement as he embraced her. "It'll be fine," he whispered in her ear, unknowingly repeating Kalden's earlier words. "Just breathe deeply." She followed his advice, but felt only slightly better as she pulled away from him. "Good to see you again, little sister," Zalika cooed, and there was such warmth in her gaze that Kiva was genuinely surprised. Even more so when she felt a pair of arms close around her shortly after. Zalika hugged her, for the first time in 10 years. Kiva, dazed, returned the gesture, and tears welled up in her eyes as she remembered what Zalika had said at their last meeting. "I will try harder, I promise you." Kiva was not naive. She knew that Zalika was only playing the role of the loving sister in front of the royal family. And yet, her warmth seemed genuine. Zalika was indeed making an effort, just as she had promised. Even if it would probably take them both a while to recover from their somewhat unfortunate first reunion, hope suddenly blossomed in Kiva, gradually displacing her fear. But even that didn't stop Kiva from whispering into Zalika's ear, "I was there last night. You have a lot to explain to me later." Kiva released her sister and caught a brief glimpse of her surprised expression.
Then Kiva linked arms with her siblings and led them to the others. These are my brother Terrell and my sister Zalika. Tor, Zalika. These are, She stopped abruptly as she realized she had no idea how to introduce the royal family to her worst enemies. I'm Calden, he elegantly stepped in, coming forward to shake Tor's hand and press a kiss to Zalika's. To Kiva's surprise, he didn't try to flirt with her. Apparently, he realized that now was not the right time to make advances to Kiva's sister. I'm Mirren, the princess continued the introductions, before gesturing to the rest of the group. Those are Nari and Tip and Prince Deverick, Jaren interjected, crossing his arms demonstratively in a dismissive manner. Kiva flinched, not only because of the formal name, but also because of his frosty tone. His eyes flashed like blue ice, framed by rings of golden flame. It is an honor, Your Highness. Zalika performed a deep curtsy and peered up at Jaren from beneath lowered lashes. Thank you for taking care of our sister. It means an unspeakable amount to us, just like Kiva herself. Kiva shivered at the artificial sweetness in her voice. Now that she's back, we're finally a family again, just as we always wished, Zalika added, beaming at Kiva. Jaren remained silent, his expression stony. Something was wrong here.
Had Jaren found out that Zulika had attacked him last night? Did he know that he was currently facing the Viper and the Jackal? Why else would he be so angry? But he didn't call for guards. He merely stated curtly, "Dinner is ready." Then he turned on his heel and marched ahead into the palace. "Someone's got a bee in their bonnet," Calden remarked quietly. Kiva, however, was too busy suppressing her panic to reply. It couldn't be. Jaren couldn't know anything about it. Zulika and Terrell would never have come if there was even the slightest risk that their cover had been blown. But why else was Jaren so upset? And then there was Naari, who was now hurrying after him. Naari, who had no idea that she would be sitting at lunch with her mortal enemy, the woman through whose fault she had lost her hand. Of course, the soldier couldn't have known. Zulika, on the other hand, must have known that it was Naari who had so cruelly mutilated her 3 years ago, and whom she had faced in battle even more frequently since then, including last night. By the gods, Kiva didn't know how she was going to get through this lunch, but she had no choice. So she took a deep breath and followed her siblings into the palace, listening with half an ear to Mirren, who had taken on the role of tour guide, enthusiastically supported by Tip. "Why did you never mention that your brother looks like that?" Calden whispered, forming the rear of the group with Kiva. "Looks like what?" she replied absently. "Looks like what?" Calden mimicked her incredulously. "Like that," he clarified with a gesture towards Tor's broad back. "He's good enough to eat." This abruptly pulled Kiva from her thoughts. Her head snapped towards the prince. "I thought you were interested in girls." Calden grimaced. "Well, first," he began, "women. I'm interested in women, not girls. That's a world of difference." Kiva raised her hands apologetically. All right. And second," he continued emphatically, "I'm interested in any attractive person, regardless of gender. And he, there," again he nodded in Terrell's direction, "is surely the epitome of attractive. I can't believe you kept him from me for so long," he added a little reproachfully. "I only saw him myself for the first time in 10 years yesterday," Kiva defended herself with the now familiar lie. Calden could hardly object to that, but his silence had something about it, some hidden depth that Kiva couldn't fathom. Shortly thereafter, however, they were already approaching the River Solin, and Calden whispered to her, "Listen, I don't know what's going on with Jaren right now, but I have a suspicion. I'll do what I can, but if I'm right, we might all be in for a rather uncomfortable lunch. Whatever happens, remember that you mean a lot to him, and that's why he's angry. Very angry." Calden paused briefly. "Me too, honestly. But one of us has to keep our composure after all. And since I know what Jaren feels for you, I think it will be difficult for him to play his role as the amiable crown prince today. So, try to cut him some slack." "What are you talking about?" Kiva whispered back, holding him by the elbow. "Think hard, Apple Cheeks." Calden looked deep into her eyes. How would you react if someone you were totally smitten with had been locked away for half their life, and then suddenly their siblings show up and want to play happy family after 10 years of no contact? Calden shook his head. That's not right, Sunshine, and you know it. Kiva stared at Calden with an open mouth. Jaren is angry at my family because I was sent to Zalindov? But, she faltered briefly before hissing, that's nonsense. They didn't have me arrested, after all. With that, she had ventured onto thin ice, but fortunately, Calden didn't seem to have listened too closely. But they completely abandoned you in there, he countered. Then, seeing her uncomprehending expression, he added, You really have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Will you two perhaps grace us with your presence today as well? Mirren's voice echoed from the salon at that moment. Calden grasped Kiva's hand, which lay on his elbow, and suddenly turned ice cold. Then he pulled Kiva along. Please excuse us profusely, just a small marital spat, he announced with an engaging smile. With a dark look, Kiva tried to pull her hand away from him, but Calden didn't let go and pushed her towards the table. It was as lavishly set as the dinner with the royal family. Today, however, the beautifully arranged spread included countless varieties of salad, cheese, and bread, cold roast, and fresh vegetables, rounded off with crystal carafes full of various fruit ciders and vases of snow blossoms. Beyond the large windows in the background, the sarin glittered like liquid gold in the spring sunlight. Normally, Kiva would have admired the inviting sight, but at that moment she had to exert all her strength to keep from storming out of the room. Der Rest der Anwesenden hatte bereits Platz genommen, als Calden sie zu dem freien Stuhl neben Jaren geleitete und sich dann auf ihrer anderen Seite niederließ. Angesichts der Sitzordnung fingen Kivas Hände an zu zittern. Naari und Tip stellten kein Problem dar, aber Zulika war neben der Prinzessin platziert, was nur in einem Desaster enden konnte. Torel saß Jaren direkt gegenüber, und obwohl der Prinz ihren beiden Geschwistern finstere Blicke zuwarf, schien sein Zorn in erster Linie ihrem Bruder zu gelten. »Das sieht ja köstlich aus«, schwarmte Kiva bemüht, und erkannte ihre eigene Stimme nicht wieder. »Und um Längen besser als alles, was wir gewohnt sind, so viel ist mal sicher«, pflichtete Torel ihr freundlich bei und wartete dann, bis seine adeligen Gastgeber sich an den Speisen bedienten, er ihrem Beispiel folgte. »Kiva hat erzählt, ihr zwei lebt in Oak Hollow«, sagte Jaren, der als einziger am Tisch seinen Teller nicht mit Essen füllte. »Und welcher Arbeit geht ihr dort nach?« »Ich bin Schmied«, antwortete Torel, während er sich ein ofenwarmes Brötchen mit Schinken belegte. Seine kräftigen Armmuskeln verliehen seiner Lüge Glaubhaftigkeit. »Und Zuli ist Schneiderin.« Kiva war froh, dass sie gerade nicht den Mund voll hatte, sonst hätte sie womöglich alles in hohem Bogen über den Tisch gespuckt. »Schneiderin?« wiederholte Mirren und musterte skeptisch Zulikas schlichte Kleidung. »Ich bin keine große Künstlerin«, Zulika nickte betont bescheiden den Kopf, »aber unsere Mutter hat mich immer dazu ermutigt, meine Träume zu verwirklichen.« Die Worte trafen Kiva mitten ins Herz. »Und du hast davon geträumt, Schneiderin zu werden?« Diesmal war die Herablassung in Mirrens Stimme nicht zu überhören. Auch Jaren schien das nicht entgangen zu sein, denn trotz seines unterkühlten Auftretens bewahrte er Zulika vor einer Antwort, indem er sagte, »Wir wissen noch kaum etwas über eure Mutter. Lebt sie auch mit euch in Oak Hollow?« Nun wünschte sich Kiva doch, er hätte Zulika Mirrens Geringschätzung preisgegeben. Soweit sie sich erinnern konnte, hatte sie ihre Mutter gegenüber kaum je erwähnt, aus gutem Grund. Und in der Gefängnisakte, die Calden ausgegraben hatte, waren mit Sicherheit nur Informationen über ihren Vater enthalten gewesen. Fieberhaft überlegte sie, wie sie das Thema wechseln konnte. Zulika jedoch erwiderte vollkommen gefasst. Das hat sie, aber sie ist leider gestorben, während Kiva in Zalindov war. Die Ärzte sagen, es sei ein natürlicher Tod gewesen, aber wenn man mich fragt, ist Mutter am Schmerz über ihre verlorene Tochter zugrunde gegangen. Es war ein schrecklicher Verlust für uns alle. Jedes Mal, wenn ich dich ansehe, muss ich daran denken, wie sie uns verlassen hat, um dich zu retten. Sie ist gegangen und dann ist sie gestorben. Um deinetwillen. Bei der Erinnerung an Zulikas Worte umklammerte Kiva ihre Gabel so fest, dass ihre Finger schmerzten. »Das tut mir leid«, entgegnete Jaren leise, und Kiva wusste, dass sein Mitgefühl ihr galt. Ja, es ist wirklich tragisch, dass unsere beiden Eltern schon von uns gegangen sind, redete Zuleka weiter und knabberte an einem Stück Käse. Aber zumindest hat Kiva noch uns. Jaren griff nach seinem Wein und wirkte dabei so angespannt, dass es Kiva nicht gewundert hätte, wenn der zierliche Kelch zwischen seinen Fingern zerbrochen wäre. »Könnt ihr uns ein paar Geschichten aus Kivas Kindheit erzählen?« fragte Tip hoffnungsvoll. Am liebsten hätte Kiva sich über den Tisch gelehnt und dem Jungen einen Kuss gegeben, dafür, dass er das Gespräch unwissentlich in weniger gefährliche Bahnen gelenkt hatte. »Je peinlicher, desto besser«, bekräftigte Kaldon. »Wir können gut ein bisschen Munition für die nächste Familientafel gebrauchen.« »Familientafel?« wiederholte Zuleka, ihre Miene eine perfekte Kopie des Ausdrucks, mit dem Mirren sie zuvor bedacht hatte. »Das klingt ja beschaulich. So etwas gab es bei uns früher auch.« Torell warf seiner Schwester einen warnenden Blick zu. »Eigentlich sogar jeden Tag. Unsere Eltern hatten schließlich kein Königreich zu regieren.« Er rang sich ein kurzes Lachen ab und wandte sich dann an Tip. Kiva war als Kind ein ziemlicher Wildfang, ein richtiger kleiner Plagegeist. »Ach, im Ernst?« Kaldon beugte sich begeistert vor. Kiva konnte nicht sagen, ob sein Interesse echt war oder ob er sich ebenfalls bemühte, die Stimmung am Tisch aufzulockern. Ständig ist sie weggelaufen und hat sich im Wald verirrt, ist so weit in den Fluss rausgeschwommen, dass die Strömung sie mitgerissen hat, oder hat sich auf Blumenwiesen gewälzt, bis sie von oben bis unten voller Erde war. Ich könnte euch eine endlose Liste an Dummheiten aufzählen, die sie angestellt hat. »Tu nur nicht so, als wärst du nicht bei den meisten davon dabei gewesen«, sagte Kiva und deutete mit der Gabel auf ihn. Torell hörte gar nicht hin. Aber sie hatte auch noch eine andere Seite, eine ernstere, die immer dann zum Vorschein kam, wenn sie unserem Vater mit seinem Patienten half. So mitfühlend und geduldig. Wir wussten schon damals, dass sie eines Tages in seine Fußstapfen treten würde. Unsere Schwester, die Heilerin. Voller Zuneigung sah er Kiva über den Tisch hinweg an und fügte hinzu: »Die Welt kann sich glücklich schätzen, dass es jemanden wie sie gibt.« In Kivas Kehle bildete sich ein Kloß. »Kiva ist die beste Heilerin, die es gibt«, bestätigte Tip mit vollem Mund. »Sie hat mir in Zalindov das Leben gerettet. Ohne sie wäre ich überhaupt nicht mehr hier.« Seine Worte ließen Kiva erstarren. Hieß das etwa, er erinnerte sich? Das Bild seines blutüberströmten Körpers stieg vor ihr auf, ihre Finger, aus denen goldenes Licht strömte, während ihre Magie die tödliche Wunde verheilen ließ, bis nicht mehr als ein Kratzer davon übrig war. Wenn Tip wusste, was sie damals getan hatte… »Ich war furchtbar krank«, fuhr Tip mit ernster Miene fort. »Ganz viele Menschen sind gestorben. Aber Kiva ist bei mir geblieben und hat sich um mich gekümmert, bis es mir wieder besser ging.« Kiva kamen fast die Tränen, wenn auch nicht allein wegen seines treuherzigen Blicks, sondern hauptsächlich vor Erleichterung. Nein, er erinnerte sich nicht. Ihr Geheimnis war sicher. »Sie hat während ihrer Jahre dort Hunderten von Menschen das Leben gerettet, Kleiner«, merkte Jaren an. Während der viel zu vielen Jahre, fügte er dann leiser hinzu. Als Kiva die Traurigkeit in seiner Stimme hörte, konnte sie nicht anders, als ihm unter dem Tisch die Hand aufs Knie zu legen. Woraufhin Jaren sofort seine Finger mit ihren verschränkte. Mit dem Daumen strich er sanft kreisend über ihre Haut, als wäre Kiva diejenige, die Trost brauchte, nicht er. »Schon lustig«, bemerkte Zuleka. »Kiva hat in Zalindov vermutlich mehr Menschen geheilt, als wenn sie in unserem kleinen Dorf geblieben wäre. Man könnte fast meinen, dass sich letztlich doch alles zum Besten gewendet hat.« Jarens Hand spannte sich an. Doch ehe Kiva sich allzu große Sorgen darüber machen konnte, was er sagen oder tun könnte, kam Torell ihm zuvor. »Zuleka«, ermahnte er seine Schwester scharf, verstimmte aber gleich wieder. Dennoch war sein Tonfall, gepaart mit seinem strengen Blick, unmissverständlich. Zuleka schaute in die Runde und ihr Mund klappte auf, als sie die betroffenen Gesichter sah. »Du liebe Götter, das klang jetzt seltsam, oder?« Hastig schüttelte sie den Kopf. »Ich meinte bloß, dass nun ein paar sehr gefährliche Menschen in Kivas Schuld stehen, weil sie ihr das Leben verdanken. Und daran kann doch wohl nichts Schlechtes sein, oder?« Da niemand antwortete und Jaren sie anstarrte, als würde er am liebsten seinen Kelch nach ihr schleudern, legte Zuleka eine reumütige Miene auf und stibitzte eine Olive von Mirrens Teller. Entsetzt schnappte Kiva nach Luft, die Prinzessin hingegen schien sich über Zulekas Unverfrorenheit zu amüsieren. Entweder das, oder sie erwog im Stillen ihrer Sitznachbarin die Gabel in die Hand zu rammen.
Vorsicht, Zuleka, kommentierte Kaldon trocken. Meine Cousine ist nicht gerade für ihre Großzügigkeit bekannt. Wenn du nicht aufpasst, könntest du bald einen Finger weniger haben. Zuleka zeigte ihm kurz die Zähne und schnappte sich eine weitere Olive. So leicht bin ich nicht einzuschüchtern. Diesmal war es Kiva, die sich beherrschen musste, ihrer Schwester nicht den nächstbesten Gegenstand an den Kopf zu werfen. »Torell, ich habe eine Idee«, rief Tip plötzlich und hüpfte auf seinem Stuhl auf und ab. Da er schon wieder den Mund voll hatte, klang es mehr wie »Üff, haben Idee«, dann aber schluckte er und schaute Mirren an, bevor er erklärte, »Die beiden müssen am Mittwoch auch kommen.« Kiva erstarrte. »Tip, was ist denn am Mittwoch?« wollte Zuleka wissen. »Mirrens Geburtstag«, antwortete Tip. »Darum gibt es ein richtig großes Fest, einen Maskenball.« »Klingt ja toll«, sagte Zuleka, in deren Augen ein gefährliches Funkeln getreten war. »Wird es bestimmt«, rief Tip. »Dürfen Sie kommen, Mary?« Tip schaltete sich nun Kiva ein, um weiteren Schaden zu verhindern. »Du kannst doch keine Gäste zu anderer Leute Geburtstagsfeiern einladen, sowas macht man nicht.« »Aber ich hatte noch nie eine eigene Feier, zu der ich Gäste einladen konnte«, erwiderte er, und Kiva schluckte. »Ist schon gut«, winkte Mirren gönnerhaft ab und wandte sich dann an Zuleka und Thor. »Ihr seid selbstverständlich herzlich willkommen, immerhin seid ihr Kivas engste Verwandte.« »Nein«, stieß Kiva hervor, bevor ihre Geschwister antworten konnten. »Das ist nett von dir, aber ich bin mir sicher, das kommt etwas zu kurzfristig.« Sie warf den beiden einen flehenden Blick zu. »Kiva hat recht«, sagte Torell, der ihr Unbehagen zu spüren schien. »Das ist ein sehr nettes Angebot, doch wir können auf keinen Fall eine Einladung der Königsfamilie ausschlagen«, vollendete Zuleka geschmeidig seinen Satz. »Wir kommen sehr gern, Prinzessin.« »Thank you.« »Zule«, Thor begann, but his sister's expression made him stop abruptly. »Mother taught us never to refuse an unexpected favor, dear brother«, she remarked. Her words, as innocent as they seemed, tightened like a vice around Kiva's chest. A feeling that only worsened when Yaren turned to Torell and changed the subject. »If you're a blacksmith«, the prince said, glancing at Torell's muscular arms, »does that mean you also know how to handle a sword?« »I have a little experience, yes«, Torell replied cautiously. »I served voluntarily in the village guard for a while, but that was years ago.« »How about a small duel, then?« Yaren suggested, patting his impeccably flat stomach. Da es nicht entgangen war Kivas, dass Yaren eben weniger gegessen hatte als sie, fand sie seinen Grinschluss relativ flimsig. Thor musste selbiges Gefühl haben, jedoch legte er seine Kutellerie ab und stand auf. »Es wäre eine Aufgabe, Johannes«, sagte er, bevor er mit einem krummen Grinsen hinzufügte, »doch ich sollte vorausschicken, dass ich meine schlechte Fußarbeit beanspruchen werde. Nein, 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 nein.«
What the heck was Torell thinking? He couldn't possibly consider it a good idea to fight the prince, especially not when the prince was in such a bad mood. »You'll surely get back into it quickly«, Jaren countered, now releasing Kiva's suddenly numb fingers and rising as well. »Jaren«, Kaldon murmured after a glance at Kiva's increasingly pale face, »perhaps you should—« »Just a small, friendly duel«, Jaren said, but the look in his eyes was icy. Then he gestured towards the door. »Shall we?« Kiva silently pleaded with her brother, but Tor only gave her a tiny smile that didn't reassure her in the slightest. »Men and their swords«, Mirren snorted, rolling her eyes very unprincess-like at Zuleka as she moved towards the door with the rest of the company. »Thank the gods that we women have more cultivated methods for dealing with our feelings.« »True, although I'm relatively sure that your methods and mine still differ quite a bit«, Zuleka retorted, before adding just as quickly and mockingly, »Your Highness.« Mirren, who had not missed this subtle affront, scrutinized her with narrowed eyes. Kiva began to seriously fear having to visit her siblings in the royal dungeon in the not-too-distant future if they didn't finally show a little more respect. With a final warning glance in Zuleka's direction, she hurried after Jaren and her brother. Shortly after, Naari caught up with her. The soldier had been silent throughout the meal, probably because she had been busy observing Kiva's siblings sharply for any sign of danger, however small. Now, however, she gave her an encouraging smile. »Don't worry,« she murmured to Kiva. »Jaren knows what he's doing.« Kiva wasn't so sure about that. "Nothing will happen to your brother," Naari insisted. "You know Jaren would never harm anyone close to you." The words struck Kiva deeply, for she basically knew that Naari was right. Jaren wouldn't risk Tor getting hurt, but would Tor do the same? After all, her brother was a trained warrior, a general. What if— "Breathe deeply, sunshine," said Kalden, who now stepped to Kiva's other side. "No need to panic." He had it easy. After all, it wasn't two of the people who meant the most to him in the world who were about to engage in a friendly duel. Kiva admonished herself to calm down as they stepped outside. Beside her, Tip hopped along, and Mirren and Zulika followed last. Much too quickly for her taste, they reached the barracks yard, where Terrell already stood opposite Jaren with his sword drawn. Both men took an attack stance. "Can't you do anything?" Kiva pleaded with Naari, with Kalden, with anyone willing to listen to her. "I think letting off a little steam will do him good, Apple Cheeks," Kalden replied, putting his arm around her. "Yes, Kiva," Naari joined him. "I would have intervened long ago if I were worried about either of them." The soldier's calming words might have been well-intentioned, but Naari had no idea how skilled Terrell was with a sword. Gosh, Kiva didn't even know herself. She had never seen him in action. Jaren, however, she had, fighting against Kalden, against Captain Varys, a few times even against both simultaneously, plus Naari. She had witnessed firsthand how he reacted to Zulika's attack in the Red House and almost single-handedly pushed back the rebels. The memory helped her keep the paralyzing fear in her chest at bay. The next moment, however, it flared up even more intensely as the blades clashed for the first time. In a blurred tangle of attacks and parries, overhead strikes and underhand thrusts, they whizzed through the air. Kalden let out an appreciative whistle. "And I thought I couldn't find your brother any more attractive," he remarked, before adding slyly, "Who would have thought a blacksmith was capable of that?" Kiva watched the two too intently to answer. Her brother's movements were as precise as Jaren's, which made Naari shift restlessly from one foot to the other. Nevertheless, the bodyguard still did not intervene, presumably because she had come to the same conclusion as Kiva herself. Jaren and Terrell fought resolutely, but at the same time, both held back. "I'd be interested," Jaren's voice echoed to them between two blows, "what it feels like when your own sister is in prison." He effortlessly parried Terrell's attack. "Did it get easier over the years to suppress the thought of her, to pretend she never existed?" Kiva's stomach clenched. She wanted to go to them, but Kalden's grip on her shoulders tightened. "Let them," he murmured. "I thought of her every day," Tor replied, performing a feint to the left. "I missed her every day." Jaren did not fall for the maneuver, but brought his own sword down on Tor in a wide arc, who hastily parried the blow. The clang of steel on steel thundered in Kiva's ears. "And yet you did nothing," Jaren continued, now quietly panting with rage. "You abandoned her there to her fate, a child." "To hear you, it sounds like we had a choice," Terrell countered, his emerald eyes sparkling as he rained down a series of lightning-fast blows on Jaren. "She was 7 years old," Jaren formally shouted back, dodging in quick succession, ducking away or leaping over Terrell's sword, only to counter with a series of attacks. "She lost more than half her life in that wretched place, and you, her oh-so-loving brother," a quick thrust forward, which Tor parried at the last second, "let her rot there." "Jaren, stop," Kiva croaked, but the prince didn't hear her over the clash of swords. "What were we supposed to do?" Another feint, this time to the right. "Storm the prison gates? Tear down the walls? Take on the wardens? I'd very much like to know, Your Highness. How exactly was I supposed to save my sister from those dreadful 10 years? Had no one who could have taken him in. Kiva, on the other hand, she swayed until only Kalden's arm around her shoulders kept her upright. Jaren lowered his sword, took a step towards Terrell, and looked him firmly in the eyes.
Evalonian law states that children under 12 years of age may not be sentenced to life imprisonment. Kiva passed into the care of the warden of Zalindov upon her father's death. But if you, he poked a forefinger into Tyrell's chest, had yourself appointed as her legal guardian, she would have been released immediately. That means you had 5 years to get her out of there. You only had to ask, and you know that very well. Kiva couldn't breathe. Her throat was suddenly too rough, her windpipe too narrow, her despair too overwhelming. "Breathe, sunshine," Keldon's frantic whisper barely reached Kiva. Only when black dots began to dance at the edge of her vision did she finally manage to take a painful breath. "Good," Keldon murmured. She ignored him. For no sooner had she fought her way out of her own cloud of pain than her gaze fell upon Tyrell's deathly pale face, contorted with horror. "I would have done anything to spare you the years in Zalindov," he had assured her just a week ago. "I would have given my life if they had released you in exchange." Jaren was wrong. Tyrell hadn't known the law, hadn't known that he could have easily brought Kiva home by her 12th birthday. He was only 2 years older than her, and still a child back then. How could he have known? Nevertheless, the torment was etched on his face, so unmistakable that even Jaren's anger seemed to subside a little.
"Tyrell, the prince began to apologize, but Tor raised a hand to cut him off. With tears in his eyes, he first looked at Kiva and then turned to Zalika with a rough voice. "Did you know about this?" "Of course not," she replied quickly. Kiva's heart broke when she heard the lie in her sister's voice, and judging by Tyrell's expression, he felt the same way. Zalika had known. Kiva could have been freed 5 years earlier. Someone merely needed to speak up in Zalindov. Someone close to her. Someone who wanted her with them. And if Zalika had known... "And Mother?" Tor whispered. Zalika returned his gaze and repeated, "Of course not," she replied quickly. "A lie. A lie, a lie, a lie." Tyrell closed his eyes, and tears ran down his face as he handed Jaren his sword back. "I think it's time my sister and I made our way home." "Tyrell!" Jaren tried to hold him back, but Tor interrupted him again. "Thank you for doing what I couldn't," he whispered, as if his voice had finally given out. "Thank you for taking care of her, for freeing her. I wish..." The next words almost caught in his throat. "I wish I had known. Then I would have..." Jaren placed a hand on his shoulder. "I know. I'm sorry." Tyrell nodded and wiped away his tears. He quietly said goodbye to Mirin, Kaldon, Tip, and Naari, who stood silently. He couldn't even bring himself to look Kiva in the eyes before marching off towards the stables with one last devastating look at Zalika. "Forgive my brother," Zalika said after a long pause. "Sometimes he doesn't quite have his emotions under control." Then she put on a smile that no one returned, not even Tip, and continued, "I'd better go take care of him. We're already looking forward to the masquerade ball." She made a fleeting, almost scornful curtsy and hurried after Tyrell. "Please excuse me," Kiva whispered, her head bowed. She ran off and caught up with her siblings at the entrance to the stables, where they were waiting for their horses. "What was that all about, Tor?" Zalika snapped at her brother. "You..." "Leave me alone," Tyrell snarled furiously. Kiva reached for his hand, gently opened his clenched fist, and intertwined her fingers with his. "It's all right, Tor," she said softly, her voice choked with unshed tears. "No, it's not," he hissed with the force of a snapping whip. But then his features softened. "I'm so sorry, little mouse. I had no idea that—" "I know," she interrupted him. "I believe you." Then she turned to Zalika. "But you knew about it, and Mother did too." And this time, without a royal audience, Zalika did not deny it. Kiva swallowed. "You could have freed me. Even without violence, they would have just let me go." Zalika didn't meet her eyes, instead letting her gaze wander through the well-kept palace garden. "You probably won't believe me now, But you were safer in Zalindov and out here." "What?" Kiva asked incredulously. Do you have the slightest idea what it's like in Zalindov?" she interrupted her sister. "I had to fear for my life day after day, sometimes even minute by minute. And that's without the elemental trials, not a single one of which I would have survived if Jaren hadn't supported me. It's a miracle I even made it that far." Zalika chewed on her lower lip and stared at the ground. "Why, Zalika?" Kiva's voice broke. "Why did Mother and you leave me in there alone? Please tell me," she pleaded. "At least you owe me that." Zalika let out a loud breath. "We shouldn't discuss such things here." She nodded towards the stable complex, where there was a lot of activity. "Then come up with something," Terrell retorted mercilessly. "Kiva deserves to know the truth, and I want to know it too." Zalika shot him a venomous look, but when she turned back to Kiva, her features softened again. "This problem you have, and that you're trying to get under control," she began cautiously. "That's why Mother thought you'd be safer in there. She believed that in Zalindov you'd be least likely to be discovered, and if you were, it wouldn't have caused any trouble for us, or our friends out here, at least." She paused for a moment. "Even if someone had found out, it wouldn't have had severe consequences for you. After all, you were already imprisoned." Another pause. "But if it reassures you, Mother always intended to free you one day. She was just waiting for the right moment." Silence spread until Terrell finally murmured, "That's even worse than I thought. Why didn't I know any of this?" "Because you wouldn't have followed Mother's instructions and would have tried to free Kiva on your own," Zalika explained. "You're very right about that," Tor snarled. "And that's exactly what you should have done. I just can't believe that you—" "What's done is done," Zalika cut him off. She seemed to be losing patience. "We can't change the past, so there's no point in dwelling on it. Kiva survived. She's here, and she's well. That's all that matters." Kiva felt so utterly betrayed. By her own family, her sister, her mother. "You're the one who let her rot in that prison, aren't you? The one who thought you'd be better off there? So Delora had told the truth yesterday after all. But what in the world had led Tilda to believe that Kiva could be safer in a place like Zalindov? Why had she considered it the best solution to have her daughter imprisoned so that no one would learn of her magic, while she herself had long since openly used her own again? Was her fear of being exposed and her revenge plans failing so great that she preferred to let her daughter suffer unnecessarily for 10 years? Kiva simply couldn't comprehend it. The only thing she felt was pain, indescribable pain. She needed time to think everything over in peace. "Go, now," she whispered, without looking at her siblings. "I need time, for myself." Zalika reached out a hand to her, but Kiva recoiled. "Please, you have to understand," Zalika persisted. "A war isn't won without sacrifices. I told you that." Kiva's head snapped up abruptly as she realized that she had been the sacrifice in this plan. And, of course, it was difficult for Mother, but she had to weigh the risks and came to the decision that it would be best for all of us if you stayed in Zalindov until— "Shut up," Terrell snapped at her. "Kiva doesn't want to hear any of it, and neither do I. Just go see if the horses are ready." But Zalika held Kiva's gaze, and her honey-golden eyes pleaded for understanding. "I'll try harder, I promise you." Kiva looked away. Zalika sighed softly. "We'll see you at the masquerade ball," she said, and disappeared into the stable. Kiva waited briefly until her sister was out of earshot. Then she asked Tor, "Do you think you can stop her from coming to Mirren's ball? It would be terribly dangerous, and anything but wise. Besides, I don't want to see her there." As much as she had missed her family all these years, at that moment Kiva wished her sister as far away from her as possible. Terrell exhaled. "I'll see what I can do, but you know how she is." The next moment he winced as he realized what he had just said, because Kiva didn't know what Zalika was like, because she had nothing in common with the child she once was. "I'm so sorry, little mouse,"
he repeated softly. 10 years. I just don't know what to say. I don't want to talk about it anymore, Kiva replied hoarsely. But I don't blame you. You know that, don't you? But you should, he retorted, full of bitterness and self-loathing. I do anyway. Kiva squeezed his hand tighter. Please don't, Tor. If I have to worry about that on top of everything else, then it's just too much. Terrell took another deep breath and then pulled her into his arms. I can't help it. I love you so much. Of course I constantly torment myself over what you had to go through, especially now that I know we could have freed you years ago. Please don't feel responsible for something you had no influence over, Kiva said.
You have to promise me that. Terrell was silent for a moment before he finally agreed. I'll try. Kiva couldn't ask more of him. She knew that. She pulled away from him, wiped her eyes dry, and gently pushed him towards the stable entrance. Then go now, she said, and feel free to punish them with silence for the entire way back. You can count on that, Tor grumbled. Then he gave Kiva a kiss on the forehead and left. Kiva remained alone, with nothing but her restless thoughts and a broken heart. Kiva crept back to her room and burrowed into bed. She didn't want to see anyone for the rest of the day, because she first had to process everything she had learned today. She had to grieve. Throughout the afternoon, numerous visitors appeared at her door, whom Kiva identified by their hesitant knocking and even more hesitant voices as Jaren, Tip, Kalden, Naari, and even Miran. One after another, they inquired about her well-being and asked for entry. But when Kiva didn't answer, no one entered the room uninvited. They granted her the peace she needed more urgently than anything else right now. Outside the windows, it grew dark, and despite her rumbling stomach, Kiva didn't get anything to eat, but remained curled up until breathing became easier again. Primarily, Zulika's remark that the past cannot be changed helped her. Kiva's mother had abandoned her youngest daughter to her fate in Zalindov. As inexcusable as that was, it could never be undone. Kiva would have no choice but to come to terms with it and look forward. Shortly after she had made her decision, another knock sounded at her door. This time, Kiva got up and opened it. To her surprise, however, none of her friends were waiting outside, but an older servant. "Miss Kiva," he said with a slight bow. "Queen Ariana formally apologizes for missing lunch today and would like to invite you for a nightcap. She instructed me to explicitly mention that she has ordered hot chocolate." Kiva's stomach rumbled so loudly that the servant looked at her worriedly before adding, "The queen expects you in her private salon. I have instructions to bring you to her as soon as you can make it." It would have been so easy to decline the invitation. Kiva knew the queen well enough by now to know that she wouldn't have taken a refusal amiss. Ariana was the last person to pressure Kiva at such a moment. The queen probably would have even encouraged her to take all the time she needed to get over her pain. And perhaps that was exactly why Kiva now hastily ran her fingers through her hair and followed the servant. Although she would never have admitted it aloud, apart from the fact that she was hungry and the prospect of hot chocolate was more than tempting, there was nothing she longed for more at that moment than maternal comfort. Even if that mother was Ariana Valentinus. On the way to the salon, they encountered neither Tip nor anyone else, just a few scattered servants. Kiva wondered if the rebel spies were among them and would report the meeting with the queen to her siblings. Even if so, she decided then, she didn't care. Today, she would no longer waste a thought on her mission and her family's plans. The rest of the evening belonged entirely to her. She would let herself be comforted and distracted. After they had crossed the Golden Bridge to the West Palace, the Queen's chambers came into view. These were almost directly opposite Kiva's own room, separated only by the river. The servant immediately led Kiva into the salon and closed the gilded double door behind him. She turned around once to take in all the splendor. The Queen's salon was laid with thick carpets, and the windows offered a view over the Sarin and the palace garden. The latter was illuminated by luminium lanterns that disappeared like fireflies in the distance. From the high ceiling hung an elegant chandelier, whose shape resembled a cluster of tears. Paintings adorned the walls, and fresh bouquets of flowers and lush green potted plants brightened up the predominant gold and white everywhere. A crackling fireplace filled the room with cozy warmth, while a little further, Kiva gasped and moved as if magnetically drawn to the huge grand piano, whose legs, lid, and casing were completely made of transparent, glittering crystal. She had never seen anything like it. "Beautiful, isn't it?" The voice reached her ears even as Kiva admired the black and white keys, the only ordinary, though no less breathtaking, part of the instrument. She whirled around and finally discovered the queen, lying on a red velvet chaise longue, observing Kiva over the rim of a wine goblet. "Do you play?" Ariana asked with a slightly slurred tongue. No." Kiva scrutinized the queen, wondering how much she might have already drunk. "Jaren used to spend hours at this piano." Ariana's gaze drifted into the distance. "But not anymore today." Kiva slowly approached her, while an inner voice warned her that something was not right. But her uncertainty gave way to a touch of emotion when she noticed the tray with hot chocolate and a small selection of pastries and realized the effort the queen had made. "No?" Kiva asked. The thought of Jaren at the piano was simply too overwhelming in her distressed state, so she quickly pushed it aside. "Why not?" Ariana took a large sip of wine. "Well, he doesn't like coming here anymore." Kiva froze. But the reason for this was not just the queen's indistinct words, but something she only now noticed as she got closer. Ariana's glassy eyes, her waxy skin, her trembling hands, and traces of gold powder on her mouth and nose. Angel dust. The queen was drugged. And that meant, he doesn't like coming here anymore. Suddenly, Kiva saw the opulent salon with completely different eyes, and she took a step back. Here, the queen had abused Jaren for years. Here she had indulged her addiction, lost control of herself, and inflicted unspeakable suffering on others. And Kiva was alone with her. No one but the servant even knew she was here. "Have some chocolate, Kiva," the queen slurred, drawing out Kiva's name as if it had 3 syllables. "I had it brought especially for you." With a racing heart, Kiva went through her options. She could flee, which seemed a bit exaggerated to her, but at least she would then be safe. Or she could sit down with Ariana, who was just invitingly tapping the cushion next to her, and drink hot chocolate, even though her appetite had vanished at the sight of the gold powder. But Kiva knew that this was the least dangerous way to avoid offending the monarch. However, she also knew that addicts, especially those who maintained a completely normal facade in everyday life, were unpredictable and prone to strong mood swings or outbursts of violence. They often forgot what they had done while high on drugs once the substance's effect wore off. Therefore, Kiva had to be careful. She took another step back. "I'm sorry, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. Perhaps I should lie down again." Kiva sank into a respectful curtsy. In a sober state, Ariana would never have insisted on such formalities, but Kiva preferred not to take any risks. With an uncertain smile, she straightened up again and turned to the door. "Not so fast." There was no trace of her usual warmth in Ariana's voice. Instead, it sounded icy, imperious, demanding. Kiva stood frozen. Not because she had decided it was wiser to obey. She still wanted nothing more than to leave this salon, whatever the consequences. But she couldn't, because not only the queen's words were covered in ice, water had also risen from the floor around Kiva's feet and frozen instantly. Panic rose in her as she tried to free her feet, but it was in vain. Instead, the block of ice slowly turned her towards Ariana. "Are you just going to leave?" the queen snarled. "You haven't even had any chocolate yet." "No, Kiva stammered with fear. Suddenly, Ariana let out a shrill scream and hurled her wine goblet with all her might onto the tray wine. Hot chocolate and cake flew in all directions. Swaying, she stood up and moved towards Kiva with flailing arms. The golden ring on her finger sparkled. "Look what you've done! What a mess!" the queen shrieked. "I thought we were going to have a nice evening, but you've ruined everything! Why do you have to destroy everything?" At the sight of Ariana's delusionally distorted face, Kiva tried even more desperately to free her feet, but the ice held her relentlessly. "Please," she pleaded with the queen, though she knew she might as well have tried to appease a predator. "I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention," she babbled, hoping to placate the queen. The relief, as Ariana's anger suddenly vanished and the block of ice began to crack and finally melt, almost forced Kiva to her knees. But even though her feet were free again, she still didn't dare to move from the spot. "Why are you looking like that?" Ariana snapped at her, stumbling through the spilled chocolate towards Kiva. "I thought we were friends, or don't you like me anymore?" "Yes," Kiva replied quickly. When the queen heard the fear in her voice, her sapphire blue eyes narrowed. "You're lying," she screamed. "Why are you lying to me? Why does everyone always lie to me?" Her outburst of rage made Kiva stumble backward. However, she barely got 3 steps away before the queen abruptly raised her hand and Kiva froze once more. This time, however, not because her feet were frozen solid, but because she couldn't breathe. Kiva frantically touched her throat and gasped for air, only to bend forward the next moment and cough up a mouthful of water, and then another. Gasping and choking, she tried to clear her lungs of the fluid that suddenly collected in them, flooding them. She was filled with sheer terror as one gush of water after another streamed over her lips. Desperately, she looked for anything she could use as a weapon, but apart from the devastated tray, nothing was within reach. Coughing, she sank to her knees and crawled towards Ariana's broken wine goblet. But as she reached for one of the crystal shards, she was abruptly pulled back by her hair. The shard slipped from her grasp. Instead, Kiva was dragged across the floor through cake crumbs and chocolate puddles, far from any chance to defend herself. "Why are you lying to me?" Queen Ariana repeated sadly. "I just want you to like me." "Please," Kiva wanted to blurt out, but nothing came from her mouth but a watery gurgle. It burned. Her lungs burned. Darkness gathered at the edges of her vision, and Kiva gradually realized that this was her end. She had nothing to counter Ariana's magic. The water penetrated every last corner of her body. She would drown on land. And then, suddenly, it was over. With a loud thud, the double door flew open and Jaren burst into the salon. After a brief, horrified glance at Kiva, he raised his hand, and the next moment her airways were clear. With another gesture, he hurled his furious mother across the room. "Kiva!" he gasped and ran to her. Kiva was still coughing so violently that her eyes watered. She fought against the pain and struggled for breath. "Hold on to me," Jaren said. Without minding her wet, dirty clothes, he lifted her into his arms and strode towards the door with a stony expression. "Jaren, darling," Ariana cried, stumbling after them, "my dearest treasure." An invisible gust of wind made the door fall shut behind them. Over her own coughing, Kiva heard the queen hammering against it from inside, but Jaren's magic kept it securely locked. "Don't talk," Jaren cut her off. Then he looked down at her and added in a softer voice, "Just try to breathe." Kiva focused the entire way back to the East Palace on filling her lungs with air and emptying them evenly, until breathing eventually became a little easier again. Still trembling all over, she clung to Jaren and didn't even protest when he didn't take her back to her room, but headed for his own chambers. Kiva had never been in Jaren's private living area before. After everything that had just happened, however, she could hardly have been less interested. She only vaguely registered that the furnishings there were not nearly as luxurious as in the Queen's salon. Instead, they were more like Kiva's and Tip's suite. Before she could look around more closely, Jaren already marched straight into his bedroom and sat on the bed. Kiva still held tightly in his arms. The room was dark, illuminated only by pale moonlight streaming in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. A balcony overlooking the Sarin stretched out in front of them. However, the room was much larger than her own, and shades of gray and blue mingled with the usual color scheme of gold and mother-of-pearl. Even the bedding was darker, and the massive four-poster bed looked positively majestic. "Kiva," he said hoarsely, taking her face between his hands. "I am so terribly sorry." He sounded so devastated that it broke Kiva's heart. "I don't know how I ever—" "Shh." She released a cramped hand from his jacket and placed her index finger on his mouth. "It wasn't your fault." Her voice still sounded scratchy, but that was nothing compared to what she had been spared. Jaren had saved her life. Again. This certainty was more than Kiva could bear at the moment, so she simply nestled her head against his shoulder and whispered, "Thank you." The prince groaned in agony and held her even tighter, not minding that he was getting chocolate on himself in the process. "Please don't thank me." Then he added almost inaudibly, "I thought she had stopped. She swore to me." Kiva felt his pain as if it were her own. Weak and vulnerable as she was, she couldn't help but press a tender kiss to Jaren's neck, for that was the only comfort she was capable of giving. Jaren stiffened, but then he let out a long breath and buried his face in her hair. "I must never lose you," he whispered. Kiva's chest tightened as she replied with a truth she wished wasn't one. "Me neither." Jaren held her slightly away from him until Kiva looked him directly in the eyes. Again, she had trouble breathing as she saw his expression, all that he wanted to show her. It was as if flames flickered in his eyes, and Kiva's skin began to tingle, while a pleasant warmth spread within her, driving away the last frosty remnants of Ariana's attack. Kiva still trembled, but no longer from fear. This time, the shiver that ran down her body was of a completely different nature. Excitement, no, desire seized her. And although her reason told her that this was not a good idea and would only result in broken hearts, she didn't stop Jaren as his mouth slowly approached hers. Kiva gasped for air, but at the very last second, Jaren changed direction and his lips brushed her forehead. "Stay with me tonight," he whispered. It was not a command, and despite the fire she had seen in his eyes moments before, Kiva was sure he had no ulterior motives. A hint of disappointment bloomed within her, immediately followed by relief. "I don't," she began, her voice choked by all the emotions vying for dominance within her. "Please," Jaren pleaded. The Crown Prince of Avalon pleaded with her? "After everything that just happened, I simply need to know you're safe," he said softly. Kiva realized that he was still shaken, possibly even worse than herself, and so she nodded hesitantly. Jaren sighed gratefully, gave her another kiss on the forehead, and leaned back a bit. "I'll get you something else to wear." He lifted Kiva from his lap and placed her on the bed. Then he stroked her cheek once more and went to his closet in the dark. Kiva tried to compose herself somewhat. Then Jaren returned and handed her a clean long-sleeved shirt. With it, she went into the bathroom and peeled off her dirty clothes. When she returned to the room, Jaren was already wearing pajama bottoms and nothing else. Kiva swallowed and quickly tore her gaze away from his bare chest. However, she didn't miss how Jaren's own gaze briefly lingered on the hem of the shirt, which reached Kiva just to the middle of her thighs. "What am I even doing here?" Kiva screamed in her thoughts. She couldn't stay here. She definitely shouldn't stay here. She was just opening her mouth to offer an excuse why she absolutely had to leave, whatever came to mind, when Jaren cleared his throat and said, "I have something for you." Kiva closed her mouth again. Instead of continuing to speak, Jaren tilted his head. "Are you still standing in the bathroom doorway for a particular reason?" he asked. A shaky breath escaped Kiva, yet she moved hesitantly towards Jaren, determined not to let her nervousness show. When she reached him, he gestured to the bed, whereupon they both climbed in and leaned against the headboard side by side. "Here, I should have given this to you much earlier," Jaren announced, nervously turning a small casket between his fingers. "It just didn't occur to me, and I really should have known better." His voice sounded increasingly bitter, and his fingers twitched nervously, which is why Kiva closed her hand around his to calm him. Jaren exhaled and opened the casket, revealing a gleaming amulet nestled on velvet. It wasn't the first time Kiva had seen the piece of jewelry. She had even worn it for a while. The amulet had brought her through the fire trial alive. However, since it had ended up in Nyari's hands afterwards, Kiva had completely forgotten about it. On a glittering gold chain hung the crest of the Valentis family, a shield with the 4 symbols for the different forms of elemental magic, consisting of a ruby, an emerald, a topaz, and a sapphire. In front of it, a sword crossed with an arrow, and above everything, a crown was enthroned. It was beautiful. Kiva had to admit that again this time. And the impression was further strengthened when Jaren, with a concentrated expression, pressed a finger on the gemstones, which began to glow under his touch. Red, green, white, blue. The colors shone brighter and brighter until Jaren withdrew his hand and the glow extinguished. "What was that?" Kiva asked, eyeing the amulet suspiciously. Jaren held it up. "May I?" When Kiva noticed his patient, open gaze, she shrugged and turned her back to him. A moment later, she felt him place the chain around her neck and fasten it at the nape. "With the amulet, you are safe from magical attacks," he explained when she turned back to him. "I have filled it with my powers, and this time not just with fire magic, as during your trial, but also with earth, water, and air magic. Should anyone try to harm you with their elemental powers, it will function like a shield." Kiva stared at him. "You don't believe me," Jaren said, misinterpreting her expression, and reached for her hand. "Watch." Flames shot from his fingertips, and Kiva instinctively flinched back, but Jaren held her fast. "Look." He pointed to the spot where the flames jumped from his skin to hers. Kiva felt nothing, no burning, no pain, just like during her trial in the crematorium. "How long will the effect last?" she asked, hoarse with awe at this valuable gift, and its meaning. Jaren protected her, from his own family, from himself. "Definitely long enough for you to get away unharmed next time," he replied, still visibly agitated. But then he seemed to shake off his annoyance and added, "Here, in the palace, you shouldn't have any more trouble with anyone, but outside there are also certain anomalies. People outside the royal family with magical powers. The amulet can protect you from them, too." Kiva looked down at herself. "I don't know what to say." "Say you'll keep it, that you'll always wear it." "I will, I promise." The amulet had saved her life once before, and no matter which family this crest stood for, not accepting Jaren's gift would be absolutely crazy, especially with a view to what was to come. "Don't think about it," Kiva silently admonished herself. "Not tonight." "It's been a long day," Jaren said, pulling the blanket over both of them. "It's best if we just try to sleep." Kiva nodded and sank into Jaren's incredibly soft pillows. "Your bed is much cozier than mine," she blurted out shortly after, as they lay facing each other in the dark. Jaren laughed. "I'm glad to hear that." As Kiva snuggled deeper, she marveled at how normal it felt to lie so close to him. "How did you know that?" Kiva couldn't get the question out, but Jaren knew how it would have ended anyway. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, which gave Kiva goosebumps. "I wanted to check on you again, but Tip said you had left. He had heard Oswald deliver Mother's invitation to you, and then I had a feeling something wasn't right." He added more quietly, "I'm sorry I came so late." "I'm glad you came at all," Kiva countered, before repeating her earlier words. "Thank you, Jaren. I don't know why you always have to save my life." "Any time," he replied, with such genuine feeling that Kiva would probably have felt uneasy if he hadn't added just as quickly and awkwardly, "I mean, if necessary, which I hope it won't be, never again, but if it is, I'll be there, of course, you know." Kiva laughed at his stammering and, for the second time that evening, placed a finger on his mouth. "Good night, Jaren." He sighed under her finger. "Good night, Kiva." Kiva curled up and was just about to drift off to sleep when Jaren whispered again. "Kiva?" "Mm-hmm," she murmured. "I'm sorry about today, about the thing with your siblings." Although she had decided not to dwell on it, the memory stung her again. "And I'm sorry I got so angry," Jaren continued. "But I know," Kiva interrupted him softly.
Already half overcome by sleep, she finally gave up her inner resistance, slid forward a bit, and snuggled against him. Jaren rolled onto his back and pulled her closer, until her head rested on his chest. Kiva placed a hand on his heart. Jaren said nothing more. But before Kiva finally drifted off to sleep, she whispered one last time, "I know." When Kiva awoke the next morning, she found herself nestled intimately beside Jaren. At first she panicked, but then forced herself to calm down. She just had to disappear quickly before Jaren woke up. If she managed to free herself from him without shaking him too much, then, morning. Kiva, who had just freed one arm from the tangle, froze. "You weren't trying to sneak away, were you?" Jaren asked, sleepy and highly amused at the same time. With an unexpected movement, Jaren shifted, and Kiva found herself on her back, his grinning face above her. "I guess we'd better try that again from the beginning, huh?" he murmured, and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Good morning, Kiva." Kiva let out an undefinable sound as Jaren's lips moved a little further and lingered at her ear. "Sleep well?" he whispered, and his mouth brushed her skin with each syllable. Another sound escaped her, and Jaren laughed softly. "I certainly did." Kiva placed her hand on his waist, unsure whether to push him away or pull him closer. But before she could make a decision, Jaren moved back a bit and looked at her with affection. "Let's do something together today." Kiva was still completely dazed by his touch, so it took a moment for her to answer. "What?" The words sounded almost like a purr, and Kiva would probably have been mortified if Jaren's gaze hadn't softened even more. Almost reflexively, he tilted his head and gave her a feather-light kiss on the corner of her mouth. It all happened so fast that Kiva would have wondered if it had really happened. "Let's do something together today," he repeated. This time, Kiva consciously fought down the emotional chaos within her and concentrated.
"Don't you have any appointments? I'll reschedule them." He came so close that Kiva only saw his face in front of her. "Please, I really need a day off, and I want to spend it with you." It would have taken a far more strong-willed person than Kiva to refuse the prince this request, especially when he looked at her like that. "All right," she conceded, "but you tell Calden." Jaren laughed softly again. "I think you can miss one training session." Then he nodded towards the window. "Besides, it's already far too late for that anyway." Kiva gasped as she realized the sun was already shining outside. She had no idea how she could have overslept so much. "He'll make me pay for it tomorrow," she groaned. "Then I guess we should make sure today is worth your inevitable doom." With that, Jaren pushed himself up and pulled Kiva out of bed with him. "How about this? You get dressed while I quickly take care of one or two things, and we meet in 20 minutes in front of your room," he suggested. "I know a place with good breakfast, the best bacon and egg rolls in all of Wenderell, and right by the river, too. And once we've eaten, then," he grinned. "Well, you'll see." "How mysterious," Kiva snorted. Jaren's grin widened even further. "Says the right person." Kiva had nothing to say to that, so she merely rolled her eyes and turned to leave. She had barely opened the door when Jaren called her back again. Kiva stopped and turned to him. "I've never slept as well as I did today," he said softly. Kiva swallowed as she saw the expression that had returned to his face. She would have liked to lie, but what finally came to her lips was the pure, undeniable truth. "Me neither." Regarding the bacon and egg rolls, Jaren had not promised too much. One bite, and Kiva had to restrain herself from devouring the rest in seconds, having eaten so little the day before. The breakfast also helped to mask the bitter taste of Dolores' potion, which she had hastily gulped down in her room. Now only a single ration remained, so she would have to visit her grandmother tomorrow, but she could worry about how to do that later. "I told you so," Jaren triumphed, noticing how quickly she had devoured her roll. Generously, he handed Kiva the rest of his own as they followed the winding river. Kiva would have liked to refuse, but she simply lacked the willpower, as so often when Jaren was involved. Only later, after she had finished eating and greedily licked the remnants from her fingers, did she regret her lack of steadfastness. "You seem a bit unwell," Jaren remarked, visibly suppressing a grin as Kiva groaned, holding her stomach. "Do you think you can make it up the mountain on your own, or should I carry you?" He pointed to an ascending road that Kiva was now well familiar with.
To Silverthorn? Surprised, she turned to Jaren. The amulet slipped under her collar, as if to remind her that it was there and would protect her from danger. It's not that bad. I just ate too much. Jaren laughed, put his arm around her, and led her from the crowded Riverside Road into the quieter side alley that led to the academy. We're not going because of you? Because of you, then? Kiva asked, alarmed. No, he replied quickly, then qualified. That is, yes, in a way, but not because He broke off. Oh, never mind. You'll see when we get there. Now Kiva's curiosity was truly piqued, and she followed him up the mountain. But before they reached the main gate, Jaren directed her into the shadows between two elongated residential buildings until they were completely hidden from view. Well, this isn't creepy at all, Kiva noted. If you think this is bad, then you'd better not go out with Calden in the evenings, Jaren retorted, reaching into his pocket and pulling out two flat golden objects. Especially not if he talks about wanting to hunt for the ghosts of our ancestors or some gods. Kiva blinked, irritated, and replied slowly, I don't even know what to ask about first. Jaren chuckled to himself. We'll save that story for the next family dinner. He held out one of the objects to her. Here. Kiva took it and looked at it hesitantly. The sight of the simple, elegant mask made her uneasy. But at least this one was neither silver nor formed from intertwined snakes, so she swallowed her fear. What's this for? She asked. Jaren put on his mask. For what we're doing today, I need to be Prince Deverick. He pointed to his face and then, somewhat hesitantly, to the mask in Kiva's hands. And if you don't mind, it would be good if you also wore a mask. Kiva frowned. But I'm not even part of the royal family. Nobody cares about me. Jaren's embarrassment became even more apparent as he replied, Just do me this favor, okay? I'm just thinking a little ahead. Kiva's breath hitched as she understood what he was implying. She hadn't forgotten the family portrait that showed Jaren and her holding hands and wearing crowns. Perhaps you would like to tell us what your intentions are regarding the girl, Zara. The councilwoman's words came to Kiva's mind. A strange dizziness overcame her, but it wasn't an entirely unpleasant feeling. Jaren, however, didn't seem to expect an answer. At Kiva's nod, he took the mask from her and carefully placed it on her. It suits you, he murmured, smoothing the edges. Kiva could only manage a breathless thank you. Jaren grinned. His mask, ending just below his nose, framed his eyes in gold, making them shine like two oceans bathed in sunlight. Incredibly beautiful and frustratingly attractive at the same time. Kiva cleared her throat, looked away, and touched the cool metal before her face. All right, Prince Deverick. His official name felt strange on her tongue. Perhaps you should finally explain what we're doing at Silverthorn. Jaren's answer was an even wider grin as he led Kiva onto the academy grounds. She looked out for Rescinda and then paused when Jaren took the turn towards the rehabilitation and long-term care station. Inside the sprawling building, it became clear that Jaren was not moving through the unadorned corridors for the first time. None of the healers or patients they passed seemed surprised to see the prince here. His companion, however, was scrutinized with much more interest, and Kiva was grateful for the mask that protected her from overly curious eyes. We're almost there, Jaren said, as they walked up a wide ramp that spiraled up to the upper floors. Where? Again, he didn't answer, but stopped at the end of the ramp and turned to her. Would you mind lending me your amulet for a moment? I have to wear it when I'm here, because, you'll see in a moment. Kiva looked at him questioningly. When he only returned her gaze silently, she sighed and fished the amulet from under her collar. Jaren hung it around his neck and placed the pendant clearly visible above his clothing. Only then did he lead Kiva further down the white corridor until they reached a closed door at the very end. Jaren, Kiva began, increasingly frustrated by his silence. But at that moment, he opened the door and a shrill chorus of "Prince Deverick!" calls reached her ear. Kiva swallowed her protest. She stood rooted to the spot in the doorway while Jaren marched into the room and waved to the enthusiastic group. To the enthusiastic group of children. The rows of small beds, the colorful self-painted pictures on the walls, and the scattered toys on the floor revealed to Kiva that they must be in the children's ward of the building. And in the middle of the room stood the crown prince with widely spread arms while the children climbed out of their beds, some noticeably slower and clumsier than others, and rushed towards him. He's always so good to the little ones. Kiva turned around and faced a Silverthorn healer in a white robe. The dark-skinned, middle-aged woman cast adoring glances at Jaren, and in the next moment, Kiva understood why. For when he now raised his hands, the children began to fly.
With exuberant squeals, they sailed through the room, while Jaren, who seemed informed about all their ailments, always kept a special eye on the weakest among them. The parents and other visitors present watched and smiled with affection and gratitude, as if they were not witnessing this spectacle for the first time. "Does the prince come here often?" Kiva inquired of the healer. "Every week," the woman replied, waving Kiva further into the room, "at least when he's in town. Last winter he was traveling for a while, and the children missed him so much, but after his return, he came straight back. It's truly generous of him to dedicate so much time to them, especially since they're not the only ones he visits regularly." Kiva watched as Jaren raised his hand, whereupon flowers sprouted everywhere in the room and green vines crept up the walls and across the ceiling, until the entire ward was bathed in blooming life. And all at once, Kiva understood what Jaren needed the amulet for disguise. For as far as the populace knew, Prince Deverick possessed wind and fire magic, but nothing more. And if he did something like this often, he must have come up with an explanation for it. For instance, that his family had imbued the amulet with their powers, so he could use them. Which he wasn't actually doing. "Not the only ones?" Kiva asked. The healer nodded. "Oh, Prince Deverick is tireless. He visits all the orphanages and nursing homes in the area, and helps provide food and clothing to the homeless down at the docks. He does so much to alleviate people's suffering." Tears stung Kiva's eyes, and she couldn't utter a reply. The healer, who hadn't missed Kiva's reaction, stepped closer and continued more softly. "Queen Ariana is popular, of course, but Prince Deverick? He is a prince of the people. Our prince. The day he ascends the throne of Avalon will be the most beautiful day in the kingdom's history." She looked over at Jaren, who had by now let the children land again and was now juggling fireballs to their delight. "Great things await this young man. He will be the best king we've ever had. I'm sure of it." Kiva couldn't bear it any longer. For as Jaren next amazed the children with sparkling water droplets floating in the air, it became clear to her that the healer was right. Jaren would be a wonderful king, and Kiva's family wanted to prevent him. Kiva herself wanted to prevent him. "Good heavens! What wild stories are you telling our guest, Healer Tura? Miss Meriden looks as if she's about to faint any moment." Kiva turned away from Jaren and saw that Mattis had just joined them, and apparently the healer had recognized Kiva despite her mask. "We were merely discussing how wonderful our prince is, Matter Mattis," Tura replied. Then she lifted her head. "If you'll excuse me for a moment, it looks like little Katra is particularly mischievous today." She hurried towards a girl who seemed about to wrap one of Jaren's vines around her foot, presumably intending to be pulled up the wall by it and swing through the air. "I had hoped to meet you again, Miss Meriden," Mattis said as soon as they were alone. "When I heard that Prince Deverick would be appearing with company today, I immediately came to see if it was you." "I'm sorry, Matter Mattis," Kiva replied, "but if you want to know if I at Silverthorn—" Mattis waved her hand. "I said you should take your time with the decision, and I meant it." She pulled a screw-top jar with a light paste from under her cloak and handed it to Kiva. "I just wanted to give you this." When Kiva opened the jar, a mixture of familiar scents rose to meet her, though she couldn't identify all of them. "What is this?" "A healing salve for your hand." It took a moment for the words to sink in, but then Kiva abruptly lifted her head and looked the dean in the eyes. Mattis, who didn't seem to notice Kiva's shock, or deliberately ignored it, continued. "The remedy won't make the scar disappear completely, but it will stimulate tissue regeneration, so it will at least fade a little over time." She gestured with her chin towards Jaren. "It would be best if you gave some of it to our prince as well." And then, as if to prove that she had indeed sensed what moved Kiva, Mattis gently took her left hand and pushed up her sleeve, revealing the Z-shaped scar. That scar, which Kiva had been convinced would brand her as a criminal in Mattis's eyes. "Our scars shape us," the dean explained softly, tracing the 3 jagged lines gently with her fingertip. "They tell stories
of courage and steadfastness, stories of our true selves and all the challenges we have accepted and overcome in our lives. She lowered her voice to a whisper and patted Kiva's hand. Not all scars are as visible as this one, and I dare say you carry many more internally. But never forget that every scar holds a certain beauty, and that's why you should never be ashamed of them. With an infinitely loving smile, Mattis released Kiva's hand and left the room without another word. Kiva was so overwhelmed that she just stood there for a moment, breathing deeply. Mattis knew she had been in Zalindov. She knew about it, and it didn't bother her. She hadn't withdrawn her offer, hadn't told Kiva that she unfortunately couldn't start studying at Silverthorn after all, hadn't shattered Kiva's dreams. No, only Kiva herself did that. By dedicating herself to her family's mission and denying herself everything that would enable the life she so desperately desired, and that included Silverthorn. But even now, after learning of her family's betrayal and allowing her feelings for Jaren to grow, she remained loyal to her family and their revenge plans. Because after 10 years, she simply didn't know how to stop, no matter how desperately she wished it were different. As Kiva's heart fought a bitter battle with her mind, she caught Jaren's satisfied gaze. When the prince saw that she was alone again, he waved her over. With a tense smile, Kiva put the screw-top jar into her coat pocket and went to him. As she did, she smiled at the children, who once again erupted in cheers at the sight of another visitor. "What do you say we just have a little fun now?" Jaren suggested. Kiva's smile widened, and at the same time, her heart broke. "Let's do it." Kiva and Jaren spent almost the entire day at Silverthorn, moving from one station to the next, delighting children and adults alike. It didn't matter that Kiva had no elemental magic, for Jaren was more than willing to put all her ideas into action. With a single gesture, he filled the room with unpoppable soap bubbles, made flame creatures dance around a water fountain, and once even conjured an entire tropical rainforest out of thin air. Again and again, Kiva heard the healers rave about how much Jaren's visits meant to the patients, and that many eagerly awaited them all week. A prince of the people, Tura had said, and she was right. With every child's laughter and every new magical trick, it became clear to Kiva that she had a far greater problem than she had previously realized. For whenever Jaren looked at her or touched her, it hit her like a blow. Because she realized what would happen if they spent another night like yesterday's or a morning like today's together. Then she would no longer have the strength to push him away. Then she would hold him as long as she let her, as long as he let her. For Jaren was the man she— "You're so quiet," Jaren remarked, abruptly bringing her racing thoughts to a halt. Her dangerous, dangerous thoughts. Kiva murmured, only hoping her expression didn't betray her. She wished she hadn't taken off her mask after they had left the academy grounds a few minutes ago. "I hope it wasn't too strenuous for you," the prince continued, as they took the riverside road back to the palace in the light of the setting sun. "I just wanted to show you that my life encompasses more than council meetings and boring politics."
That's why I thought. He ran a hand through his hair and looked at the amulet that now hung around Kiva's neck again. "I guess I just wanted to share something with you that I haven't shared with anyone else. I thought you might like it, and you'd have a little fun with it." Kiva saw a series of emotions flit across his face. Doubt, embarrassment, uncertainty, and all of it just because he felt so much for her and her opinion was so important to him. Her voice was rough as she replied, "I liked it, and I had fun. I can't even express how much." Jaren gave her a relieved smile, but something in her expression quickly made it fade again. He pulled her to the riverside railing. "Won't you tell me what's wrong? You seem so sad." He studied her attentively. "Is it because of the sick children? I thought you, as a healer, might not have a problem with it." He hastily added, "Not that I would think you wouldn't care. I just meant—" "I know what you meant," Kiva interrupted him. She had tried so hard to hide her inner turmoil, but as always, Jaren saw through her better than anyone else. "Use her," a voice in her head, suspiciously like Zulika's, echoed. "Seize the chance. This is the perfect opportunity." Kiva began anew, then paused. Again, the amulet shifted on her chest, as if pleading with her not to do it. Or perhaps it was her heart that pleaded. There are things he doesn't even share with the royal council or his family. But perhaps he trusts you. That was definitely Zulika's voice now, and she wasn't finished speaking. Find a legitimate way for us to take the throne, a way for the people of Avalon to accept us as new rulers without resistance. Kiva felt sick. She turned away and rested her arms on the railing, unable to look Jaren in the eyes. It was just hard to experience you with all those people, to see how much you love them and they you. Jaren leaned in beside her, so close that their arms touched. Why was that hard? Because, say it, little sister, because from now on, it's him or us, the Valentis or us. Both are not possible. At the memory of Zulika's words, Kiva closed her eyes. She had made a decision back then, and now she had to stand by it. Because I'm afraid something might happen to you, or your family. She pressed the words out so hastily, as if speaking them would make it easier. A surprised laugh escaped Jaren. What? I know you're not too worried about the rebels right now, Kiva continued more emphatically. But, she gave him a pointedly anxious look. But they kidnapped me, Jaren, and that means they're still active. What if they still manage to harm you somehow? Jaren raised his eyebrows and asked, visibly confused, "You're worried about the rebels?" His astonishment seemed genuine, even though the attack on him had only happened 2 nights ago. "If they try to take the throne," Kiva said, but paused when Jaren laughed again. "Excuse me for interrupting you."
Nahm ihr Gesicht zwischen die Hände und seine Stimme wurde wieder sanfter, als erklärte, »Aber darüber musst du dir absolut keine Sorgen machen, Kiva, das verspreche ich dir. So lästig die Rebellen auch sein mögen, sie haben einfach nicht genug Leute, um die Macht mit Gewalt an sich zu reißen. Und falls doch, würde das Volk niemanden als Herrscher akzeptieren, der so viel unschuldiges Blut vergossen hat.«
»Aber was, wenn sie es ganz anders aufziehen?« beharrte Kiva, die Stirn weiterhin sorgsam gerunzelt. »Was, wenn sie eine Möglichkeit gefunden haben, euch per Gesetz zum Abdanken zu zwingen und dem Volk nichts anderes übrig bleibt, als sie zu akzeptieren?« Sie schluckte bittere Galle hinunter, ehe sie hinzufügte. »Falls zum Beispiel ein Erbe der Corentins unter ihnen wäre, hätten sie doch tatsächlich einen rechtmäßigen Anspruch auf den Thron, oder?«
»Erstens gibt es dafür keinerlei Beweise«, fing Jaren an. »Aber du glaubst, dass es stimmt«, fiel Kiva ihm ins Wort. Widerstrebend nickte Jaren. Dann redete er weiter. »Und zweitens hast du recht. Theoretisch gibt es einen Weg, wie sie sich die Zustimmung der Bevölkerung sichern könnten.« Kivas Herz setzte einen Schlag aus. Theoretisch deshalb, weil die Chance dafür so gering ist, nahezu nicht existent, dass es sich kaum lohnt, einen Gedanken daran zu verschwenden.
Nur mit Mühe brachte Kiva ihre nächste Frage hervor. »Wie kannst du dir da so sicher sein?« Jaren sah sie einen langen Moment schweigend an. Kiva musste ihm nicht einmal etwas vorspielen, denn die Furcht stand ihr so oder so ins Gesicht geschrieben. »Du machst dir echt Sorgen deswegen, oder?« murmelte Jaren. Er legte ihr die Hand in den Nacken und strich sanft mit dem Daumen über die zarte Haut. »Mehr, als du dir vorstellen kannst«, antwortete Kiva wahrheitsgemäß. Jetzt ließ er die Hand an ihrem Arm hinuntergleiten und verschränkte tröstend die Finger mit ihren. »Komm«, sagte er dann leise, »ich möchte dir etwas zeigen.« Jaren führte Kiva in den ihr weniger vertrauten Westteil des Palasts und dort die Flure hinunter, bis sie an eine goldverzierte Tür gelangten. Dahinter lag eine so prunkvolle Bibliothek, dass Kiva nicht anders konnte, als sich eine geschlagene Minute lang mit offenem Mund um die eigene Achse zu drehen. Wie der Rest des Palasts war auch die Bibliothek ganz in Gold- und Weißtönen gehalten. Die Bücherregale ragten mindestens 3 Stockwerke in die Höhe und waren über kleine Wendeltreppen zu erreichen. Auf mehreren Ebenen befanden sich schmale Balkone mit Blick auf die zahlreichen bequemen Lesesesseln im unteren Bereich. Und in der Mitte des Ganzen erhob sich eine massive helle Eiche, die bis unter die mit Malereien verzierte Decke reichte, wie ein uralter Wächter, der die Bücher hütete.
»Darf ich aus deiner Reaktion schließen, dass du noch nie hier warst?« fragte Jaren schmunzelnd. Kiva schüttelte nur stumm vor Ehrfurcht den Kopf. Jaren lachte in sich hinein und führte sie zum Fuß der laublosen Eiche. »Auf die Gefahr hin, dass du diesen Raum nie wieder verlässt, im 1. Stock gibt es eine ganze Abteilung zum Thema Heilkunst und Kräuterkunde. Wir bekommen oft Anfragen von Silverthorn-Studenten, wenn die Akademiebibliothek sie im Stich lässt.
Am liebsten wäre Kiva geradewegs die nächste Wendeltreppe hinaufgerannt und hätte sich kopfüber in die vermutlich seltensten Bücher der Welt gestürzt. Doch stattdessen riss sie sich aus ihrer Trance und fragte: »Was wolltest du mir denn zeigen?« »Das hier.« Jaren blieb vor dem Baumstamm stehen und deutete auf eine schmale, ins Holz gehauene Ablage. Darauf lag ein einziges Buch, dessen Ledereinband abgenutzt wirkte, die Seiten vergilbt und brüchig. Aber im Hinblick darauf, wie alt es war und was es war, befand es sich in verhältnismäßig gutem Zustand. Hier war eindeutig Magie im Spiel. »Ist das?« flüsterte Kiva. »Ja, das evalonische Gesetzbuch«, bestätigte Jaren und blätterte behutsam die uralten Seiten um. Dann sah er Kiva ernst an. »Was ich dir jetzt erzähle, weiß niemand außer meiner Mutter und den Mitgliedern des Königlichen Rats, die amtierende Herrscherin, ihr Thronerbe und die höchsten Würdenträger des Landes. So ist es Brauch, seit Sarana Valentes auf dem Thron saß und die Gesetze erlassen hat, die bis zum heutigen Tage gelten.« Er tippte mit dem Finger auf das Buch. »Nicht einmal mein Vater weiß davon, genauso wenig wie Miri, Cal, Ori oder sonst wer. Nur Mutter, der Rat und ich. Es ist wichtig, dass du das verstehst.« Kiva verstand. Jaren war im Begriff, ihr etwas anzuvertrauen. Sein Leben und sein Königreich. »Vielleicht solltest du es mir dann lieber nicht sagen«, entgegnete sie mit zitternder Stimme. Ein Teil von ihr hoffte, er würde es nicht tun. Denn dieser Teil von ihr fürchtete, dass was auch immer er ihr eröffnen wollte, seinen Untergang besiegeln könnte. Ab jetzt heißt es, er oder wir. Die Valentes oder wir. Beides geht nicht. Kiva verdrängte die Stimme ihrer Schwester aus ihrem Kopf.
»Mir ist wichtig, dass du dich hier sicher fühlst«, erklärte Jaren leise, »und dass du dir keine Sorgen über Dinge machst, die sowieso niemals eintreten werden. Ich muss wohl nicht betonen, dass das hier mein größtes Geheimnis ist. Das größte Geheimnis von ganz Evalon. Aber wenn es dir hilft, nachts ruhiger zu schlafen, dann will ich, dass du davon erfährst. Ich vertraue dir, Kiva. Das sollte dir mittlerweile klar sein. »Tue es nicht«, hätte Kiva ihn am liebsten angefleht. »Bitte, tu es nicht.« Doch sie schwieg, während Jaren weiterblätterte, bis er schließlich innehielt und auf die verblasste Tinte deutete. Der sorgfältig kalligraphierte Text war auf Altevalonisch verfasst, einer Sprache, derer nur noch die größten Gelehrten mächtig waren. Und am unteren Seitenrand war ein Nachtrag hinzugefügt, in so winziger Schrift, dass Kiva die Augen zusammenkneifen musste, um sie zu entziffern. Denn darauf zeigte Jaren: »Wie ich schon sagte, es gibt einen Weg, wie die Rebellen rechtmäßig die Herrschaft über das Königreich übernehmen könnten, und der ist hier beschrieben.« Kivas Puls schnellte in besorgniserregende Höhen. Diese Klausel ist sozusagen im Kleingedruckten unserer eigenen Gesetzgebung verborgen und dokumentiert den einzigen Fall, in dem das evalonische Volk gezwungen wäre, sich unter Wahrung des Friedens einem neuen Herrscher zu unterwerfen. Den einzigen Fall, in dem der herrschende Monarch seinen Thron widerstandslos dem neuen Regenten überlassen müsste. Kiva glaubte, ohnmächtig zu werden. Die Klausel besagt, dass ein jeder, der die vollständige königliche Triade sein eigen nennt, ein unanfechtbares Anrecht auf den Thron hat, ungeachtet jeglicher politischen Machtverhältnisse, Bündnisse und royalen Erbfolgen, zitierte Jaren. Dann runzelte er nachdenklich die Stirn. Daher spielt es im Grunde nicht mal eine Rolle, ob die Rebellen nun einen Corentin-Erben in ihren Reihen haben oder nicht. Aber da ihr gesamtes Bündnis nun mal auf ihrem fehlgeleiteten Streben nach Rache für etwas fußt, das Torvin zweifelsohne verdient hatte, brauchen sie wohl dennoch einen seiner Stammhalter. Sonst hätte sich die Bewegung bestimmt längst aufgelöst. Kiva schwirrte der Kopf. Die königliche Triade, diesen Begriff hatte sie bereits bei der Ratsversammlung aufgeschnappt. Und sie hatte ihn gegenüber ihren Geschwistern erwähnt, die jedoch genauso wenig gewusst hatten, was sich dahinter verbarg. Obwohl es ihr schwer fiel, nahm sie Jarens Worte über Torvin kommentarlos hin und stellte stattdessen mit heiserer Stimme die einzig vertretbare Frage: »Was ist die königliche Triade?« »Sie besteht aus 3 Objekten«, antwortete Jaren und begann erneut zu blättern. »Das erste ist das hier.« Er tippte mit dem Zeigefinger auf das Gesetzbuch. Das zweite ist der königliche Siegelring, den der jeweils amtierende Herrscher Evalons trägt. Unser Familienwappen ist dem Siegel nachempfunden, also ist der Ring im Grunde eine kleinere Version des Amuletts, das du gerade trägst. Allerdings kann er keine Magie speichern. Kiva dachte an den Ring, den sie am vergangenen Abend und schon unzählige Male zuvor an Arianas Finger gesehen hatte. »Also trägt deine Mutter ihn im Moment?« fragte sie. Jaren nickte. Und wenn ich den Thron von ihr erbe, geht er an mich über. Kiva wich seinem Blick aus. Und das dritte Objekt? Jaren zeigte auf die Buchseite, die er aufgeschlagen hatte. Darauf war die Zeichnung zweier Hände zu sehen, in denen ein Edelstein lag. Schlicht, rund und farblos, wie ein Diamant oder lupenreiner Kristall. Das ist das Auge der Götter, erklärte Jaren. Der Grund, warum du dir keine Sorgen machen musst, dass jemand uns den Thron streitig machen könnte. Kiva besah sich das Bild genauer. Welcher Götter denn? Setzen wir uns doch. Jaren führte sie in eine der Leseecken. Erst nachdem sie es sich dort gemütlich gemacht hatten, antwortete er: Du kennst ja die Geschichte von Torvin und Sarana, oder zumindest eine Version davon. Die Variante, die du in Zalindov erzählt hast, hatte ich auch schon gehört. Doch sie ist längst nicht die einzige und auch keine, die ich für wahr halte. Er schüttelte den Kopf. Aber das spielt keine Rolle. Die Geschichten fangen alle gleich an, nämlich an dem Punkt, als die beiden sich verlieben, stimmt's? Kiva nickte. Sie war neugierig auf die anderen Versionen, wollte Jaren jedoch nicht unterbrechen. Der Legende zufolge weilten zur Zeit ihrer gemeinsamen Regentschaft noch einige der alten Götter auf dieser Welt, ehe sie sich ganz ins Schattenreich zurückzogen, erzählte Jaren. Nachdem Sarana und Torvin zusammengefunden hatten, beschlossen aber auch diese Götter, dass sie hier nicht länger gebraucht wurden. Sie wähnten unser Volk in Sicherheit und unser Land durch die kraftvolle Magie seiner beiden Herrscher geschützt. Bis heute heißt es, wer das Auge der Götter in Händen hält, hat ihren Segen, in ihrem Namen zu regieren. Just now you said this eye was the reason I didn't have to worry, Kiva blurted out, her lips completely numb. So far, however, I find nothing of what you're telling me particularly reassuring. Jaren chuckled. Indeed, he chuckled. Take a deep breath, he said, squeezing her hand encouragingly. You don't have to worry about it, because it's almost impossible to steal the eye. It is? Don't tell me where it is, Kiva interrupted him. Jaren smiled indulgently. As I said, I trust you, and besides, you couldn't do much with the knowledge anyway. Even if you wanted to steal the stone, there would still be an entire army in the way. Kiva couldn't quite follow him und blinkte. The eye has always been in the custody of the acting commander of the Evalonian armed forces, Jaren erklärte. That means, right now, he's with Ashlyn, hundreds of miles north of here. And not only does Ashlyn possess very powerful wind and earth magic, a potential thief would also have to contend with our entire army to get to the stone. He could just conquer Avalon directly, without choosing the path via the Triad. Jaren pausete, zu sehen, Kiva was aufmerksam war, und dann konkludierte. Die Faktum ist, die Rebels don't have an army large enough for that. And should that ever change, we will make other arrangements. Slowly der Knot in Kivas Chest löste sich. Was reichlich uns haut, Haber Jaren, kontinuierte er, noch in einem konversationalen Ton, aber sein Angesicht hatte nachtraglich verhärtet. Ist die Allianz zwischen Miraven und Karamor. Deren kombinierte Forcen wären sicherlich ein Match für uns. Aber selbst wenn sie bewusst wären von der Stonungsbedeutung, welche sie nicht haben, sie vermutlich keine Rolle damit spielen würden. Sie haben kein Interesse an einem legalen Teil der Macht, würden nicht mit der Royal Triad handrieren, sondern gleich einen militärischen Streit angreifen. Er schwieg Kivas Hand wieder, vermutlich spürend seine Nachspannung wieder. Aber das wird nicht passieren. Wir monitoren alle Mountainpässe und haben alle Vorteile auf unserer Seite. Niemand kann uns eine Gefahr posieren, nicht Miraven, nicht Karamor und schlicht nicht die Rebels. Niemand von ihnen posiert eine Gefahr für uns, und das wird nicht ändern, Triad oder ohne. Kiva glaubte, ohnmächtig zu werden. Die Klausel besagt, dass ein jeder, der die vollständige königliche Triade sein eigen nennt, ein unanfechtbares Anrecht auf den Thron hat. Ungeachtet jeglicher politischen Machtverhältnisse, Bündnisse und royalen Erbfolgen, zitierte Jaren. Dann runzelte er nachdenklich die Stirn. Daher spielt es im Grunde nicht mal eine Rolle, ob die Rebellen nun einen Correntin-Erben in ihren Reihen haben oder nicht. Aber da ihr gesamtes Bündnis nun mal auf ihrem fehlgeleiteten Streben nach Rache für etwas fußt, das Torvin zweifelsohne verdient hatte, brauchen sie wohl dennoch einen seiner Stammhalter. Sonst hätte sich die Bewegung bestimmt längst aufgelöst. Kiva schwirrte der Kopf. Die königliche Triade, diesen Begriff hatte sie bereits bei der Ratsversammlung aufgeschnappt. Und sie hatte ihn gegenüber ihren Geschwistern erwähnt, die jedoch genauso wenig gewusst hatten, was sich dahinter verbarg. Obwohl es ihr schwer fiel, nahm sie Jarens Worte über Torvin kommentarlos hin und stellte stattdessen mit heiserer Stimme die einzig vertretbare Frage. Was ist die königliche Triade?
Sie besteht aus 3 Objekten, antwortete Jaren und begann erneut zu blättern. Das erste ist das hier. Er tippte mit dem Zeigefinger. Das zweite ist der königliche Siegelring, den der jeweils amtierende Herrscher Evalons trägt. Unser Familienwappen ist dem Siegel nachempfunden, also ist der Ring im Grunde eine kleinere Version des Amuletts, das du gerade trägst. Allerdings kann er keine Magie speichern. Kiva dachte an den Ring, den sie am vergangenen Abend und schon unzählige Male zuvor an Arianas Finger gesehen hatte. »Also trägt deine Mutter ihn im Moment?« fragte sie. Jaren nickte. »Und wenn ich den Thron von ihr erbe, geht er an mich über.« Kiva wich seinem Blick aus. »Und das dritte Objekt?« Jaren zeigte auf die Buchseite, die er aufgeschlagen hatte. Darauf war die Zeichnung 2 Hände zu sehen, in denen ein Edelstein lag, schlicht, rund und farblos, wie ein Diamant oder lupenreiner Kristall. »Das ist das Auge der Götter«, erklärte Jaren. »Der Grund, warum du dir keine Sorgen machen musst, dass jemand uns den Thron streitig machen könnte.« Kiva besah sich das Bild genauer. »Welcher Götter denn? Setzen wir uns doch.« Jaren führte sie in eine der Leseecken. Erst nachdem sie es sich dort gemütlich gemacht hatten, antwortete er. »Du kennst ja die Geschichte von Torvin und Sarana, oder zumindest eine Version davon. Die Variante, die du in Zalindov erzählt hast, hatte ich auch schon gehört. Doch sie ist längst nicht die einzige und auch keine, die ich für wahr halte.« Er schüttelte den Kopf. »Aber das spielt keine Rolle. Die Geschichten fangen alle gleich an, nämlich an dem Punkt, als die beiden sich verlieben, stimmt's?« Kiva nickte. Sie war neugierig auf die anderen Versionen, wollte Jaren jedoch nicht unterbrechen. Der Legende zufolge weilten zur Zeit ihrer gemeinsamen Regentschaft noch einige der alten Götter auf dieser Welt, ehe sie sich ganz ins Schattenreich zurückzogen, erzählte Jaren. Nachdem Sarana und Torvin zusammengefunden hatten, beschlossen aber auch diese Götter, dass sie hier nicht länger gebraucht wurden. Sie wähnten unser Volk in Sicherheit und unser Land durch die kraftvolle Magie seiner beiden Herrscher geschützt. Bis heute heißt es, wer das Auge der Götter in Händen hält, hat ihren Segen, in ihrem Namen zu regieren. »Aber da you said this eye was the reason I didn't have to worry«, Kiva blurted out, her lips completely numb. »So far, however, I find nothing of what you're telling me particularly reassuring.« Jaren chuckled. Indeed, he chuckled. »Take a deep breath«, he said, squeezing her hand encouragingly. »You don't have to worry about it, because it's almost impossible to steal the eye.« »It is? Don't tell me where it is«, Kiva interrupted him. Jaren smiled indulgently. »As I said, I trust you, and besides, you couldn't do much with the knowledge any—«
Excuse me. It's just, I understand, he interrupted her gently. You're just worried. But I hope it's clearer to you now that there's no reason for it. It was, indeed. Just as clear as the fact that she had wasted 10 years of her life on a plan that was doomed to fail from the start. Even if the rebels were to outnumber the royal army one day, the Avalonian people would never tolerate a violent takeover of power. The rebels would therefore not only have to defeat the royal army, but also snatch the eye of the gods from the magically gifted general, which they would hardly succeed in doing if Ashlyn Valentis was of the same caliber as her family. But Kiva feared that the rebels would not be deterred from their plan even by this, at least not with Zulika as their leader, as future queen. A war is not won without sacrifices, little sister. Come on. Jaren pulled her out of her disturbing thoughts. Since we're already here, I can show you around a bit more. And as Kiva followed the Crown Prince through the magnificent library, she pondered everything she had just learned without knowing what to do with it. When Kiva returned to her room that evening, a message awaited her on her bed. At the sight of her sister's handwriting, her entire body tensed. The encrypted text contained an address and a time, followed by a roughly sketched map with directions, which had clearly been hastily added by Tyrell. The thought of a rebel spy having snuck into her room caused an uneasy feeling in Kiva. She wondered if she should ignore the message, especially since she still hadn't gotten over the disastrous lunch. But as much as her family's betrayal hurt, Kiva was determined to put an end to the matter. If she cared about a good relationship with her sister, a wish she, to her own annoyance, simply couldn't turn off, then she had to at least give Zulika a chance to explain herself. As Kiva looked more closely at the directions, she realized that her siblings wanted to meet her at the docks, just a short walk away. And since the proposed time was imminent, she quickly slipped into her coat, strapped Nari's dagger to her calf, and crept out of the room again. Although she was strictly speaking doing nothing forbidden by meeting with her siblings, at least as long as one disregarded the fact that the two were rebels, Kiva decided not to take any risks. Therefore, she used the secret hatch in the tunnels so that no one would notice her leaving the palace. Back on the surface, she jogged through the small part towards the luminium-lit streets and then moved northeast. She repeatedly recalled Tor's sketch and Kaldon's city tour from the previous week. The harbor was located directly at the mouth of the Serin and was frequented by ships from all over the world that came to Valenia via the Tetranic Sea. During the day, the warehouses and storerooms at the docks were bustling. Freighters of all sizes were loaded and unloaded, and at market stalls, one could buy fish and seafood, fine silks, spices, soaps, perfumes, and other goods from overseas. In the evening, however, the docks were as good as deserted, as Kiva now noted. And although her siblings' motives were quite clear to her, she cursed them for choosing such a lonely place as a meeting point. Wrapped tightly in her coat, Kiva hurried through the dark streets until she finally reached the specified address, a small warehouse nestled between two much larger depots. Just as she was about to look for the entrance, someone called her name in the oppressively narrow alley between the buildings. Suspiciously, she blinked into the darkness and finally spotted Tor and Zulika, who waved her over. "Couldn't we have met during the day?" she complained to her siblings. The alley was so narrow that they barely had room to stand next to each other. "You two might have 10 years of combat training behind you, but I can barely handle a wooden sword. Pretty clear who of us would bite the dust in an ambush." Tor grinned at her tirade. Zulika, however, didn't even twitch a corner of her mouth. As Kiva looked more closely at her sister, she noticed her visible discomfort. "Thanks for coming." Zulika shifted her weight from one leg to the other and avoided Kiva's gaze. She snorted in frustration and started anew. "I called you here because I wanted to apologize to you about yesterday, about what you had to find out, and especially how. I handled the matter quite clumsily, in every respect. That also applies to my behavior at lunch. I know that's no excuse, but it was just hard to be in the palace, with them. I let my emotions get the better of me, and that wasn't good." Kiva looked at Zulika in surprise. She had had all sorts of guesses as to why her siblings wanted to meet her, but she certainly hadn't expected her sister to stammer an apology, and even less that she actually sounded sincere. "Zulika has thought about everything," Tor interjected, his crossed arms and stern expression leaving no doubt that he was the one who had urged her to do so. "She knows she made a lot of mistakes, not just yesterday, but also back then, when she didn't ensure you were freed from Zalindov. That was Mother's fault," Zulika defended herself. "She really convinced me that you would be safer in there with your magic, and we were the same because of it. I was also very young, Kiva, young and easily influenced. Of course I listened to her then. Her arguments sounded plausible, that we would all be exposed if someone found out about you, that all our plans would fail. But as long as you were in Zalindov, she said, there was no danger to us out here. And," she broke off hastily. None of this was new to Kiva, and even if she could understand it to a certain extent, it simply wasn't enough to send a child through hell. "And what?" she pressed relentlessly. Zulika hesitated briefly. "This sounds really terrible now, but..." She took a deep breath and then continued almost inaudibly. "I didn't want to end up in Zalindov too. The mere thought gave me the worst nightmares." Kiva closed her eyes, unable to even look at her sister. She knew all too well that the thought of Zalindov could cause nightmares, but for her, these nightmares had been reality for 10 years. "I'm sorry," Zulika whispered. "I shouldn't have listened to Mother, I know that now. I should have told Tor and gotten you out of there with him. Instead, we abandoned you. I abandoned you." Kiva felt shattered and needed a moment to collect her thoughts. She had lost 10 years of her life, so she couldn't just forgive Zulika and pretend it had never happened. On the other hand, her sister was right. She had also been young back then. If Kiva had been in her place, wouldn't she have trusted her mother to do the right thing? With a deep sigh, she replied, Let's try to forget all this. As you said yesterday, we can't change the past." Zulika stared at her in surprise, just like Terrell. "So, is everything okay?" Zulika asked cautiously. "No, it's not."
Kiva's voice echoed in the dark alley before she quickly lowered it again. "It's not okay that you tried to kill Jaren the night before last, and it's not okay that Naari lost her hand because of you, but I can't change that either. And if I don't want to completely lose my mind, then I have to—" "Wait a minute," Terrell interrupted her, his eyebrows furrowed. "I knew about Naari's hand, but what was that about Jaren?" He turned to Zulika, but her gaze remained fixed on Kiva. "If I had wanted to kill the prince, he would be dead now," she said. "But that wasn't my intention. I just wanted to shake him up a bit, to remind him that we still exist." Kiva could only marvel at Zulika's seemingly inexhaustible self-confidence. "He knows you still exist," she countered. "He just doesn't consider you a particularly big threat."
And since today, I also know why. The two raised their heads interestedly, and Kiva hastily considered how she could soften her words. Then, however, she realized that it wasn't necessary at all. Jaren and his family had nothing to fear, even if she told what he had confided in her. Not as long as one of the three objects that could doom them was hundreds of miles away and protected by both magic and an entire army. "Why, Kiva?" asked Terrell, who had transformed from a loving brother into a commanding general within seconds. Kiva was torn. On the one hand, she was still dismayed by the realization that her family had no chance of gaining power quickly and legally. On the other hand, great things await this young man. He will be the best king we have ever had. The words of Tula, the healer, seemed more than true to Kiva, especially after she had experienced Jaren with the patients today and seen how much he committed himself to his people, not just with words, but also with actions. One thing was clear: the kingdom would be better off in his hands. Although it felt like a betrayal of her own family, Kiva could not for the life of her imagine Evelyn with Zulika as queen or Tor as king. And she certainly didn't want to be on the throne herself. She had no idea about politics or diplomacy, and she had almost died of boredom in her hiding place when the conversation at the council meeting had turned to everyday government affairs. Just the thought of having to attend such conferences made something wither inside her. Jaren, on the other hand, had been prepared for his role from childhood and was completely absorbed in it. He was a true prince of the people. And so, Kiva's relief that Jaren's family's throne was safe, at least for the time being, clearly outweighed everything else. "Kiva?" Tor asked when she didn't answer. "Have you found out anything new?" She ran her tongue over her lips. "Yes, but you won't like it." With a bad feeling in her stomach, she told her siblings about her visit to the palace library, the Evelonian law book, and everything she had learned about the royal triad. About Jaren's greatest secret, known only to his mother and the royal council, and now also his mortal enemies. Kiva felt miserable abusing his trust in this way, but she comforted herself with the thought that she couldn't harm him with it. Her siblings wouldn't be able to do anything with the information, and Jaren would never find out that Kiva had passed it on. After she had finished reporting, it was completely silent, except for a faint dripping and a hissing cat somewhere in the dark alley. Then Tor angrily slammed his fist against the wall. "Gosh damn it," he cursed and hit it a second time. Kiva grabbed his arm in alarm, and the sight of his bloody knuckles made her wince. Reflexively, she reached for her magic to ease his pain. But nothing. Dolores' potion. Kiva had completely forgotten that she currently had no access to her magic, not even if she wanted to. "Calm down." Zulika placed a hand on her brother's shoulder. "There was never a guarantee that Kiva would find anything that could help us. That doesn't change our plans." "That's the problem." Tor raised his arms in despair. "It changes nothing, and that means we have to continue as before." Zulika's eyes narrowed. "And why is that a problem?" "I'm tired of watching so many people sacrifice themselves for something I'm not even sure I still believe in," Tor's words shot through Kiva's mind, words Zulika would never understand. "It's my fault." Kiva rushed to his aid. "You tasked me with finding a legitimate path to the throne, and I failed. I'm sorry." "You did what you could, little sister," Zulika countered. She had remained much calmer than Kiva had feared, but she also had a lot to make up for after the past day,
after the past 10 years. And are you absolutely sure, Zulika continued, that it's impossible to steal the triad? This eye seems to be the most difficult part of the whole thing. Is it really that well secured? Jaren said it's always in the care of the acting general, Kiva replied. That means it's with Ashlyn, protected by the army and her magic. Zulika sighed. Well, that's indeed bad news. But we won't give up so quickly. We always knew that we wouldn't be able to conquer the throne overnight. We just have to be patient. Kiva secretly looked over at Terrell, who was staring angrily into the darkness. I would never have chosen this life. At the memory, a lump formed in her throat, and she snuggled against Tor to offer him comfort in a way that wouldn't make Zulika suspicious. Tor exhaled loudly, put his arm around Kiva's shoulder, and pulled her close. His gaze fell on Kiva's neck, and he stiffened. "What's that?" he asked, lifting the delicate gold chain. "A gift from Jaren," Kiva explained, pulling the amulet from her collar. "Last night there was a small incident with his mother, and afterwards he gave me this. It's supposed to protect me from further magic attacks." Terrell and Zulika stared at her. "The Queen attacked you?" Tor exclaimed. "Are you okay?" Zulika asked, and the concern in her voice meant more to Kiva than her apology earlier. Kiva decided not to tell them how narrowly she had escaped death in the Queen's salon. She had already caused them enough distress for one evening. "Yes, everything's fine," she therefore only said. "Jaren saved me with his magic." "With fire magic against the Queen's water magic?" Zulika asked, raising an eyebrow. "How so?" "He also has a bit of air magic. Have you forgotten?" Kiva retorted quick-wittedly. "He hurled Ariana across the room with a gust of wind." Which wasn't even a lie. Her siblings didn't need to know that Jaren had also used his water magic to defeat Ariana's. "He did what?" Terrell's eyes widened. "And then he used the wind again to push the door shut behind us and lock his mother in her salon," Kiva continued. "Amazing," Terrell said, full of admiration. "Yes, that was quite impressive," Kiva admitted. "What the Valentis can do with their magic." She shook her head. "No one should possess that much power," Zulika remarked darkly, but adding a little more lightheartedly. "But luckily their powers are also limited. Just imagine if we had a second Serana Valentis among us, with all 4 elemental powers at once. Well, that would really worry me." It cost Kiva all the self-control she possessed not to show anything. She could have simply told them the truth. After all, they were her siblings. But I trust you, Kiva. That should be clear to you by now. Kiva had already betrayed Jaren in so many ways, but on this one point, she was determined not to. "So, this amulet," Tor examined the pendant in the dark, "does it protect you from elemental magic?" Kiva nodded and began to explain the function of the gemstones to her siblings. Curious, they both leaned forward, and Zulika ran a finger over the individual gemstones. "You're really lucky that the prince cares so much about you," she declared. "What a gift." "Still, I hope I won't need it again," Kiva replied. Tor tilted his head. "I thought Jaren only gave it to you after the attack." "Yes," Kiva confirmed, "but also back in Zalindov. Well, strictly speaking, I got it from Mirren there. Anyway, it got me through the fire trial, otherwise I would probably have been nothing but a pile of ashes afterwards." Her brother turned pale. Zulika, however, continued to stare thoughtfully at the amulet until Kiva made it disappear under her collar again. Only that seemed to snap her sister out of her brooding. "We should head back soon," she said. "But with all the commotion yesterday, we haven't even gotten around to asking you how things were with Nana Delora. Your message made it sound like the visit had accomplished something." "You were right about one thing, at least. She doesn't particularly like you," Kiva answered. "At first, she thought I had come to steal Torvin's dagger."
But I eventually managed to dissuade her from that. Then, turning to her brother, she added, "She really does use it for chopping herbs, just as you suspected." Tor snorted. "Sounds like her. She showed it to you?" Zulika inquired, astonished. "I thought she kept it hidden." "She does," Kiva replied. "She keeps it in a hollowed-out book titled 1001 Cakes and Tarts, and she didn't show it to me to brag, but because she brewed me a potion that suppresses my magic." "So she actually could help you?" Tor looked relieved. "Just like Zulika. I'm glad, little mouse. However, it's not a long-term solution, Kiva qualified. The potion only lasted for a few days. I'll need more tomorrow. So you want to go to her again? Zulika asked. Kiva nodded. Then I have a request, her sister said. I know it's a lot to ask, but I keep thinking about it since we talked about it the other day. So she took a deep breath. Do you think you could, bring us the dagger? Kiva let out a short, incredulous laugh. No. As soon as I show even the slightest interest in the thing, Delora will throw me out on my ear. Into the swamp, where Marcello waited. Kiva shivered. Just because Zulika tucked a dark strand of hair behind her ear, you know that the dagger stands for Torvin's regency among the rebels, and such symbols are important, especially now that Mother is no longer here. Her voice broke a little. It would certainly be easier for the people to accept us as their new leaders if we had the dagger. The dagger of the Corentines, finally returned to its family's possession. That sounded plausible, yet Kiva objected. But if Delora refused to give it to Mother, why would she hand it over to me? Delora is a grumpy old hag who mainly doesn't hand over the dagger because she can't stand us. But she helped you, Zulika explained. That must mean something. Couldn't you at least ask? She added, almost pleadingly. Again, Kiva thought of Marcello and grimaced. But then she gave in. I can't promise anything, but if Delora is in a reasonably good mood tomorrow, I'll try. Zulika beamed. Thank you. Kiva wished she could see her smile like that more often. This was the sister she remembered, the warm-hearted girl from back then, not the hardened rebel leader. Maybe there was still a little hope. We should get going soon. Terrell peered towards the harbor basin. The shift change is coming. Someone might see us. Zulika looked at Kiva questioningly. Or should we accompany you back to the palace? Although Kiva had complained earlier about the possibility of being ambushed, she waved it off. Not necessary. We will convene a meeting with the other rebel leaders to discuss our further course of action, Zulika explained. It might take a while for that to happen. The camps are spread across the entire kingdom, but something like that is better discussed in person. There are other camps? Kiva asked, surprised. Zulika chuckled. Our number of followers has been growing for years. Did you really think the few people at Oak Hollow were all we had to offer? A fearful feeling spread through Kiva. But she comforted herself with the thought that there were apparently no further plans yet, no concrete mission, at least for the time being. You'll hear from us, Tor said with such an expressionless face, as if he had suddenly fallen back into the silent resignation of the last 10 years. And you'll hear from me if I find out anything in the meantime, Kiva replied, not entirely sure if she would be able to keep her promise. The lines were blurring increasingly, and nothing could be divided as clearly into good and evil, black and white as before. Primarily, you should focus on maintaining your cover and suppressing your magic, Zulika said. Then she added, and please, try to convince Delora to give you the dagger. That would... She fell silent, but the longing in her eyes spoke for itself. I'll do my best, Kiva promised her again. After a brief farewell, Zulika and Terrell disappeared back into the dark alley, and Kiva also hurried back. But before she had even passed the first warehouse, a tall figure emerged from the building's shadow. Kiva instinctively pulled Na'ari's dagger from her boot. At the same moment, however, the figure pulled back their hood, and Kalden's face appeared beneath it. By the gods, you scared me! Kiva forced a laugh and lowered the dagger. I thought I was done for. You are, believe me, Kalden replied, his voice as icy as his gaze. Oh? Kiva feigned innocence, while her pulse began to race. She was relatively sure that the prince had not overheard the conversation with her siblings. The alley had simply been too narrow for him to approach unnoticed. Nevertheless, it had obviously not escaped him that the three had met, nor the fact that Kiva had secretly slipped out of the palace. Kalden was no fool. If he had followed her, it wasn't without reason. Spit it out, sunshine, he said, fixing her like a predator. What did those two want from you? Zulika wanted to apologize for yesterday, Kiva answered quickly, which was at least partly true. Kalden stopped directly in front of her. All right, let me put it another way. He leaned forward, and his eyes sparkled like cobalt blue fire. What did the viper and the jackal want from you? Kiva's world fell apart. Sheer panic surged through her body, making her instinctively raise the dagger.
but Calden reacted lightning fast. He grabbed her wrist and spun her around, pressing her back against his chest. At the same time, his other hand closed around the dagger's hilt, pressing the blade against her throat. "Do you really think that's a good idea?" he whispered in her ear. Kiva's heart pounded. She was exposed, and now she would die. But then Calden let her go. 1 second, Kiva had seen her life flash before her eyes. The next, she was free and stumbled as Calden roughly turned her to face him. "Just to clarify a few things," he said casually, as he stowed Naari's dagger in his belt. "First, I know who you are, Kiva Corentine, and I have almost from the beginning." Kiva felt dizzy. "Captain Varys recognized you right away during your first trial," he explained, which Kiva already knew thanks to the overheard council meeting. "Before I visited you in the infirmary back then, he told me about the evening you and your father were arrested. However, he still believes you are Kiva Meriden. Your luck," Calden continued sarcastically, "that his interest in this girl who risked her life for the rebel queen was limited. I, on the other hand, was curious, procured files, and obsessively searched for information about you and your father, until I finally found out who else belonged to your family. So much for Meriden," he snorted. "The prison files, then. However, they shouldn't have contained anything incriminating about Kiva, and certainly nothing that allowed conclusions about her ancestry. How thoroughly must Calden have researched if he still found out?" Kiva began to tremble all over. "As I said, I've known for months, so don't be overcome with fear." For months. Calden had known for months, and yet he had saved her, trained her, befriended her. "Don't you understand it yet? You're important to us, Kiva." He had known who she was the whole time. "Why?" Kiva whispered, unable to speak louder. "Your family means everything to you. Why didn't you betray me if you knew how dangerous I could be to them, to all of you?" "Because I thought I could still use you," Kiva replied promptly. Kiva raised her eyebrows. "Lately, we've had trouble infiltrating spies among the rebels, and I thought maybe you could open some doors for us. For that, I just had to gain your trust. And if I hadn't succeeded, I would have blackmailed you. I certainly had enough leverage." Although Kiva herself had just been exposed as a traitor, she felt hurt by Calden's revelation. "But then I got to know you better," he continued, "and realized that you're not the treacherous little rebel I took you for."
"And after weeks in the Winter Palace, it was clear to me that you feel enough for Jaren to question your mission, whatever it was. So I decided to wait and see what you would do, who you would choose. You have to choose, Kiva. From now on, it's him or us, the Valentis or us." Kiva banished her sister's voice from her head and asked with a dry mouth, "Choose?" Calden ignored her feigned confusion. "I admit the matter of your kidnapping came quite as a surprise, but I assume that was your sister's idea." Then he frowned. "However, I still don't know why we were attacked by Miravans after I got rid of your rebel friends. The other day, when you drugged me and disappeared, I seriously thought they might have captured you. The Miravans, that is. I knew you weren't in danger from the rebels." He rolled his eyes. "By the way, I'm still mad about that stunt. Knocked out by a cup of herbal tea? How pathetic is that? And Terrell?" Kiva's thoughts raced. "You claimed you found him attractive, but if you already knew who he was—" "Oh, come on," Calden interrupted her. "Have you even looked at the boy? Corentin or not, anyone with eyes in their head would find him attractive." Kiva rubbed her temples, but paused as another realization struck her. "But you didn't tell Jaren anything." "Of course, that's the only thing that interests you," Calden grumbled, looking up at the sky. "It's not," Kiva defended herself, "but it's still important to me." "And why?" Calden pressed relentlessly. "Because you know the truth will break his heart?" Kiva looked down. "I never wanted it to come to that. Never." "Oh, so you didn't make us fall for you so you could stab us in the back? That wasn't your plan at all?" "No, I didn't. And after weeks in the Winter Palace, it was clear to me that you feel enough for Jaren to question your mission, whatever it was. So I decided to wait and see what you would do, who you would choose. You have to choose, Kiva. From now on, it's him or us, the Valentis or us." Kiva banished her sister's voice from her head and asked with a dry mouth, "Choose?" Calden ignored her feigned confusion.
I admit, the matter of your kidnapping came quite as a surprise, but I assume that was your sister's idea. Then he frowned. However, I still don't know why we were attacked by Muravans after I got rid of your rebel friends. The other day, when you drugged me and disappeared, I seriously thought they might have captured you, the Muravans, that is. I knew you weren't in danger from the rebels. He rolled his eyes. By the way, I'm still mad about that stunt. Knocked out by a cup of herbal tea? How pathetic is that? And Terrell? Kiva's thoughts raced. You claimed you found him attractive, but if you already knew who he was— Oh, come on, Calden interrupted her. Have you even looked at the boy? Quarantine or not, anyone with eyes in their head would find him attractive. Kiva rubbed her temples, but paused as another realization struck her. But you didn't tell Jaren anything. Of course, that's the only thing that interests you, Calden grumbled, looking up at the sky. It's not, Kiva defended herself, but it's still important to me. And why? Calden pressed relentlessly. Because you know the truth will break his heart? Kiva looked down. I never wanted it to come to that. Never. Oh, so you didn't make us fall for you so you could stab us in the back? That wasn't your plan at all? No, I didn't. I didn't want to. But that wasn't true. She had left Zalindov with the goal of infiltrating the palace and spying on the royal family to gauge their weaknesses and exploit them. That had been her plan from the beginning, her decision. But not anymore. Kiva had made her choice. She could no longer cling to her pain of the last 10 years, using it as justification for being about to overthrow a royal family whose heir to the throne would give his life for his people. Because that was exactly the kind of ruler Evelyn needed. And suddenly, she understood. This revenge plan was not hers, but her mother's. She was not obliged to carry it out. She could forgive the Valentis, bury old enmities, and just be Kiva Meriden. After all, she was not only the daughter of the rebel queen, but also her father's, the daughter of the healer Farron Meriden, who had awakened so many dreams in her. Dreams she could realize by leaving her past behind, by leaving Kiva Quarantine behind. It was as if a burden lifted from her shoulders, so suddenly that she staggered for a moment. It's all right, she whispered, as Calden reached out a hand to her. You seemed quite lost in thought just now, he remarked. What are you pondering so intently? Kiva looked up and met his serious gaze. She thought of all he had told her, how he had discovered her secret and kept it to himself, how he had decided to give her a chance. She never would have guessed that she could find an ally in Calden, and certainly not a friend. I'm sorry, she whispered. You're right, I worked for my family, but that's over. I haven't given my siblings any useful information, nothing that helps them, at least not immediately. They'll have to come up with a new plan, and that could take a while. Weeks, months, maybe even years, who knows? All I know is, she swallowed, that it's over. Hastily she added, of course, I still love them, but I also— The name stuck in her throat, so she changed course. Your family is important to me too. And if I'm honest, it's been clear to me for a while now that I don't want to harm any of you. None of you. That's over. A moment passed. Then another. Kiva stared unblinkingly at the ground, fully aware that she had just confessed to betraying the royal family, which would have given Calden every right to plunge Nari's dagger into her heart. Her life was in his hands, and had been for months. The unbearable silence stretched on until Calden finally, at last, released her from her torment. Well, there you go. Wasn't so hard, or was it? His amused tone made Kiva look up, and then her eyes widened in surprise as the prince impulsively embraced her. You're an absolute nuisance, Sunshine, he growled, but at least it's never boring with you. Kiva made a sound that was half laugh, half sob, and hugged Calden tightly. Aren't you angry with me at all? You're not serious, are you? He retorted, letting go of Kiva. You're part of a plot to ruin me and my relatives, our entire kingdom. And just because I knew about it the whole time doesn't mean I'm not really angry with you. Kiva bit her lip, and Calden relented.
But if anyone knows how important family ties are, it's me. Your sister may be an incorrigible, difficult person, but your brother is incredibly attractive, I get it. But your brother, Calden repeated, unperturbed, didn't seem to have his heart in it either, did he? Kiva flinched back in surprise. How do you know that? Calden shrugged. I didn't meet him for the first time yesterday, even if I pretended to. Kiva's mouth dropped open. You knew him before? The prince shook his head. Knew would be an exaggeration. But the last time my sister was in Valenia to report on the state of the troops, I cleared the field for a while as... He broke off and scrutinized Kiva with a frown. I know Jaren told you about my tragic past. You made that pretty clear the other night when you showed up at the barracks in the middle of the night, so save the irritated face. Kiva tried to maintain a neutral expression. It's really a mystery to me how you managed to fool everyone for so long, Calden commented dryly before continuing. Anyway, on my little trip, I ended up in a village where the rebels happened to be recruiting members. Eventually, the village guards got fed up with the inflammatory propaganda and things escalated into violence. Kiva grimaced and looked across the river. It was pure chaos, Calden continued. Eventually, the whole village was beating each other's heads in. Some fought on the side of the guards, others helped the rebels. Everyone against everyone, men, women, even children. Suddenly his voice changed. And then I saw your brother. He suddenly stood there like an avenging god, and people froze in awe just at the sight of his jackal mask. But what amazed me most, he didn't attack anyone. On the contrary, he defended the people. Everyone. Even the guards. What? Kiva whispered. He was very careful that no one noticed, Calden explained. But I was sitting on a roof and had a pretty good overview. Eventually, he hid behind a house and took off his mask. And after he was no longer operating as the jackal, he started protecting exactly the people his rebel comrades wanted to get their hands on. He knocked out the most dangerous attackers from both sides, but seriously harmed no one. It was so crazy that I haven't told anyone about it to this day. Your brother is a pretty impressive man, and I mean really impressive. Wait a minute, Kiva interrupted him. You were sitting on a roof? Calden scratched his cheek and looked past her. I don't really know how I ended up there myself, which might very well be because I had drowned my frustration in the tavern beforehand until I could barely walk straight, let alone get involved in any fights. He wrinkled his nose. Bad luck, one might say. But from up there, I had the best view. At the thought of Calden, completely drunk, observing the battle and simultaneously swooning over her brother, the rebel leader, Kiva could no longer contain herself. Glad that amuses you so much, the prince grumbled.
Who cares that I had a hell of a headache for 3 days afterwards? Sounds like you deserved it, Kiva retorted, still giggling. Calden snorted, but did not contradict. Anyway, he returned to their original topic. Your brother didn't seem as convinced of his mission back then as one would expect. He isn't, Kiva admitted. He didn't choose his life as a rebel. He's more trapped in it, Calden guessed. Exactly, the prince sighed. Well, it's quite possible that will change after tonight, isn't it? You said the rebels would have to reorient themselves first. Maybe he'll find an opportunity to jump ship through that. After seeing the resignation in Tyrell's eyes, Kiva dared to doubt it. Nevertheless, she would not give up hope, and would do everything to ensure that he would one day make the same decision as she did. The same decision, she suddenly realized, that her grandmother had also made. And until 10 years ago, it had also been her mother's decision. After all, she had stuck to it for almost her entire life. Breaking away from the rebels was not impossible. Of course, it would be very hard after all the suffering the Valentis had brought upon Kiva's family. But if she managed to forgive them, then what's on your mind? Calden asked, smoothing the furrow between Kiva's eyebrows with his index finger. That you might be right. That Tor could leave his rebel existence behind with a little help. That he could decide over his own life again, just like me. Excuse me if I say this so bluntly, but in that regard, you still have a lot of work ahead of you, Calden remarked, with a gesture in the direction where her siblings had disappeared. In some regard, we all still have a lot of work ahead of us, Kiva conjured, and had to think again about how narrowly she had escaped a catastrophe tonight. If anyone other than Calden had followed her, if anyone else had done the same research as him, if Calden cared less about her or had come to the conclusion that the risk of keeping Kiva alive was too great. You really have to stop that, Calden chided, and again stroked the spot between her eyebrows. If you keep frowning so often, you'll soon look 30 years older than you are. With a bit of bad luck, even 40. Kiva slapped his hand away and deliberately furrowed her brow even more. Very pretty, he commented. Truly charming. Have you always been such a pain in the neck? You just bring out my best sides, apple cheeks. Kiva gave him a sour look. Calden chuckled to himself, but quickly became serious again. It's late. We should start heading back. But first, I have to ask you something. Oh, and I thought you already knew everything about me, Kiva shot back. Do you possess healing magic? For a moment, Kiva's breath caught, but then she nodded hesitantly. Yes, but Zalika and Tor don't. Calden pulled Naari's dagger from his belt. Kiva's heart skipped a beat, but Calden merely held it up. So, if I were to stab myself in the stomach with this right now? No! Kiva screamed and snatched the weapon from him. Only when the dagger was safely back in her boot did she realize that Calden hadn't even tried to stop her. Instead, he just looked at her questioningly. Kiva cleared her throat. Right now, I can't access my magic, she explained. His expression only grew more confused, so Kiva finally told him the real reason she had drugged him. She told him about her uncontrolled magic outbursts and her grandmother's potion. The only thing she left unmentioned was the fact that she had to go back to Blackwater the next day. Her fear was too great that the prince might try to talk her out of the plan, or, what would be almost worse, insist on accompanying her. Something told her that Delora would be anything but pleased about royal visitors. When she finished her story, Calden stared at her wordlessly for a moment. Then a grin flickered across his face. Good feeling to get all that off your chest, isn't it? From now on, there are no more secrets between us, Sunshine. His expression became serious. But just so we don't misunderstand each other, as much as I've grown to like you, little rebel, if I find out that you've lied to me in the slightest or want to harm my family, then I will personally slit your throat. Understood? Kiva swallowed, which seemed to be enough of an answer for Calden, as the prince casually put his arm around her shoulders and led her back towards the palace, whistling cheerfully. The next morning, Kiva awoke filled with a vague fear that she just couldn't shake. In part, she knew, the cause lay in the confrontation with Calden, even though he hadn't hinted at all that he wanted to expose her. But at the mere thought, Kiva's stomach tightened into such a firm knot that she could barely swallow the last dose of Delora's potion. Her worry only grew when she returned to the palace after a strenuous training session and found the corridors full of people. Preparations for Mirren's masquerade ball the next day were in full swing. Countless servants, cooks, and entertainers hurried about, and Kiva grew increasingly nervous without being able to say why. Before her fear could take over, Kiva decided to sneak out of the palace right after breakfast to find some peace and make her way to Blackwater. But just as she was about to leave, Mirren burst into her room, followed by two maids rolling in a clothes rack full of evening gowns and an older gentleman with a measuring tape around his neck. "Good thing I caught you," Mirren rejoiced. Why?" Kiva asked suspiciously. "You need something to wear for tomorrow evening," the princess explained, and immediately began giving instructions to the servants. The tailor took Kiva's measurements and then forced her to try on one dress after another, all the while delivering an endless series of extremely critical comments. Too puffy, boring, too little décolletage, far too much décolletage. What are all these ruffles for? Fewer ruffles, no ruffles at all, and so on, for hours. After they finally agreed on the perfect dress, Kiva had to summon all her remaining self-control not to jump at Neverd, the tailor, when he announced that only the matching mask was missing.
Kiva was about to grab Naari's dagger and cause a bloodbath, so she gave Miran a pleading look. Although the princess seemed highly amused, she appeared to sense that Kiva was at the end of her patience. "Perhaps we should choose a mask without her, and have it brought to her later," she said to Neverd, as a little surprise, so to speak. The tailor seemed visibly shocked by this unorthodox suggestion, but nodded after a brief hesitation. "As you wish, Your Highness." Then he and his assistants packed their things and left nothing but the chosen dress and the accompanying pair of shoes. Miran, on the other hand, stepped up to Kiva and took her hands. "I heard about the thing with Mother the other day," she said. "Are you okay?" Kiva hadn't expected this question, especially not from Miran. "I'm just a little overwhelmed," she answered evasively. Until then, she had always been so nice to me, almost motherly. That's why her change of mood came as a bit of a surprise. And it had almost cost her her life, which Kiva wisely kept to herself. Miran nodded seriously. "I don't want to defend her, but Mother really had a hard day behind her. Father almost fainted at the bridge inauguration. Since no one knows about his illness, Mother is terribly worried that rumors might now arise. That's why, after the two had come home and Father had withdrawn, she numbed her pain with angel dust. She only takes it when everything becomes too much for her. But as I said, I absolutely don't want to defend her," she added hastily. "What she did to you?" Miran shook her head and touched the amulet around Kiva's neck. "I'm glad Jaren gave you this." Kiva had no idea what to make of this completely new, compassionate Miran, so she limited herself to an approving nod.
You should also be prepared for her not to remember anything at your next encounter, Miran continued. Mother, I mean. Yesterday she asked about you, wanted to know what Jaren and you had been doing all day, and inquired about lunch with your siblings. Miran's blue eyes were fixed on Kiva's as she continued, "She has grown fond of you, Kiva, very much so, just like all of us. I know it's probably hard to believe right now, but when Mother loves someone, she loves them with all her heart, especially the people she considers her family." Miran gently squeezed her hand, and Kiva flinched internally when she realized that she was the one meant. "There's nothing she wouldn't do for us," the princess said. "She would rather see the kingdom fall than allow anything to happen to Jaren or Ori or me. She would sacrifice everything to protect us, and I know that applies to you too." Kiva didn't quite understand why Miran was telling her all this, but suddenly it became difficult for her to breathe. Finally, the princess let go of her hand. "I know it's a lot to ask, but if you could somehow bring yourself to forgive her, to realize that the angel dust was to blame, not her." She trailed off without finishing the sentence. However, since Kiva was more familiar with the behavior of drug addicts than she cared to admit, she didn't need to hear any more. Too many of Zalindov's inmates had been addicted to angel dust, especially those who had to perform particularly hard labor in the tunnels or quarry. But in the long run, such an addiction only caused more problems, and it was difficult to get rid of it. All too often, withdrawal ended in death, especially under prison conditions. And then there was the risk of an overdose. Many of the prisoners preferred drug-induced death to the agonizing life in Zalindov, a fact that filled Kiva with horror every time. "All right," Miran finally said, as Kiva remained silent. "Enough gloom. I just wanted to warn you that she doesn't remember anything about the incident, and we should probably leave it at that." Kiva wondered if Ariana had also been kept in the dark about what she had done to Jaren. If she knew how brutally she had abused her eldest son before he learned to defend himself against her. Kiva suspected that she knew nothing of that either, and that Jaren had more or less voluntarily endured her drug-induced cruelties to protect his siblings. "I thought she had stopped," he had asserted after his mother's attack on Kiva. "She swore it to me." Would the queen actually have stopped if she had been aware of the torment she had inflicted on her son? Or was she so dependent on the drug that she wouldn't have been able to? That was difficult to assess, and possibly also a reason why her children had withheld the truth from her. Kiva wasn't sure if she would have done the same, not if someone she loved had to suffer so much. But she sincerely pitied the siblings for the difficult situation they were in. I'll pick out the perfect mask for your dress, Mirren promised now, as if they had been talking about nothing else the whole time. You'll look absolutely stunning. I'm already looking forward to Jaren's face. Heat rose to Kiva's cheeks, and she quickly changed the subject. What about you? Do you know what you're wearing? Yes, the princess replied, but to Kiva's surprise, sadness entered her eyes. A dress my friend gave me. Shortly before, Mirren fell silent and looked away. Then she corrected herself. My ex-girlfriend, I suppose I should say. I'm sorry, Miri, Kiva said softly. I really thought she was the one, you know, the princess replied, equally subdued. She sounded so dejected that Kiva almost hugged her, but she didn't know how the princess would have reacted. Did she ever write back to you and explain why she broke up with you? The princess nodded and confessed with a slightly contemptuous undertone. Her family interfered. They thought I wasn't a good match. Kiva stared at her. Didn't they know who you are? Yes, but that's exactly the problem, Mirren countered. Apparently, they don't want a princess in the family, for whatever reason. Before Kiva could express her shock, Mirren continued with forced cheerfulness. Well, it can't be helped, I guess. At least I have an amazing dress for tomorrow. My ex has a good sense of fashion, I have to give her that. Just wait until you see it. Your dress is already beautiful, but mine is spectacular. Kiva interpreted the desperate look in Mirren's eyes as a plea not to ask any more questions about this obviously still painful topic. But Kiva hadn't intended to anyway, not after Mirren had been so kind to her today. So she kept quiet and just listened as the princess described her dress. Soon after, Mirren said goodbye. After the door closed behind her, Kiva let out an exhausted sigh and looked at the clock. To her dismay, it was already noon. She briefly panicked until she reminded herself that there was no reason for it. Her trip to Blackwater wouldn't take much time, provided her grandmother didn't have her reading circle visiting again. So she could safely allow herself a few more minutes of rest. But as soon as she was alone again, the strange fear from before took hold of her once more. What she needed now, she decided, was a dose of normalcy. In the past few days, she had spent so much time with the royal family. Now she simply longed for another friendly face, for someone who didn't live in a palace. A plan quickly took shape in her mind. She would visit Rescinda at Silverthorn, and, if she had time, have lunch with her. Afterward, she would borrow a horse from the academy and ride to Blackwater. If all went well, she would be back long before dusk, and no one would even notice she had been gone. Satisfied, Kiva hid her amulet under her collar and set off. To quickly leave the general ball preparation chaos behind, she hurried to the main gate and almost broke her neck when she stumbled over one of the many gardeners who were distributing aluminum drops along the hedges. When she finally reached Silverthorn after a leisurely stroll along the river, much of her tension had already fallen away. In the park, she looked for Rescinda in vain for a while, then entered the largest building, the station for general physical ailments, and approached the reception desk. "Excuse me," she addressed the young man behind it. "I'm looking for Rescinda Lauren. Why is she here? I beg your pardon? For what complaints? Or did she have an accident? If I know that, I can refer you to the responsible nursing staff. There you will find out the exact room number." Kiva shook her head. "No, she's a healer." "Oh." The man pushed his glasses higher. "I'm sorry, I'm new here." When he said nothing more, Kiva asked, "Do you perhaps have an idea where I can find her?" The young man gave her a confused look. "Do you have any idea how many healers work at this academy?" Then he lowered his head and returned to his work. Kiva couldn't decide whether to be amused or indignant about the lack of helpfulness, so she turned around and left the station. Outside, she spotted a group of young healers sitting together in the grass, eating lunch. "Excuse me for interrupting," she said, "but does anyone here know where I can find healer Rescinda?" Again, she received nothing but headshakes and questioning glances before a young woman replied, "We are all novices. The only healers we know are our teachers." Kiva sighed her thanks and retreated to the paved path. As she considered how to proceed, 3 older healers came towards her, but they couldn't help her either. Just as Kiva was about to try her luck at the other stations, she remembered that Ress had said she was here every day for the morning shift, and the morning was long over. Despite her thwarted plan, Kiva decided to stroll back to the riverbank and treat herself to a chocolate bun or 3 and a portion of pan-fried vegetables with extra sauce. Full and content, she then returned to the academy and went directly to the stables, where, to her delight, she met the same stable boy as last time. With a polite smile, she asked him for a horse. The boy eyed her for a moment, undecided. Kiva wasn't wearing a healer's robe, and this time she wasn't accompanied by Ress. Apparently, he remembered her, because he disappeared into the stable with a shrug shortly after. A few minutes later, he returned with Bluebell and handed Kiva the reins. "You have a good memory," Kiva praised him, and handed him a silver coin, a toast to Jaren and the royal treasury. "She seemed to really like you," the boy replied shyly. "That's why I thought you might like to ride her again." "The feeling is mutual," Kiva said, stroking the mare's dappled neck. "I'll bring her back as soon as possible." But the boy didn't seem particularly interested in her plans. Instead, he contentedly eyed the silver coin and then quickly put it in his pocket. Kiva mounted. That was almost too easy, she thought, as she left Silverthorn behind and steered her mare north. Then a smile spread across her face. After all, it was really high time that something went according to plan. The ride to Blackwater was uneventful, the weather good, the road clear, the horse calm, and when Kiva finally dismounted in front of her grandmother's house, her previous unease had completely vanished. Until it suddenly returned, as Delora waddled onto the porch, leaning heavily on her stick, her brow furrowed. "You again?" "You told me yourself to come back," Kiva retorted. "The 3 days are up. And your potion works wonders. Thank you again. I don't feel my magic at all anymore." "Humph," Delora grumbled. "You're trying to make me believe you came back for the potion and not for the dagger." Kiva studied the old woman, trying to gauge her mood. She had actually felt that she and her grandmother had grown a little closer during her first visit. Now, however, she got the impression that she had to start from scratch again. "I'm here for the potion." Then she hesitated as Zulika's request came back to her. "Although I would actually like to talk to you about the dagger if you don't mind." As during Kiva's first visit, Delora raised her walking stick and pointed it accusingly at Kiva. "I knew it. You're just like the rest of your accursed family. The witch sent you to do her dirty work for her, didn't she? Didn't she?" Kiva hooked Bluebell's reins over her elbow and crossed her arms over her chest. Then she replied frostily, "If you mean my mother by that, no, she didn't send me, because she's dead." "Well, thank the gods," Delora snorted, unmoved. Kiva was stunned. "How can you talk about your own daughter like that?" "Your mother was a viper, and the world is better off without her," Delora replied, without the slightest trace of sadness in her emerald eyes. "But I wasn't talking about her at all, but your sister. She's been besieging me for years. Shows up here every few months and tries to talk me out of the dagger. Just as devious as your mother was, and just as dangerous. You can see that at first glance. Don't pretend you haven't noticed it too." Zulika was indeed more unpleasant than Kiva remembered her from childhood, but there were reasons for that. Nevertheless, Kiva now wondered why her sister had lied to her, or at least made it seem as if she hadn't seen Delora in years. But before Kiva found answers, her grandmother continued, "You're not getting the dagger, not today and never ever, and the same goes for the potion, so get lost." Kiva turned pale and took such a hasty step towards Delora that she almost slipped on the swampy ground. "Please, I'm not interested in the dagger at all. Honestly, Zulika can sort that out with you herself. But I need the potion. With it, I finally have again." "The potion does nothing more than delay the inevitable," Delora cut her off. "I told you, it's not a long-term solution. The longer you take it, the less predictable your magic's reaction will be when you unleash it again. I'm betting you'll become just like your mother, that everything good and pure in you will turn to evil until you only sow death and destruction." A ringing started in Kiva's head, louder and louder, until it drowned out all bird chirping and frog croaking. "Why do you say such a thing?" she whispered. "My mother possessed healing magic, just like me. She helped people. There's nothing bad about that." Dolores snorted. "Nonsense. Your mother used her powers to kill.
just like Torvin quarantined centuries before her. The ringing stopped, the chirping stopped, the croaking stopped. For a moment, there was complete silence. All at once, Kiva's consciousness had emptied of every sound, every thought. She stumbled backward, and only the strong flank of her horse kept her from falling. "What?" she mouthed silently, for no sound came from her throat. Dolores stared at her with narrowed eyes. "Didn't your dear sister tell you anything about it, did she? Let me guess, she claimed your mother died of a terrible illness, right? For which, unfortunately, there was no cure." Dolores snorted again. "Ha, I'd bet on that. And she just happened to let it slip that it was Tilda's own magic that rotted her from the inside, that turned against her from the moment Tilda first used it for evil. The whole thing spread within her like an infection, until even her soul was affected. Powers like yours have their price. If you want to conquer death, then you must be willing to die yourself. Mother was sick, without a chance of getting better. She could heal anyone in the world within seconds, but her magic had no effect on herself. Over the years, the illness progressed further and further, but we only realized it when it was too late." Kiva swallowed at the memory of Zulika's words. "I don't understand what you mean. Our magic, the magic of the quarantines, is good. It serves to heal people." "And how do you think that happens?" Delora leaned even more heavily on her stick. "By your magic manipulating the human body, by accelerating natural cell renewal processes and expelling toxins, by messing with blood, tissue, organs, and God's knows what else. It can do good, but it can also do the exact opposite. It's possible to stop a heart with a single thought, to burst an artery, to collapse a lung, to cause a brain hemorrhage. The list is endless. The power over life and death lies in your hands. Your mother was only too aware of that. 10 years ago, she ventured into the light with her powers because she was angry and ready to use them for evil. She became more and more powerful and more adept at using her magic until she didn't even have to touch a person to hurt them, to kill them. The last thing I heard was that she could walk past a group of people and with a single flick of her wrist break all their necks simultaneously. Zap, dead." Bitter bile rose in Kiva's mouth. "You're lying." "Why would I? This is about my daughter. Do you perhaps think I'm proud of what she became?" Delora turned abruptly and stared out at the brown, muddy lake. "But there's also good news. Using magic in this way exacts a toll. And that means the damage she could inflict had its limits, no matter how hard she tried to exceed them. Besides, she was nowhere near as powerful as Torvin. Sure, she could kill in an instant, but Torvin? He could lay entire villages to waste with a snap of his fingers. Why do you think Serrano Valentis wanted to kill him? Because with his corrupted magic, he posed a danger to the entire kingdom, to the whole world. Of course, he was her husband, but in that case, she had to think of her people." "No." Kiva raised a defensive hand.
That can't. Your mother surely told you a different story about how the oh-so-pitiable Torvin fell victim to Serrana's pathological jealousy, Delora grumbled dismissively. "What else? But don't have any illusions about Torvin, sweetie. He may have been a benevolent healer at first, but then he turned evil as a person can be. And ever since then, we quarantines, or at least those of us born with magic in our blood, have to decide whether we want to become like him or not." She met Kiva's horrified gaze. "Your mother made the wrong choice, and you—" She shook her head. "After all these years you've suppressed your magic, it's probably only a question of time until you go down the same path. No potion in the world can save you from that." Kiva trembled all over. She didn't know what to say, what to think. If Torvin's magic had changed him so drastically, if he had truly killed people and destroyed villages, then Serrana had been right to try and eliminate him. But that meant the entire rebel movement was founded on a lie. Their stated goal was to reclaim the crown of Avalon for Torvin's heirs and to avenge the ruler they considered innocent, who had been exiled without cause and stripped of his title. According to Delora's words, however, Torvin had forfeited his right to the crown by no longer serving his people, but only harming them. Kiva felt sick. She was related to a monster. And her mother? Her mother had emulated him. Kiva's stomach couldn't handle so many horrifying revelations at once. She let go of Bluebell's reins, ran to the shore of the small lake, and retched up a disgusting mixture of chocolate buns, vegetables, and sauce. "You're not a bad actress, I'll give you that," Delora called out, without stepping a foot off the porch. Kiva wiped her mouth with her hand and staggered back towards the house. On the way, she tripped over a vine and dodged a snake that slithered past her towards the swamp. "I didn't know about any of this," she croaked. "Nothing. Absolutely nothing." "Well, you do now," Delora replied soberly. "Let it be a warning to you, because if you're not careful, the exact same thing awaits you." "I would never—" "None of us can see into the future, sweetheart," Delora interrupted her. "Tilda suppressed her magic almost her entire life and never wanted to cause harm with it. But from one day to the next, Delora snapped her crooked fingers, she suddenly didn't care. All at once, she wanted to harm people. You can't rule out that it will be the same for you." "Yes, I can," Kiva countered, finally finding her voice, and stopped at the foot of the porch stairs. "My whole life I've strived to help and heal, not with magic, but with medical knowledge. My father—" She had to compose herself briefly. "My father taught me to love every one of my patients, to empathize with them and to care for them, even the worst among them. And I did that. For 10 years I treated the worst people in this world, never even thought about harming them, no matter how much I hated some of them. I'm not capable of something like that. I just know it." Delora studied her for a long moment, but Kiva met her gaze unflinchingly. She would not become like Torvin, like her mother. She was independent and determined her own destiny. Of course, she had done things in her life that she regretted, but she was not like them. She was not a monster. "I believe you're convinced of that," Delora finally conceded. "And I hope you're right, sweetheart. I really do." Kiva climbed the bottom step. "Does that mean you'll help me? This potion is the only thing keeping my magic in check. If you could just brew me a little more of it." Delora remained unyielding. "As I said, the potion is not a long-term solution. You must learn to control your magic. That is the only way you can prevent it from turning to evil. You have to actively choose to do so. And that means you must not suppress it any further. Otherwise, sooner or later, disaster will strike." "But," Kiva stammered desperately, "you suppressed yours too. You said so yourself last time." "Certainly not. You said you wouldn't take the potion, and since you don't use your magic either, there must be another way to." Delora let out a harsh, barking laugh. "You really have no idea, do you?" Kiva threw up her arms in frustration and flinched when her hand got caught in a huge spider web. "No idea about what?" Delora laughed again, but there was no mirth in it. "If she hasn't told you, then I won't either." She pointed her staff at Kiva's horse. "Now get out. I have nothing more to say to you." With that, she turned on her heel and limped back towards the front door. "Wait!" Kiva called out, making her grandmother stop and turn back to her. "Then at least give me that very dagger," Kiva demanded hoarsely and resignedly. "Fine. You want nothing to do with our family. And if what you said is true, I can even understand that. But Torvin's dagger is of great importance to the rebels, and Zuleika—" When Delora threw her head back and let out a howling laugh, Kiva stopped abruptly. "Torvin's dagger? Is that the name the witch came up with for it?" "She said it was a family heirloom," Kiva replied, suddenly uncertain. "Well, she's probably even right about that." Delora burst into laughter again, but then immediately grew serious and icily.
I would rather die than see that dagger in your sister's hands. You can tell her that from me." With that, Delora finally disappeared into the house and slammed the door shut behind her without another word. Tears welled up in Kiva's eyes, but she blinked them away. Crying was useless. It wouldn't make her grandmother give her the potion. Then she would just have to come up with something else. She had, after all, seen some of the ingredients on Delora's workbench, and there were still a few drops left in the vial. Perhaps she could determine the rest by smell and brew the stuff herself. Determined, she swung herself into the saddle and steered Bluebell back onto the swamp path. She refused to think about Delora's version of her family history. It all affected her too much. At the moment, the most important thing was to get her magic under control, and for that she had to return to Silverthorn, to the herb garden. Before that, she would just retrieve the potion bottle from the palace and then get straight to work. Lost in her righteous anger and the strenuous attempt to fight down her growing doubts, Kiva would have almost galloped straight to the palace, having briefly forgotten that she had to drop Bluebell off at the academy and also maintain her disguise. Now she quickly changed direction and patted the mare's neck in farewell before handing the reins to the stable boy. "That was quick," he remarked. As promised. Kiva forced a smile, even though she was anything but in the mood for it, and thanked the boy again for his help. Then she made her way back. She reached the palace in record time and wanted to quickly slip into her room to get the vial, but she stopped dead in the doorway to her living quarters. The entire Valentis family, except for Ori, but including the sickly-looking king, was waiting for her. Even Naari and Captain Varys were present, and the tension in the room was palpable. All the blood drained from Kiva's face. Did they know? Did they know? But when she glanced at Calden, he shook his head almost imperceptibly, which Kiva took as a sign that her secret was still safe. Nevertheless, her relief was limited, for it was obvious that something was wrong. She swallowed against the sudden dryness in her throat. "What happened? Where have you been, Kiva?" King Stellan demanded to know. He was pale, but his voice was steely. I visited a friend at Silverthorn." Kiva could only hope she hadn't been observed secretly slipping out of the city again.
"The healer who treated me here in the palace the other night. After—" "Calm down, Kiva. There's no need to worry." The queen stepped towards her and took her hands. Despite the comforting words, Ariana's tension was palpable. Kiva herself, however, was fully occupied with banishing the memories of her last encounter with the queen from her mind, so as not to recoil from her. "So you haven't been in the palace all day?" Captain Varys pressed, scrutinizing her intently. "Not since noon today, no," Kiva replied. "But you were here before that?" he continued. "This morning?" Kiva nodded, and her stomach clenched as the others exchanged meaningful glances. "Were you in the West Wing? In the library?" Kiva looked at Jaren, but his expression was completely unreadable, which frightened Kiva more than anything else. "Not since yesterday," she answered carefully. "That was the first time I was there." "So, not today?" Varys probed. "No, why?" Kiva frowned. "What's going on?" Finally, Naari stepped forward. "The Avalonian law book was stolen this morning." For a moment, Kiva heard nothing but the pounding of her own heart. She looked around, seeing nothing but stony faces, Jaren's stony face, and gasped, "And you think I took it?" Again, the queen spoke soothingly. "At the moment, we are merely trying to find out who would have had access to it. With all the people coming and going because of the masquerade ball, it's difficult to reconstruct. Under these circumstances, they surely wouldn't have risked stealing the book, especially not at such an inopportune moment that it would automatically put Kiva's life at risk. Or would they? No wonder Jaren looked at her that way. He had every reason to be suspicious. Kiva would feel the same way if the roles were reversed. "It wasn't me, I swear it. Kiva broke off mid-sentence and turned to Naari. "Did you say this morning?" The soldier nodded. "Sometime between 10 and noon." Kiva let out a relieved breath. "We were here," she explained agitatedly, "right here, in my room, trying on clothes, all morning." We? Naari asked. Kiva turned to Mirin. Oh my, silly me, I completely forgot to mention that. The princess sounded more amused than contrite. Kiva was with me and Nevard until lunch. She winked at Jaren. Just wait until you see her tomorrow evening, brother dear. All I'm saying is, you're welcome. Mirin. Ariana's tone was stern and incredulous at the same time. Why didn't you say that sooner? I must have forgotten, the princess repeated. I just have a lot on my mind right now, mother. Immediately, the general excitement subsided, giving way to a combination of remorse towards Kiva and anger towards Mirin. But Kiva didn't care. She was solely interested in what Jaren was thinking. As she turned to him, he was already rushing towards her, his expression no longer closed off, but a play of various emotions. He barely slowed before pulling her impetuously into his arms. I knew it wasn't you, he whispered in her ear, but after we just... yesterday. What a coincidence. I understand. I would have reacted the same way, Kiva assured him, secretly feeling very angry at her siblings. If the two of them had indeed been involved in this, she would never forgive them. It was pure luck that she had an alibi, and with the princess herself as a witness. Well then, Calden clapped his hands, I'm glad our little jailbird didn't swipe this inestimably valuable Evolonian relic. Still, it might be good if we found out who it was. Any theories? Kiva pulled away from Jaren and gave Calden a dark look in thanks for the mean nickname. The prince grinned maliciously, but Kiva could have sworn she saw a hint of suspicion in his cobalt blue eyes. She'd better be prepared to be questioned by him later if anything suggested that she or her family was involved in the theft. We'll go through the list again, Varys replied. Tomorrow's ball is on this side of the river, so not many outside workers were at the West Palace today. A few, however, had requested a tour. We will continue to question them and the permanent staff until we find a lead. If anyone could track down the culprit, it was Varys. That much was certain. Kiva prayed to the gods again that her siblings had nothing to do with it. She should have prayed more fervently, or at least included another name in her prayers. For just as everyone was preparing to leave the room, a quiet, frightened voice spoke up. I have something to tell you. All eyes turned to Tip, who stood in his doorway, having obviously been listening. His freckled face was pale, his expression guilty. It was me. I stole the law book. The next few minutes were among the longest in Kiva's entire life. Helplessly, she watched as Varys, Naari, and the members of the royal family interrogate Tip. It turned out that he had indeed taken the law book, but not with malicious intent. But it was still not entirely clear what exactly had happened. So, from the top again, little one, Jaren said, sitting next to Tip on the sofa. On the other side, Kiva held the boy's ice-cold hand as he trembled all over. She would have loved to grab him and flee the room with him. Perry asked me to. She said she wasn't allowed in the library, but I wouldn't get into trouble for it. Perry? Jaren asked. Perita Brown, one of the maids, Tip explained. She works in the kitchen at the West Palace. Sometimes she gives Ori and me honey cake if we manage to get away from Edna. He peeked anxiously towards the royal couple, but they had other worries than two naughty children. And did she tell you what she wanted with it? Jaren asked. She said Mirin needed it. Now everyone turned to the princess. She, however, merely raised her elegantly arched golden eyebrows. Perry didn't want to disappoint Miri, but she was too scared of getting caught in the library and losing her job. She knew that Ori and I are often there to study, so she just asked me. He looked around innocently. I didn't want to do anything forbidden. I thought the book was for Miri. What do you have to say about this? Varys asked. The princess looked at him, expressionlessly. Why would I steal something that already belongs to me anyway? Strictly speaking, the law book doesn't belong to us, Calden remarked, but to the people. Before Mirin could reply, Jaren interjected. Strange, I actually know all the palace staff, but the name Perita Brown doesn't ring a bell. Me neither, Ariana agreed. Perhaps she gave Tip a false name. Or us, Jaren said. Or she's not a real maid at all and just snuck in here to steal from us, Mirren speculated. How long have you known her, Tip? Calden asked. Since we arrived here, 2 weeks. If Mirren is right, this maid must have planned the whole thing for a long time, King Stellan said, running a tired hand over his face. He looked as if he could barely stand. Under other circumstances, Kiva might have considered healing him once her magic returned, but she knew that was out of the question. Jaren said, something is fishy about this. Oh, really? Calden snorted sarcastically. Jaren ignored him and turned back to Tip.
Can you describe this Perry to us? Kiva's body began to tingle as a terrible thought struck her. What if Perry was actually Zulika? What if she had disguised herself as a maid and gained Tip's trust so he would steal the book for her? No, that didn't fit. Tip had already met Zulika in person. Besides, Kiva had only told her siblings about the royal triad the night before, not 2 weeks ago. As Tip described the maid, Kiva could breathe a little easier, for this middle-aged woman had nothing in common with Zulika. Varys and Nari listened attentively, occasionally asking follow-up questions to get as accurate a picture as possible before announcing that they would immediately launch a search. The two said their goodbyes, and the royal family followed them. Only Jaren stayed a little longer. But when Tip threw himself into Kiva's arms and clung to her with all his might, Jaren seemed to decide that the boy now desperately needed some time alone with the person he trusted more than anyone else in the world. Therefore, the prince also turned to leave. Kiva could have kissed Jaren for his empathy. However, she only gave him a smile that widened as he promised to keep her updated on the developments. As the afternoon was already drawing to a close, Kiva finally put her plans aside and instead tried to cheer up Tip, who was inconsolable about his deed. And his guilt only worsened when Jaren returned that evening with bad news. Perita Brown had been found. She was dead. The prince revealed nothing more specific, only that the maid had not had the law book with her, which meant the trail went cold. Nevertheless, the royal guard would continue their investigation and not rest until the law book was back in its rightful place in the library. Kiva doubted that the search would be successful. Even if the thief didn't know that the book belonged to the royal triad, they must have known it was worth a fortune. Surely they were long gone with it. Before Jaren left again, he squatted down in front of Tip on the floor and looked intently into his red, tear-filled eyes. "No one blames you, little one. We know you didn't mean any harm." Tip didn't seem to hear him at all. He was completely shaken by the thought that he had unknowingly contributed to Perita's death. He started crying again, and Jaren cast a contrite glance at Kiva, but she merely shook her head. Jaren hadn't done anything wrong. "Could you help me take him to my room?" she asked softly. After much coaxing, Tip released his grip, allowing them to carry him to her bed. But even there, he immediately snuggled up to Kiva again and sobbed into her already soaked sweater. "Is there anything else I can do?" Jaren offered. "Help you in any way?" He seemed visibly helpless, and Kiva couldn't blame him. She herself had only seen Tip like this once before, the day his mother died. Back then, she had held him in her arms all night, and she would do the same today, until the boy was ready to face the world again. "I don't think so, but thank you," she replied, stroking Tip's soft red hair. "He just needs a little rest now." Jaren nodded, but still didn't move from the spot. "Go on," Kiva encouraged him. "I'm with him." "I know," Jaren replied softly. Then he kissed Kiva on the forehead, squeezed Tip's shoulder one last time, and left. That night, Kiva didn't sleep a wink, and not just because of Tip, who took hours to cry himself to sleep. Worries upon worries flooded her mind, starting with the stolen law book and everything she had learned about her family, all the way to Dolores' potion, which she hadn't been able to rebrew in time. When she awoke the next morning, her magic would be back, and only the gods knew what that meant. And then Tip's nightmares began. Again and again he woke up screaming, hands pressed to his stomach, gasping something about a golden light, and fell back asleep. Each time, Kiva's heart almost stopped with fear that Tip remembered what she had done.
But when she gently asked him about it the next morning, to her relief, he merely looked at her uncomprehendingly and seemed to have completely forgotten his dreams. Although he had stopped crying and no longer clung to her, he seemed noticeably downcast as Kiva prepared for her training with Kaldin. Finally, he shyly asked if he could watch the session. So Kiva completed her exercises, sweating and panting, while Tip sat at the edge of the barracks yard. Apparently, he couldn't bear to be more than a few meters away from her. Kiva had to think of a particularly heartbreaking moment from the previous night when Tip had asked her if he would now be sent back to Zalindov. Kiva understood him all too well and had firmly denied it, but she knew from her own experience how difficult it was to shake off that fear. And if Tip felt more comfortable that way, then he should stay close to her. This, however, became a problem after they returned to their living quarters, for Tip, who usually left for class at this time, made no move to go, while Kiva constantly had to think about the empty vial on the dresser in her room. But then she had the idea of simply taking Tip to Silverthorn with her. After all, she didn't need to tell him what the potion was for, and after their years together in Zalindov's infirmary, he was used to her brewing medicines now and then. Perhaps he could even help her. As soon as her decision was made, Kiva reluctantly left Tip alone for a moment to wash and change. Afterwards, at breakfast, she informed him that she now had to make a quick trip to Silverthorn. Panic immediately appeared in the boy's eyes, but when Kiva offered for him to come along, he calmed down again. The anticipation of being able to visit the famous academy even brought a small hesitant smile to his face. When they left a little later, the palace was even busier than the day before. Only a few hours remained until the ball, and Kiva was glad to avoid the hustle and bustle. Tip's mood also visibly lifted as soon as they had left the palace grounds and strolled along the riverside road. The empty vial was carefully tucked into Kiva's coat pocket. A familiar tingle became noticeable under her skin. Her magic was back, but so far it hadn't caused her any problems. And Kiva had no intention of deliberately harming anyone with it. Whatever dark forces had taken hold of Torvin and Tilda, Kiva was convinced she would resist the temptation, because there was simply nothing tempting about it. After they had passed through Silverthorn's main gate, Tip would have liked to stop every few steps to marvel at something. Kiva, however, impatiently urged him on. To her relief, she spotted Rescinda on her usual bench in the park, for in the company of the healer, her visit to the herb garden would seem far less suspicious. "Well, look who it is," Rescinda asked, smiling at Tip as they approached. Kiva appreciated that she pretended as if she had never met Tip before. After all, on the night after Kiva's abduction, he had been lying in Ariana's salon, intoxicated by Moradin and snoring. "I'm Tip," the boy introduced himself, extending his hand to her. "Rescinda," she replied, shaking his hand before adding with a wink, "but all my friends call me Res." Tip's carefree grin awakened Kiva's hope that he was gradually recovering from the events of the previous evening. "I actually wanted to visit you yesterday," Kiva said to Rescinda. "I had forgotten that you're only here in the mornings." "Why? Are you sick?" Rescinda frowned worriedly. "No, I just thought we could have lunch together," Kiva replied, and Rescinda's worried frown smoothed out again. "But today, I have a different request." She pulled out the empty vial. "I need to brew a potion. Could we perhaps go to the herb garden again?" Rescinda let out an exaggerated sigh and, turning to Tip, rolled her eyes.
Your friend probably wants to go on one of her raids again. Raids? I just need a few small things, Kiva defended herself. You say that every time, Res teased further. Kiva crossed her arms. Are you going to help me or not? Rescinda jumped up. Always for you, dearest friend. With that, the healer linked arms with them, Kiva on one side, Tip on the other, and they set off in step. Tip laughed, which once again confirmed to Kiva that her decision to bring him along had been exactly right. With her engaging manner, Rescinda simply managed to cheer everyone up. When they reached the herb garden, Kiva listed the ingredients she had seen on her grandmother's workbench or recognized by smell: tilla blossoms, silverwheat, wolfsbane, dark moss, tumamen, and bear's claw. Together with Res and Tip, she studied the overview plan before heading to the corresponding beds. They discovered that the dark moss was cultivated in one of the greenhouses. However, Rescinda noted that there might also be a workspace there where Kiva could prepare her potion. Ress's uncertainty didn't exactly fill Kiva with confidence, nor did the fact that she didn't have a key for the greenhouse. But to her surprise, the healer proved to be extremely skilled at lockpicking. And as soon as they entered, all of Kiva's doubts vanished into thin air. The greenhouse wasn't large, but it was bursting with rare plants, herbs, berry bushes, and flowers that Kiva had at most only heard her father speak of. If she hadn't so urgently needed to brew her potion, she would have loved to spend hours here, inhaling the earthy fresh aromas and enjoying the humid air. "It smells kind of funny in here," Tip remarked, wrinkling his nose. "That's called nature," Ress retorted, wrinkling hers as well. Kiva suppressed a smile before she went in search of the dark moss and, with her findings, headed to one of the wooden workbenches at the other end of the greenhouse. A selection of apothecary tools lay ready there, including various knives, cutting boards, and bottles that could hold significantly larger quantities of potion than the meager 3 mouthfuls Delora had given her. "Can we do anything?" Ress offered, wiping a little brownish plant sap from her white healer's robe. Kiva handed her the empty vial. "I need a refill of this," she said. "I believe I've identified the individual ingredients, but I'm not entirely sure about the quantities." When Tip reached out his hand, Ress passed the vial to him. "I'm not particularly good at brewing potions," she confessed, "but I'm good with knives." She pointed to one of the cutting boards. "I'd be happy to prepare the ingredients for you." Kiva had hoped that Ress would be more helpful, but on the other hand, she had known that the endeavor had its pitfalls. She would simply have to follow her intuition. After all, she had years of experience making life-saving medicines with very limited means. She wasn't going to fail at this potion now. Determined, Kiva lined up the ingredients before her and carefully recalled what she knew about each one. After explaining to Ress and Tip how to process the herbs, it wasn't long before they could put everything together in the mortar and crush it. Then it was a matter of waiting until the wolfsbane and dark moss had released enough liquid to thin the mixture. "Is this how it's supposed to look?" Tip asked skeptically as Kiva poured the potion into a fresh bottle. "I think so," Kiva replied. She had tried her best to get the proportions right and was relatively confident that the result matched Delora's concoction in both appearance and smell. Now all that was left was to test its effectiveness. Well then, Kiva raised the bottle to her lips and noted with pride that the potion tasted exactly like the one she had been taking for the past 3 days. Yet she felt nothing. Her magic didn't disappear, it didn't even weaken. Instead, it continued to writhe, whispering beneath Kiva's skin, waiting to be unleashed. "And does it work?" Kiva shook her head. Disappointment and fear spread within her. "What was it supposed to do anyway?" Ress asked, observing Kiva intently. Kiva shook her head again and replied in a hoarse voice, "It doesn't matter. I have to. I guess I have to come up with something else." She had been so sure, so absolutely sure that she had found the right composition. Therefore, there was no point in repeating the procedure. The taste, the smell, the texture, everything was perfect. Which meant something must be missing. Probably some secret ingredient that could neither be tasted, nor seen, nor smelled. Perhaps even more than one. There were so many, infinitely many possibilities of what it could be. Although Kiva was not prone to discouragement, she knew it could take years to find the ingredient. Anger at her grandmother rose within her, but Kiva quickly pushed it aside before it overwhelmed her. There was no point. Delora had advised her to tame her magic in other ways, so Kiva would do just that. After all, she had suppressed her powers for over 10 years, so it couldn't be that difficult to guide them into controlled channels, especially since she had little other choice. "You look like you could use a chocolate bun," Resenda tried to comfort her. Apparently, Kiva's agitated state had not escaped her notice. After she had rather abruptly thrown up her chocolate buns from the previous day, she felt a little queasy at the thought. But before she could refuse, Tip asked, "What's a chocolate bun?" Ress let out a dramatic gasp. "Well, we need to fill that knowledge gap immediately." And so the 3 stepped out of the greenhouse, leaving not only the herb garden, but also Kiva's hope for an effective potion behind.
Of course, she had expected it wouldn't be easy. But the disappointment was still hard to overcome, and the fear even harder. But Kiva fought both down. They wouldn't help her. Nevertheless, Kiva couldn't stop pondering why her potion had failed. Feverishly, she searched for ways to control her magic instead. Perhaps something like that could be trained just like fighting during her morning sessions with Kalden. All this and more swirled incessantly through her mind as she followed Racinda and Tip, who were cheerfully chatting with each other through the gate and down to the riverbank. Kiva was so lost in thought that she only noticed the attackers when she heard Tip and Ress scream. Reflexively, she pulled Naari's dagger from her boot, only for it to be immediately knocked from her hand. She felt someone press a piece of cloth over her mouth and nose, perceived a sharp, unknown smell, and then everything went black. Kiva was going to kill her sister. That was her first thought as she slowly came to. Her second thought was that she would probably have to throw up first, because the disgusting smell of whatever had stolen her consciousness still clung to her nose, and she just couldn't get rid of it. But as soon as she finally opened her eyes and, coughing and gagging, tugged at the ropes that bound her hands behind her back, she forgot her rebellious stomach. She had already smelled it, the hint of salt, fish, and algae, combined with rotting wood, wine, and spices. But only now, as she looked around more closely, did she realize that she had been dragged to one of the warehouses on the docks. Leaking barrels and bulging sacks, shelves full of ceramic vessels, and dizzyingly high stacks of wooden crates surrounded her. Only a few tiny window slits let in a little sunlight. Although the warehouse seemed only half filled, Kiva couldn't find an exit anywhere, from which she concluded that she must be deep inside the building. But she had no intention of fleeing anyway. Her sister, who was certainly responsible for this kidnapping, would surely appear soon. But this time, Kiva was not alone.
Beside her on the floor lay Tip and Racinda, also with their hands bound behind their backs. The boy was bleeding from a wound on his temple, which made Kiva's pulse race with fear. The healer, who fortunately seemed to be coming to, also had bruises and lacerations. With a grim expression, Racinda pushed herself up into a sitting position and looked around. "Don't worry, I know what's going on here," Kiva explained when Ress's gaze fell on her. "Are you hurt?" the healer asked. "No, but I have to tell you something." But before Kiva could apologize for their predicament, two of the largest men she had ever seen emerged from behind a stack of crates. One was extensively tattooed, while the other had strikingly milky white skin. "Which of you is Kiva?" the tattooed man wanted to know. His accent made Kiva freeze. By now, her body had processed enough of the sedative that she could think somewhat clearly again, and something suddenly occurred to her. According to Kalden, her sister hadn't been the only one who had tried to kidnap her almost 2 weeks ago. "I am," Racinda replied. Kiva's mouth dropped open. "No, I am." Ress shot her a glance. "Shh, let me handle this," she hissed. Kiva fell silent. For the cheerful, friendly healer Kiva had come to know and appreciate Ress as suddenly seemed like a different person. Her eyes glowed so grimly, as if she could set the two men on fire with them. "It was quite a fight with you, doll," the milky-skinned man said in the same accent. He pointed to a long scratch on his forearm and a gash across his cheek. "Untie me, and we can go straight into the next round," Racinda replied in a sugary, sweet voice. She didn't sound intimidated in the slightest. Rather, she sounded downright warlike. Something wasn't right here, something Kiva didn't understand, something that... Now, the milky-skinned man directed his watery gaze at Kiva, pulling her from her thoughts. "You're here for 2 reasons, little one. First, you can tell your sister that King Novak is slowly but surely growing impatient. The rebel queen may be dead, but a deal is a deal. Zulika Quarantine had better settle her mother's debt, your mother's debt. You'd better remind her that the deadline is approaching." All the blood drained from Kiva's face as she remembered what her sister had said during her visit to Oak Hollow. King Novak was, of course, more than willing to strike a deal with the rebel queen. By the Shadow Realm, what had her mother done? But Kiva couldn't think about that now. So Zulika wasn't behind this kidnapping.
And worse, the man had just revealed Kiva's true identity, and that of her family, in front of Resenda. Fear seized her. But when she turned to the healer to deny everything, the latter didn't seem in the least horrified by what she heard, or even surprised. "By the gods," Kiva croaked, as she gradually understood. "Are you—" "And the second reason you're here should be obvious," the tattooed man interrupted loudly, kicking her boot. Startled, Kiva slid backward a bit until she hit one of the wooden crates. "We need you as bait. Last time, when some of our guys tried to snatch you, they were ill-prepared. It's different today." The milky-skinned man took over again with a grim grin. "It might take a while for your dapper prince to realize you're gone, though. So, if you want to keep looking pretty for him, you'd better hold your tongue. When he shows up here with his guard, we'll give them a proper reception. It might not be a masquerade ball, but it'll certainly be just as unforgettable. You are a tempting bait for a much bigger fish. Kalden had been right all along. King Navok had set his people on Kiva after the river festival to lure the crown prince. The Miraverners knew how much Jaren cared for Kiva. They knew he would try to save her. Karamor and Miraverner are already champing at the bit. They're just waiting for the right moment to invade here. They were waiting for a sign of weakness. And Jaren's weakness was Kiva. The pale man grinned even wider when he saw that Kiva understood. "Miraverner has big plans for Evelon," he explained further. "And this is just a little taste of what awaits the Valentis in the future." Kiva closed her eyes, as if she could block everything out. She should have kept them open. Perhaps then she would have seen the hand moving towards her in time, pressing another cloth, dipped in the same biting solution, over her mouth and nose. But before her senses faded again, she heard the tattooed man say, "So you don't get bored in the meantime. Sweet dreams, little one." "Kiva!" A hand slapped her face. Kiva groaned, wanting to swat it away, but her arms were still tied behind her back. "Good, you're awake. Now open your eyes." Another groan escaped her. But then she recognized Resenda's voice, relentlessly pulling her from her drug-induced sleep. Again she felt dizzy and had to fight against the nausea with all her might. Coughing and gagging as before, she finally opened her eyes and realized they were still in the warehouse. However, the sunlight streaming through the windows was now much weaker than before. Judging by the long shadows on the floor, it must have been late afternoon. Adding the time she had spent at Silverthorn, Kiva had been gone for hours. Yet it was quite possible that no one had noticed her disappearance amidst the ball preparations, that Jaren had not yet noticed her disappearance. When Kiva glanced beside her, she saw that Tip was still unconscious. However, his position had changed, as if he had woken up at some point and fallen back asleep. On Kiva's other side, Resenda knelt. The healer's wrists were blood-smeared, apparently from forcibly freeing herself from her bonds. Now she began to loosen the ropes around Kiva's hands. "Who are you?" Kiva murmured. A painful prickling shot through her numb fingers as Res worked on her wrists. Despite her renewed unconsciousness, Kiva had not forgotten the two men, nor Res's reaction, or rather lack of, when Kiva's true identity had been mentioned. "You know that. I'm Resenda Lauren." "I didn't ask for your name," Kiva retorted, "but who you are." This time, Res didn't try to evade the question. "I'm Torrel Ice." Kiva stared at her, bewildered. "Torrel's what?" "His vice," Res repeated, "his deputy, as commander of the rebels." "I know what vice means," Kiva snapped, trying to process the new information. "But you're a healer. You work at Silverthorn." Res shook her head. "That was just a disguise. Tor wanted someone near you, just in case. He had a feeling that Silverthorn would have a strong pull on you, so it made sense to set up a post there. And because my parents were indeed healers, that wasn't a lie, and I sometimes help out in the rebel infirmaries, I was best suited for the task." She paused briefly. "The night Zulika staged your abduction, I stole a healer's robe and intercepted the message from the palace. I showed it to the guards at the gate and was waved right through. It was child's play to secure a place in your life, and that was just a few days after your arrival in Valenia." Kiva thought back to her past encounters with Resenda and could hardly believe she hadn't suspected anything. Not even yesterday, when none of the Silverthorn staff seemed to have ever heard of her. Gosh, even the dean hadn't recognized her name. Besides, I'm here every day for the morning shift. Whenever Kiva wanted to visit Ress, she was already waiting for her. She had always sat on the same bench in the park, and Kiva had always been so relieved to find her that she hadn't even wondered why her new friend never seemed to work. No wonder she had offered to take Kiva to Oak Hollow. And, by the gods, that she hadn't shown any reaction when Kiva's magic had erupted from her before her eyes. She had known about it all along. Was anything about our friendship real? Kiva asked softly.
The healer, who wasn't a healer at all, Kiva irritably reminded herself, lowered her hands and looked her in the eyes. Everything about it was real, she replied seriously. Please don't doubt that. You lied to me from day one, Kiva angrily countered. Ress looked at her meaningfully. So did you to me. Kiva's anger wavered a little, but she clung to it resolutely. That's completely different. After all, you knew who I was from the beginning. You still lied to me, Ress insisted, refocusing on Kiva's bonds. So, how about we just say we're even and instead figure out together how to get out of here? That finally took the wind out of Kiva's sails. Ress was right. They had both lied and were now stuck in this predicament together. Everything else could wait until they were safe. So those were King Navok's men just now? Kiva asked. Of course, she already knew the answer, but wanted to change the subject, to signal to Ress that she was willing to let the matter rest for now. And they're after Jaren? Seems so, Ress replied. The two of them talked a bit more after you passed out again. In Miravenish, because they probably thought I wouldn't understand them. However, my home village is quite close to the border, so I grew up more or less bilingual. That's also where I met your brother, by the way, she added then. He saved me from the mercenaries who overran us 5 years ago, and he's been my best friend ever since. Kiva thought of Ress's tragic past and the new family she had been adopted by. Those had been the rebels. Frustration rose in her again because she hadn't suspected anything, but Kiva forced herself to stay focused. What did they say? They're looking for a trade, Ress replied. Prince Deverick, Jaren, for us. They seemed quite convinced he would agree to it, mainly because of you. Then we have to get out of here before Jaren gets any foolish ideas, Kiva stated the obvious. What do you think I'm doing here? Resorted, continuing to tug at the bonds. Suddenly, Kiva remembered something else the men had said. Do you know what kind of agreement the two of them were talking about? The debt Zalika is supposed to settle? That worried me too, Ress admitted. No idea what they meant by it, but it didn't sound good. You really have no idea? Kiva pressed, carefully moving her hands. The ropes slowly began to loosen, but she wasn't free yet. After all, you're a rebel, and Tor's confidant, best friend, or whatever. Tor tells me everything, Ress confirmed, attacking the bonds again so vigorously that Kiva winced in pain. If he knew anything about this agreement, he would certainly have mentioned it. But Zalika is hiding something, I'm sure of it. Kiva thought again of her sister's cryptic words and the casual way the two men had spoken of her. That would be something new, Ressinda snorted. Kiva paused. Does that mean you and my sister? My loyalty belongs solely to Tor, Ress explained. The rebel mission doesn't interest me, but I would give my life for him. I owe him that after everything he's done for me. I follow him wherever he goes, and if that means I have to deal with your treacherous snake of a sister for it, then so be it. She straightened up and quickly added, It would be nice, however, if you didn't mention that to her. Kiva suppressed a smile. My sister and I don't exactly have the best relationship either. She thought of everything she had learned from Delora, that Zalika had kept from her how their mother had used her magic for evil, the entire dark past of their family. On the other hand, Zalika had apologized for her behavior and had since made a noticeable effort to mend her relationship with Kiva. But we're working on it, she added softly. Well, good luck with that, Ress grumbled. Just don't forget that vipers are poisonous. You really don't like her much, do you?
Ress sighed and gave Kiva's bonds another tug, whereupon Kiva heard a tearing sound. "I'm sorry. I know she's your sister." Tor and I agreed a long time ago not to talk about her. His family means everything to him, even if some of them sometimes make bad decisions. Some of them. If you've been with the rebels for 5 years, does that mean you knew my mother too? Ress was silent for a while before finally clearing her throat. Yes, a single syllable, heavy with emotion, and none of it was good. Basically, I barely knew her, Ress continued, but Tilda was very focused on her goals. When I joined the rebels, she was traveling a lot, mostly with Zalika. That was hard for Tor. He felt like he had lost both his sister and his mother. But he channeled his frustration by throwing himself even more into his training and earning the respect of his followers. I believe that under Zalika's leadership alone, the rebels would have disbanded long ago. She may be the brains of the operation, but Tor is the heart. Another tear, and Kiva could move her hands a little better. Almost done, Ress said. Kiva decided to save her brooding about her messed-up family for later. "We have to hurry," she said, glancing at the still unconscious Tip. "Did he come to at all?" she asked. "Just for a moment. He remembered his name and what happened and asked for you, but then he fell asleep again." Kiva was relieved to hear that he had apparently been coherent enough to speak. "As soon as we're out of here, we need to get him to a healer. Do you have any idea how we can get past our captors?" "We'll have to improvise," Ress said. "Tor should have realized by now that something is wrong and initiated a search. I was supposed to meet him after lunch, and that was hours ago." "Tor is in Valenia?" "Yes, along with Zalika, because of the masquerade ball." In all the chaos, Kiva had completely forgotten that Mirren had invited them both to her ball, and she inwardly cursed this never-ending nightmare in which she was trapped. "If we manage to escape, the first thing we have to do is find him, and then—" Ress let out a triumphant sound, and the restraints fell to the floor. "Thanks," Kiva said, massaging her fingers with a pained expression. "You carry Tip," Ress instructed her. "I might need both hands to fight our way out." She fell silent as footsteps approached. With wide eyes, she motioned for Kiva to put her hands back behind her and pretend she was still bound. "Well, well, our royal concubine is awake again," sneered the tattooed man, who appeared from behind the same stack of crates as before, followed by his pale companion. "So far, your darling hasn't been heard from, but it's not easy to get through to him anyway, with how busy they are up in the palace. Well, little one, it seems you could make yourself comfortable here." The rest of the sentence caught in his throat, because Ress had suddenly lunged at him and rammed her shoulder into his stomach with full force. Doubled over in pain, the man tried to grab her, but Ress twisted away from him and pulled the sword from his belt. She was incredibly fast. However, the pale man parried her blow with his sword, and his counterattack almost slit her throat. Although Kiva was far from battle-hardened, she felt she had to support Ress somehow, so she hastily scrambled to her feet. But before she could even take 3 steps, Torel burst out from behind the crates. He wore his jackal mask and held a sword in each hand. "Stay where you are," he shouted at Kiva as he plunged straight into the fray. The clash of swords echoed in Kiva's ears as Ress and Tor fiercely tried to hold their own against the 2 Miravenners. Alarmed by the noise, more and more men and women appeared, all in the gray leather uniforms of the Miravenian army. Kiva bent down for Tip and dragged him to some barrels in the corner of the warehouse. There she stood protectively in front of him and watched the events unfold. Tor and Ress were outnumbered by far.
But they held their ground bravely, fighting back to back. Their blades whizzed through the air so fast that they were barely visible to the naked eye, bringing down one opponent after another. The two were a well-oiled team. That was clearly evident in the concentrated force of their attacks, in the way each of them covered the partner's weaknesses, in the instructions they shouted to each other. "Duck, to your left, watch out, right, jump!" Kiva watched in amazement as the Miravenners fell to the ground one after another. Her confidence grew with each enemy struck down, but she remained vigilant, worried that the 2 rebels, as well as they fought, would not be able to withstand such an overwhelming force of opponents forever. Eventually, however, the number of maraveners visibly began to shrink until more of them lay on the ground than stood on their feet. Some still groaned, but most no longer stirred. Ress and Tor, who were also bleeding from numerous wounds, slowed down, but they did not give up. And suddenly, there were no opponents left. For a moment, Tor and Ress just stood there, panting, surveying the battlefield. Ress was the first to recover and hurried to Kiva and Tip. Kiva thought she heard a faint groan from Tip's direction, but just as she was about to turn and see if he was awake, she noticed a movement. The tattooed man had only feigned his defeat, so silently that neither Ress nor Tor noticed, both of whom were facing Kiva. He rose. "Tor!" Kiva screamed. "Behind you!" Tor whirled around, but before he could get into a defensive stance, the Maravener lunged at him. And then, suddenly, Zulika was there. She wore her viper mask and threw herself at the attacker, just as he swung his sword at Terrell. In the next moment, the three were so tightly intertwined that it almost resembled an intimate embrace. A tormented sound escaped, and the tattooed man first sank to his knees and then collapsed completely. Tor and Zulika stood there, looking down at him. No one moved. And then, Tor slumped to the ground. "Terrell!" Ress screamed and managed to catch him just in time before his head hit the ground. Zulika stared at her brother in horror, just like Kiva, for a Moravanian sword protruded from Tor's chest. For an endless, terrible second, Kiva couldn't move, couldn't think. And then Ress looked up at her and screamed, "Help him!" It took a moment for Kiva to understand. Yes, she could help him. She could heal him, just like Tip back then. Kiva ran to her brother, fought down her fear, and forced herself to calm down with all her might. "Kiva," Tor whispered, his emerald eyes under his mask clouded with pain. "Everything will be all right," Kiva reassured him in her best healer's voice. "But this," she reached out a trembling hand for the sword hilt, "might hurt a little now. Just for a moment, don't worry." Without further warning, she ripped the blade from his chest. Tor arched his back, his mouth opened in a silent scream of pain, and his eyeballs rolled back. "Tor, Tor," Ress screamed. "Wake up! Kiva, wake him up!" "It's better if he stays unconscious," she replied, both hands pressed to Tor's wound. "Gosh, I think the blade hit an artery." "You have to help him," Ress pleaded, her voice cracking. "Kiva, please." At the very edge of her consciousness, Kiva wondered about this girl who had just caused a terrible bloodbath and now threatened to collapse at the sight of Terrell's wound. He's her best friend, she reminded herself, yet she couldn't help but wonder if there was more to it. "Calm down, Ress," she said softly, "and give me a little more space." Zulika, meanwhile, still stared down at her in silent horror, but Kiva had no time to mother her sister now. Instead, she closed her eyes and reached for her magic. Her grandmother had been right. She shouldn't have kept her powers locked away for years and only resorted to them in emergencies, but should have practiced using them in a controlled manner. But this realization didn't help her now, not while her brother's life was literally slipping through her fingers. "Please," Kiva whispered, as she could think of nothing better than to beg her magic for help. "Please." And then she felt it. The tingling in her fingers, the burning in her palms, the concentrated power that broke through thanks to a long-suppressed reflex and directed her magic directly into Tor's wound. When Kiva opened her eyes, she saw the golden light penetrate his body, saw the blood flow become weaker and weaker, until it finally stopped completely and the cut above it closed. Tor was pale in the face, his lips almost blue. He had lost a worrying amount of blood, but he would make it. Kiva realized this as her magic gradually receded and the golden glow faded. He would survive. A sob escaped her throat. She wasn't alone in her relief. Ress also clung to Terrell with all her might. He's fine," Kiva replied weakly, holding her head as a sudden dizziness overcame her. The same applied to Kiva. After healing Tip, she had been just as exhausted. But back then, she had been in the midst of a prisoner uprising and had no opportunity for a well-deserved nap. Unfortunately, her prospects for that were little better today. So she pushed back her grogginess and looked up at her sister to assure her too that Tor would recover. But Zulika paid her no mind. Instead, she stared into a corner of the warehouse.
An uneasy feeling stirred in Kiva's stomach as she followed her sister's gaze. But she already knew what had happened. Tip had woken up, and judging by his expression, he had witnessed everything. Kiva left the unconscious Terrell in Ressa's care and slowly walked to Tip. You healed him," the boy breathed, his blue eyes wide, his face chalk white beneath the thin trickle of blood seeping from the wound on his temple. "You glowed. You have magic." "And not just any magic," Zulika interjected, who had followed Kiva and now removed her viper mask. Kiva looked at her sister reproachfully. "He would have found out anyway," Zulika defended herself. Tip, his hands still bound, shakily got to his feet, and his lower lip began to tremble with indignation as he understood. "Tip," Kiva whispered, "you're a Corentine," he croaked, like Torvin Corentine and Tilda Corentine?" "Tilda was my mother," Kiva confessed, still whispering. Tip's mouth fell open. The rebel queen was your mother? And what does that mean now?" "It means Kiva has been merely ingratiating herself with your royal friends all this time to bring them down." "Zulika, shut your mouth," Kiva snapped at her, before hastily assuring Tip, "That's not true. It's complicated." But it was too late. Kiva couldn't undo what Tip had seen, couldn't unsay what he had heard, and she had no idea how to prove to him that she wasn't the monster he now believed her to be, for she read in his eyes, which filled with tears, that she considered her a monster. "I can explain everything," Kiva said. At the sight of his expression, her voice broke just like her heart. "Unfortunately, we don't have time for that now," Zulika announced, and with a single fluid movement, she swung and struck Tip on the back of the head with her sword hilt. Kiva caught him and glared furiously at her sister. "Have you gone mad?" she shrieked. "He's too great a risk," Zulika replied coldly. "He's 11 years old." "Exactly, and until we've figured out what to do with him, he stays with us, the rebels. We can hardly let him rat us out to your high-born friends." Kiva was so angry she couldn't utter a word. Instead, she once again reached for her magic to heal Tip's concussion, his second concussion in a few months. But Zulika grabbed her arm and broke her concentration. "Stop," she said.
This way he's much easier to transport. "You don't seriously think I'll leave him with you?" Kiva growled. "Think about it, Kiva." Zulika seemed to be losing patience. "Do you really think he'll keep quiet if we just walk him back to the palace? Do you trust him that much?" "Yes," Kiva replied without hesitation. However, at the memory of Tip's gaze, doubts suddenly arose. Calvin had found out who she was before he truly knew her. He had known from the beginning, and therefore hadn't felt betrayed. Tip, on the other hand, Kiva had hidden the truth from him for 3 years. And what was worse, Tip now knew that she had intended to harm the Valentis, the family he loved so much, that he included them in his self-painted portrait. Kiva couldn't assess how he would decide if he were given a choice, especially not while he was so agitated. "Well, are you finally getting it?" Zulika asked, then continued in a softer voice. "Don't worry, we'll take care of him, and tomorrow you can explain everything to him. Then you'll see where his loyalty lies." "Tomorrow? The masquerade ball starts in less than an hour, although we intercepted the Miravaners' messages, so no one in the palace knows what happened. If you don't want to risk your prince sending out a search party, you should probably get going anyway." "As if I'd go to that silly ball while Tip? If I were you, I wouldn't tell Jaren anything about what happened here," Zulika continued unperturbed. "It might be difficult to explain how you managed to escape. Besides, it's better if he doesn't know that our friends from the north are in the city. Well, were," she corrected herself with a glance at the many dead Miravaners. "These here probably pose no danger anymore." Her words reminded Kiva of something else. What did Mother promise King Navok? She demanded to know. "The 2 men who kidnapped us said you had a debt to pay, and the deadline for it would soon expire." Zulika looked over at Ress, who was kneeling beside the still-masked Terrell and seemed barely to notice the devastation around her. "That's none of your business." "Oh, yes it is," Kiva growled. When Zulika heard the anger in her voice, she relented. "All right, I'll tell you,
But not here. Next time, when we're somewhere safe and undisturbed. Kiva would have loved to press her for an answer, but her sister would have remained unyielding anyway. So Kiva finally managed a curt nod, although she didn't intend to let Zulika off so easily. There were still plenty of other questions burning on her mind. "Did you steal the law book?" she blurted out the first one. If the abrupt change of subject surprised Zulika, she at least didn't show it. "Not directly, but it's possible I was involved," Zulika admitted. "So Parita Brown was indeed a rebel, your spy in the palace. Not the only one." "Did you kill her?" Kiva gasped. Zulika's expression remained icy as she replied. She didn't want the little one here, she pointed at Tip, to get into trouble and was about to blurt everything out. "So I did what was necessary." Kiva recoiled. "But why? What do you want with the book?" Zulika wiped her bloody hands on her trousers. "Just to fill a few gaps in my education." Catching Kiva's gaze, she sighed and explained. "You told us about that royal triad clause the night before last." Kiva's heart skipped a beat. "And that made me think. I wondered what else might be in that book. Perhaps there are more secrets that could play into our hands." Zulika shrugged. "I just thought it wouldn't hurt to browse through it a bit. I'll give it back when I'm done, I promise," she added with an ironic smile. Kiva was stunned by her sister's unscrupulous actions. Nevertheless, the answer made her breathe a sigh of relief. Before Kiva could press further, Zulika put her mask back on and whistled loudly with 2 fingers. Thereupon, a group of rebels rushed into the warehouse, many of them covered in blood, from which Kiva concluded that further skirmishes had occurred outside. How many mercenaries might Novak have sent? Kiva shuddered at the thought of the losses the Miravanian king had accepted to get Jaren, and with him Evelyn, into his power. Another whistle, and the rebels began to remove the bodies and clear away the traces of battle. Some approached Res and Tor, took the young woman's instructions, and shortly thereafter disappeared behind the crates again. "What about Mother?" Kiva picked up her thread again. "I told you I'd tell you later about the agreement." "No, what about her magic?" Zulika froze. "What about it?" Kiva shifted Tip's weight in her arms. But then she had to admit that she would have no choice but to leave him here. So she carefully laid him on the floor before looking her sister firmly in the eyes. "Delora told me what Mother did, that she directed her magic against other people, just like Torvin Quarantine before her. That's what she died from, not some illness." "You have absolutely no idea what sacrifices Mother made," Zulika retorted, her honey-gold eyes darkening. "So don't you dare judge her for anything." "How can you still defend her?" Kiva cried. "She killed people." "Just look around," Zulika said with a gesture at the blood on the floor. "All these people died today because of you. Isn't that the same?" "That's not the same at all. The Miravanians attacked us. From what I've heard, Mother attacked innocents, snapped her fingers once, and poof, they were dead." "Grow up, Kiva," Zulika hissed. "No one is innocent, not in this world." Kiva recoiled from the raw anger in Zulika's words. Her sister, who seemed to realize she had let her emotions get the better of her, sighed and rubbed her forehead. "I'm sorry. The thing with Tor is just getting to me, seeing him like that. If it hadn't been for you..." Suddenly, something new entered her gaze. "Thank you, Kiva. I don't know what I would have done if I had lost him." Kiva let out a long breath. She could understand her sister's distress, though not her way of dealing with it. "I wish you didn't keep so many secrets from me." "Are you really going to blame me for that?" Zulika retorted, frustrated. "Be honest. Can you seriously imagine ruining the Valentis? I've seen how much they like you. And no matter how strongly you deny it, I know you've grown just as fond of them, especially Jaren. Can you seriously imagine taking everything from them? Taking everything from Jaren?" Kiva's heart beat faster. She could have lied, and probably should have, but she didn't want to. She didn't want to lie to her sister, or to herself. That was over. "I could," Kiva whispered. "When I left Zalindov, I was determined to destroy them. And now?" Zulika asked, apparently genuinely interested. Kiva felt helpless, and at the same time more certain than ever. "You're right, they are important to me. But you are important too, and Tor. I love you both. Only, she took a deep breath and forced herself to confess, I don't want to be a rebel. Then she quickly added, don't worry, I won't stand in your way, but I don't want to work for you. Not anymore. Suddenly, Kiva felt the exhaustion that had overcome her after Torel's healing again, mixed with a generous portion of fear. But Zulika's expression remained unchanged. There was no trace of the expected anger in her gaze, no trace of disappointment. If anything, her sister seemed, well, perhaps not directly happy, but at least satisfied that the truth was finally coming out. I thought so, she said softly. You were never good at pretending, not even as a child. Kiva looked down. I'm sorry. You can't change your feelings, Zulika replied, and the next moment she pulled Kiva close. We'll find a solution, I promise. Kiva had to hold back tears with all her might as Zulika wrapped one arm around her waist and the other around her neck, holding her tight.
Again and again, she repeated her promise that everything would be all right, that she wasn't blaming Kiva and understood her feelings. They stood like that for a long time, as if they could make up for all the missed hugs of 10 years, and only let go when another whistle echoed through the room. Kiva wiped her damp eyes and was surprised to find that all the bodies had disappeared. In addition, the men Ress had previously given special instructions to had returned with a stretcher for Torel. They carefully lifted him onto it and then carried him away. Finally, only Racinda remained, who now approached Zulika and Kiva. Kodam says there's a shift change here soon. Ress's voice was still thick with worry. And this camp is to be reinforced, so it should be swarming with dock workers in a few minutes. Zulika nodded. Then we'd better go. She looked at Kiva. And you have to go back to the palace. But Tip. I'll look after him, Racinda assured her. I'm sorry, Kiva. I just overheard your conversation, and I agree with Zulika. If Jaren finds out what happened today, he'll want to know how you escaped, and who helped you. First, we need to figure out what's going on here ourselves. She gave Zulika an insistent look that left no doubt she would question her about Tilda's agreement with Moraven at the next opportunity. Then she turned back to Kiva. That means you really should go to the princess's masquerade ball and behave as normally as possible. And that also means Tip has to stay with us, at least until you've had a chance to talk to him in peace. You'll have to come up with something as to why he's absent tonight, and the next time you manage to sneak away, you can explain everything to him. She lowered her voice. I'll stay with him the whole time, I swear, nothing will happen to him. Kiva absolutely disagreed with this plan, but her mind told her that Zulika and Ress were right. They had to keep Tip under observation for the time being. Although it still wasn't entirely clear to her why Jaren shouldn't know about the Moraven's abduction, she understood that he would only blame himself if he knew, and she didn't want to burden him unnecessarily. All right, she finally agreed reluctantly, but I want to go to him first thing tomorrow morning. Racinda lifted Tip into her arms and gasped softly under his weight. We have a secret hideout here in the city. As long as Tor, she swallowed, as long as Tor is still unconscious, I'd rather not make my way back to Oak Hollow, so we'll spend the night in Valenia. Tomorrow morning, someone will pick you up at the palace and take you to Tip. All right? Although she could only with great difficulty stop herself from snatching the boy from Ress and never letting go, Kiva nodded. Please take good care of him. I will, Ress vowed, for both of them. Kiva gave her a weak, grateful smile. It was all she could manage, and then watched as the young woman, with Tip in her arms, turned and left. He'll get over it, Zulika assured her. The little one loves you dearly. A lump formed in Kiva's throat, making it difficult for her to reply. I just hope that's enough. Zulika placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Then she said, I'm sorry, but I have to ask you something else. I know the timing is anything but ideal, and we really should get out of here, but I just have to know. What? Zulika shifted uncomfortably. You mentioned Delora earlier. Does that mean you went to her a second time? She refused to help me. Kiva stared at the pool of blood where Tor had been lying shortly before, and suddenly she felt ice cold. But if she had given me the potion, Tor would be dead now, so that was probably a blessing in disguise. She shivered. I just have to learn to control my magic myself. And she would.
Kiva was determined to explore her healing powers to the fullest. She wanted to become the opposite of what her mother had been. She wanted to help people instead of causing them suffering. I had hoped she would be a little more open with you, Zalika sighed. Well, she really seems to have something against our whole family. Kiva glanced at her sister. Especially against you. Zalika shifted from one foot to the other. I might have been to her a few more times than I admitted. She wouldn't hand over the dagger either, Kiva said, knowing what Zalika was really getting at. I tried, but she wouldn't relent. Zalika's shoulders slumped. Well, that was to be expected. She shook her head. Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter anymore anyway. She gestured with her chin towards the exit. All right, now we really need to get going. She led Kiva through the warehouse, past countless boxes, barrels, and chests. The building was much larger than she had thought. When they finally stepped outside, the sun was already setting in the distance. I need to do something quickly before the ball. We'll meet at the palace then. You really don't need to come, Kiva said, hoping to still dissuade her sister. Tor is already missing, and it would probably be quite noticeable if both of us turned down the princess's invitation, don't you think? Lest we be considered rude. Reluctantly, Kiva had to admit that Zalika was right about that too. Frustrated, she exhaled. All right, see you later then. Finally back in the palace, Kiva's feet felt like lead, her head throbbed painfully, and she longed for her bed. However, since she didn't have much time left, she quickly washed, scrubbed Terrell's blood from her hands, a miracle no one had noticed, and put on her dress. As promised, Marin had delivered a mask for her, a shimmering, intricately crafted masterpiece that, however, paled next to Kiva's dress. This was made of pale gold silk, flowing like water from the hips downwards, and featured a form-fitting, deeply cut bodice. But the most spectacular part was the embroidered luminium pearls, which sparkled like tiny suns, and literally made the dress, and Kiva with it, radiate. After Kiva had put on her mask and slipped into the glittering shoes, she looked at herself one last time in the mirror and stood rooted to the spot. She almost didn't recognize herself. "What am I doing here?" she murmured, then flinched when there was a knock at the door. Outside stood Jaren, clad from head to toe in noble midnight blue. Small, swirling gold embroideries adorned his shirt collar and the hem of his jacket, and Kiva suppressed the urge to reach out and touch them, to touch him. He looked stunning, from his boots up to his blue-gold mask. Kiva couldn't tear her gaze away from him, not that she tried very hard, especially not when his gaze caught hers. For the prince stared back, openly. Heat spread within her as she discovered the longing in his face, the desire that seemed to grow even larger as his gaze, soft as a caress, slid down her. And then Nari marched into the room. Kiva flinched as if caught doing something forbidden. She felt slightly out of breath, as if after a lap around the barracks yard. Her reaction was a little embarrassing, yet the magnetic attraction the prince exerted on her remained unbroken. "Ready?" asked Nari, who didn't seem to notice what was going on between Kiva and Jaren. "Where's Tip?" Kiva tried to shake off her trance. She stammered, searching for an answer. On the way back to the palace, she had been so lost in thought that she had completely forgotten to prepare an excuse. She almost claimed Tip was sick, but then Nari and Jaren would have immediately wanted to check on him. Besides, they would have known that Kiva would never have left him alone in that case. "He was with you at the Silverthorn today, wasn't he?" Nari pressed, reminding Kiva of the soldiers on the Riverside Road. Although they must have been quite inattentive today if they missed the abduction.
"Didn't you come back together?" Given all the people who had seen Kiva return alone, including the palace guards at the gate, it wouldn't take 2 seconds for Nari to expose her lie. Kiva nervously licked her lips. "No," she said. "It was his first time up there, and he wanted to stay a bit longer. Racinda, a healer friend, offered to show him around a bit while I changed." Nari cast a skeptical glance at Tip's open room door, but shrugged. "I'll keep an eye out and let you know as soon as he returns." Kiva's stomach tightened into a hard knot, but she managed a quiet, "Thank you." She only had to stall the others until the next morning. Then she could talk to Tip and hopefully convince him to keep her secret. "You look good, by the way," Nari said to Kiva. Jaren let out a muffled sound, the first since he had appeared at Kiva's door. Kiva, however, continued to look at the soldier and replied, "You too." Naari was dressed in black as usual, but today she had exchanged her armored leather uniform for a pantsuit, whose cuffs and collar were also adorned with subtle gold embroideries, the smallest possible concession to Mirren's color scheme for the ball. She also wore an equally simple yet elegant gold mask that stood out beautifully against her dark skin. "I don't like these events." Naari smoothed her hands over her outfit. "You just can't hide enough weapons in these clothes." Since Kiva couldn't spot a single weapon on Naari's body, she hardly dared to think about where exactly the soldier might have hidden them. She knew, however, that Jaren wore a dagger on his belt. She had seen its hilt flash under his jacket when she opened the door for him. Apart from that, Jaren also appeared unarmed. "Mirren actually ordered me to take the evening off, so I had to get a little creative," Naari explained, grimacing. "Anyway, shall we go?" Without waiting for an answer, she walked back to the door. Kiva also started to move, but Jaren held her arm. "Naari is wrong," he said in a rough voice, and his blue-gold eyes seemed to leave a flaming trail on Kiva's skin. "You don't look good." He leaned closer, and her breath hitched as his lips brushed the spot just below her ear, and he whispered, "You look breathtaking. You are breathtaking." "That's just the dress," Kiva replied shakily. Jaren's soft laugh sent a shiver down her spine. "No, it's not, believe me." "Are you coming?" Naari called from the hallway. Jaren let go of Kiva and let out a muffled curse. "Do you think one would get into big trouble if one murdered one's own golden shield?" Kiva suppressed a smile. "Purely hypothetical, if you like." "I can hear you," Naari's voice sounded again. With a sigh, Jaren placed a hand on Kiva's back and gently guided her to the door. Purely hypothetical, exactly. The circular ballroom seemed transformed. Guests dressed in elegant blue and gold mingled everywhere, their faces entirely or partially hidden behind delicate masks. Aluminum chandeliers glittered on the ceiling, and a string orchestra played high up on a gallery. Delicate wisps of mist, undoubtedly created by elemental magic, brushed around the guests' ankles, and the entire hall was filled with floating points of light that caressed the dancers like a sea of stars. "Oh," Kiva said softly. "My sister can drive you crazy," Jaren said, "but she knows how to throw a party." Kiva nodded, captivated. She looked for Mirren, but only spotted the king and queen, holding court surrounded by a crowd of people. Beside them stood Ordeal, dutifully holding the squirming flocks. "Far too many people for my taste," Naari grumbled, looking around unhappily. "Half of them are guards," Jaren countered, "and the other half are good acquaintances. Nothing can happen to me here, Naari. Besides, you're not even on duty." "But Mirren won't be pleased if you cluck after thee like a hen," Jaren insisted. "So go get something to drink, raid the buffet, and just enjoy yourself a little." When Naari still hesitated, Jaren added with a mischievous grin, "Unless you want to play chaperone for Kiva and me if we dance all night." Normally, Naari's grimace would have made Kiva laugh, but now she repeated, "Dance?" A sparkle entered Jaren's eyes. "I thought you'd never ask." And in the next moment, he pulled Kiva onto the dance floor. "No, Jaren, I can't." But before she could finish, the prince spun her around with one hand and placed the other on her waist. "I can't dance at all," Kiva hissed. "Then it's a good thing I felt like I've done little else my whole life," Jaren replied, tilting his head until their eyes met. "Do you trust me, Kiva?" Kiva sensed he wasn't just talking about dancing, so she held his gaze and breathed a soft yes, leaving no doubt that she understood the deeper meaning. His expression radiated such hope, such bliss, that Kiva stared at him wordlessly before Jaren pulled her close and whispered back, "Well then, let's go." Kiva barely knew what was happening as the prince began to twirl her across the dance floor to the rhythm of the music. He didn't seem to care that she constantly stepped on his feet while the entire hall watched them. He only had eyes for her. Soon, the same magic took hold of Kiva, and she forgot all her worries, completely lost in their dance, and in Jaren's arms. After the piece ended, a wide, radiant smile spread across his face, and then they danced on, and on, and on, and only stopped when they were interrupted. "It's time someone showed your beautiful companion how to really make the floor shake, esteemed cousin." At the sound of Calden's voice, which reached her ear over the music, Kiva felt as if she were waking from a dream. Hesitantly, she opened her eyes. "May I have this dance, Sunshine?" the prince asked. For a moment, Jaren seemed reluctant to let her go, but finally he conceded. "Then I'll go congratulate my sister," he explained, bidding Kiva farewell with a fleeting hand kiss that left a far from fleeting tingle on her skin. "Good luck with that," Calden wished him. "So far, dear Mary hasn't graced us with her presence. I assume she's waiting for the right moment for a truly grand entrance." He gestured with his chin towards Ariana, Stellan, and Ori, and lowered his voice, still addressing Jaren. "Your father, by the way, looks quite pale. Perhaps you should suggest to him and your mother not to stay too much longer. Ori is already annoyed because he has to stand next to them like he's nailed to the spot the whole time, and Phlox keeps running off and scaring the guests to death when he brushes against their feet in the fog." I coughed to cover her laughter, but quickly grew serious again when Jaren looked around anxiously for his parents. "I'll talk to them," he said. Then he gave Kiva a loving smile and admonished his cousin, "Take good care of her." "Oh, darn it," Calden grumbled dryly, and here I was planning to drown her in the Saren. Without dignifying him with a reply, Jaren disappeared among the revelers. Calden grinned, and as the orchestra struck up the next piece, he took Kiva in his arms. "I like that he's so easy to provoke," he announced. "Even easier than usual lately, if I think about it. You're a true gift to all of us. Do you realize that?" Kiva deliberately stepped on his foot. "Always at your service," she replied, smiling sweetly at him. The prince snorted amusedly, let Kiva perform a swift turn, and pulled her back to him. "I've been looking for your siblings this whole time," he grinned. "Well, mainly for your brother." Kiva's stomach did a flip. Tor can't come, unfortunately. Calden's brows rose above his golden mask. "What?" Kiva thought for a moment and made a decision. If there was one person she could tell about her abduction, including her successful escape, it was Calden. And that way, at least someone in the palace would know that the Miravenner were trying to trap Jaren. But that wasn't the only reason Kiva decided to tell him the truth. Hurriedly and whispering, she informed him of what had happened. "And that's why I could really use your help right now," she concluded her report. "Regarding Tip, do you think you could perhaps come with me when I go to him tomorrow to explain everything?" Calden had expressed strong disapproval several times while she spoke, but never as strongly as when Tip had learned Kiva's secret. "I don't even know what worries me most about all of this," Calden confessed, as he maneuvered her past another dancing couple. Instead of answering her question, he finally continued. "I'll ask Varys to double the number of guards in the city to make sure there aren't any more Miravenner lurking somewhere, waiting for their chance. And you absolutely must keep pressing your sister about this agreement between your mother and Navak." Kiva nodded. "I know, but right now, Tip is my top priority. So, will you help me?" Again, Calden whirled her around. "I don't know how much good it will do, but all right, I'll come with you." Kiva almost collapsed with relief. "Thank you. Do you really think he's safe with the rebels?" "I don't have a good feeling." "Me neither," Kiva interrupted him, chewing nervously on her lower lip. "But Ress promised to look after him." Having now learned the truth about the supposed healer, Calden's face twisted skeptically. But Kiva trusted Ress, especially since she suspected what the young woman felt for Tor. "I'll help you maintain the disguise for tonight," Calden offered. "But depending on how things go tomorrow, you might be forced to make some pretty difficult decisions, Sunshine." Kiva took a deep breath and looked away. "I know." Calden lifted their intertwined hands to turn her face to him. "But speaking of hard decisions, I'm proud of you for coming clean with Zulika. Telling her you no longer want to work for the rebels certainly wasn't easy." No, it wasn't. Her sister had reacted surprisingly understandingly, not a bit angry, not a bit reproachful, which gave Kiva reason to hope that Zulika might, deep down, think similarly to Terrell. Or perhaps she had simply realized that Kiva, after 10 years in prison, had a right to make her own decisions. While Kiva was still thinking about it, the music once again fell silent, and barely a second later, Jaren appeared beside them. Kaldon let out an amused snort. "It was a close call," he announced in a grave voice, "but she actually survived being separated from you for a full 7 minutes." Without responding, Jaren took Kiva's hand and pulled her from the dance floor. "Right, don't mind me," Kaldon called after them. "I'll just amuse myself alone." At first, Kiva thought Jaren wanted to take her to his parents, but then she saw that he had apparently successfully persuaded them to withdraw. Since Mirren still hadn't appeared, she was also ruled out as a possible destination. He also only led her past the gilded table with refreshments. Many of the masked men and women on the way greeted him while openly scrutinizing Kiva. Nevertheless, Jaren didn't stop anywhere but marched purposely onward, out of the ballroom. "Where are you going?" Kiva asked as they stepped through the mighty double doors and descended the red-carpeted staircase. "Somewhere quiet." Kiva's heart did a little jump, followed by a series of others, as she realized they were on their way to the river salon. To the empty river salon. Since the room was directly above the ballroom, the music drifted up to them, but at the same time they were shielded from the crowds, the curious faces, and scrutinizing glances. The luminium chandelier bathed the salon in golden light, and outside the windows the candle-lit Sogren flowed. It was the epitome of romantic. Especially when Jaren, with a wave of his hand, made mist rise from the floor and conjured tiny points of light, until the salon seemed like a perfect replica of the ballroom, only smaller, more secluded, and just for them. "I know it's selfish," Jaren confessed, as he gently drew Kiva to the windows, "but I don't want to share you with anyone else tonight." The orchestra below struck up a new piece. "May I have this dance, Kiva?" Suddenly, her throat was terribly dry, so Kiva stepped towards him wordlessly. But this time, Jaren didn't lead her in a waltz. Instead, he placed both arms around her waist and swayed gently with her to the music, without once taking his eyes off her. It was a look full of emotions, revealing everything and hiding nothing. Kiva's heart threatened to burst. "Do you remember that evening in the garden?" he asked softly. Kiva swallowed. They had only been in a garden together once, in her herb garden in Zalindov, the evening Tip had fallen ill. But before they had found the boy, "Back then, I wanted to kiss you," Jaren murmured. Kiva's breath caught somewhere in her chest. Jaren leaned in, and his lips brushed her ear as he added, "And I think you wanted to kiss me, too." A shiver ran down Kiva's spine. "So much has happened since then," she said, her voice sounding strange in her own ears, so deep and rough. Jaren's face darkened. "Yes," he agreed, as one of his hands slowly, gently as a whisper, glided up her side, over her shoulder, her neck, until it finally rested on Kiva's cheek. The touch ignited a fire under her skin, and a profound warmth spread through her. Very carefully, Jaren took off her mask, and a moment later, his also fell. For the first time that evening, Kiva could see his face unobstructed, and at what she discovered there, her knees went weak. "Much has happened," Jaren repeated softly, stroking her cheek with his thumb. His face was so close to her that she felt his breath. "Much has changed. But not what I feel for you." Kiva placed a hand on his chest. Her breath suddenly became shallow. Jaren tilted his head slightly, his nose brushing hers. A tiny sound escaped Kiva's lips, a sound that made the darkness in Jaren's eyes even deeper, the gold around his iris like rings of fire against the night sky. The sight was more than Kiva could bear. She closed her eyes, with the painful knowledge of what Jaren must be reading there. Again, his mouth neared her ear. "I know you're scared." He gave her a feather-light kiss on the neck. Kiva let out a whimper. "But you don't have to be." Another kiss, this time below her ear. "With me, you are safe, Kiva. I promise you. With me, you will always be safe." Kiva's breath quickened. "Open your eyes, my love," Jaren whispered. Kiva needed a moment. Her heart pounded, 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 but when she finally looked at him, everything inside her suddenly came to a standstill. The calm before the storm. Kiva couldn't say who had made the first move, only that suddenly she felt Jaren's lips on hers, his hand in her hair, his body against hers.
With a soft gasp, she opened her mouth, and their kiss deepened. Jaren let out a soft sigh. Kiva's legs gave way beneath her until Jaren's arm was the only thing holding her upright, like a band of steel around her waist. She pressed against him, slid her hands up his chest to his neck, buried her fingers in his incredibly soft hair, and nestled her face against his. Wished their kiss would never end. But then Jaren slightly turned his upper body, and the hilt of the dagger in his belt dug so painfully into Kiva's side that she flinched back. Ouch! Jaren blinked dazedly, his hair disheveled, his gaze slightly glazed. "Are you all right?" he asked, noticeably out of breath. Kiva couldn't help but lift a finger to his face and trace his lips, swollen from kissing. Immediately, the dark glow returned to his eyes, and heat again flowed through her.
But before Jaren could lean towards her once more, Kiva grabbed the dagger and pulled it from his belt. "Can we put this—" She broke off mid-sentence. "I'm sorry, I completely forgot about it." Jaren took the weapon from her suddenly numb fingers. "It's just a ceremonial dagger that I'm supposed to wear on official occasions. It's not even sharp." He demonstratively ran his index finger over the blade. But Kiva's interest wasn't in the blade, but in the hilt, in the clear gemstone embedded within it. With trembling fingers, she pointed at the jewel, and a terrible premonition stirred within her. "What is that?" she asked. "Do you remember the Eye of the Gods, the divine gift to Serana and Torvin?" Jaren tapped the stone. The stone was forged into a dagger. That's why Dagger of the Gods would actually have been a more fitting name, but that probably sounded a bit too martial to them. He tilted his head. "Didn't I tell you that?" Kiva shook her head, and then again. "No, no, no, but this is just a replica." Jaren tapped the stone again. "As I said, the real one is with Ashlyn." He was wrong. He was wrong, because Kiva had seen the real dagger in her grandmother's house. Ashlyn's copy must also be a fake. Why else would her grandmother have so stubbornly refused to give up her dagger, if not to protect it from the rest of her family? "There are all sorts of legends about it," Jaren continued, without noticing how pale Kiva had become. In some, it said Serana attacked Torvin with her magic. In others, she threw herself at him with this dagger. Well, you know, not with this dagger, but with the one that's with Ashlyn. Kiva barely listened to him anymore. Instead, she thought about how Zulika had tried for years to get her grandmother's dagger, believing it had purely symbolic value for the rebels. But she had known nothing of its true significance until 2 nights ago, when Kiva, in her foolishness, her boundless foolishness, had told her about the royal triad. Icy cold spread within her as she realized that one of the 3 objects was already in Zulika's hands. And all at once, Kiva was assailed by serious doubts about her sister's explanation for why she had stolen the law book. No, Kiva was sure that Zulika had lied. It wouldn't have mattered much if the Eye of the Gods, without which the triad was incomplete, had truly been hundreds of miles away. But like this, "I just need to take care of something before the ball. We'll meet at the palace then." Zulika's words from that afternoon shrieked in her ears, and a terrible suspicion dawned on her. How often had her sister tried to get her grandmother's dagger, but without success because Delora kept it too well hidden? She keeps it in a hollowed-out book titled 1001 Cakes and Tarts. Her own voice now echoed within her. Full of dismay, Kiva stared at Jaren. "I have to go," she choked out. Jaren raised his eyebrows. "What? Where?" "Toilet. Then I'll wait here." "No, no. You go back to the ball." Kiva tried to control the panic in her voice. "Maybe Mirren has shown up by now." Jaren leaned forward, kissed her on the cheek, and repeated emphatically, "I'll wait here." Kiva ignored the renewed desire that rose within her. Instead, she frantically searched for an explanation why she wouldn't return so soon. "I also need to check on Tip, otherwise he'll get silly ideas, so it might take a while." Jaren seemed to attribute her agitation to what had just happened between them, for he smiled. With the memory of his kiss still on her lips, Kiva wished for nothing more than to stay with him and continue where they had left off. But in her mind's eye, the indelible image of a small house in the swamp floated.
The desperate urge to prevent the worst made her blood pulse. "I would rather die than see the dagger in your sister's hands," Delora had said, which made Kiva's fear grow infinitely. "Take all the time you need, my dear," Jaren said. "I'll wait for you here." Then he kissed her one last time, gently yet full of promises, before adding, "I will always wait for you." His words enveloped Kiva like a tidal wave. The warmth they conveyed almost drove away the icy cold that had been spreading within her ever since her gaze had fallen upon the dagger, but only almost. And so Kiva forced a hesitant smile and turned around. She tried to walk calmly until she was around the corner and out of sight. Only then did she run. Kiva wasted no time changing into clothes more suitable for riding, but stumbled and slid in her delicate dancing shoes straight out of the palace. Hastily, she stopped a stable boy who was about to lead a horse into its stall. With the words, "It's an emergency," she snatched the reins from his hand. The adolescent boy stared at her with an open mouth as she swung herself into the saddle in her ball gown and urged the horse towards the gate. For her previous 2 rides to Blackwater, she had taken a leisurely 20 minutes, but in her haste this time, she galloped more daringly than ever through the moonlit streets. Every fiber of her body screamed, "Faster!" If Zulika had decided to get the dagger, and if Delora tried to resist her, Kiva couldn't say what worried her most. But at the end of every scenario lurked the fear that Zulika would succeed in acquiring the Eye of the Gods, because then she would only need one more component of the triad, the Queen's signet ring, to seize power over the kingdom. She would become Queen of Avalon, and the Valentis? Jaren. Kiva dared not finish the thought. She reminded herself that there was no point in worrying about something that hadn't happened yet, especially since the royal family could defend themselves with their elemental magic. Every single member, even young Ordeal, was a formidable opponent. Panicking now wouldn't help anyone. So Kiva focused on not falling off the horse in her dress as she galloped like the wind. She reached the swamp in half the usual time. Arriving at Delora's house, she jumped from her panting horse and ran up the porch steps. When she discovered the door was ajar, her heart clenched. "Delora!" Kiva rushed into the living room and stopped dead in her tracks. She let her gaze sweep over the chaos of books and furnishings on the floor, the swept empty shelves and overturned cabinets. The room looked as if lightning had struck there. No sign of Zulika, but in the middle of the room, face down, lay Delora. "No," Kiva whispered. She knelt beside her grandmother and carefully turned her over. Startled, she recoiled and raised her hands in horror as Delora let out a soft groan. She was still alive, but what was wrong with her? A kind of dark mist hung over Delora's stomach, a swirling black cloud. Kiva didn't know what the phenomenon meant, only that it was clearly supernatural in origin. Everything in her resisted touching the mist, yet she forced herself to place her trembling hands on Delora's body. For the second time that day, she reached for her healing magic and pleaded with her powers to come to her grandmother's aid. Her fingers began to tingle, her skin to burn, as her magic rose to the surface, but the golden glow did not appear. Something was wrong. Her powers were ready, Kiva felt it. They wanted to heal and urged to be released, but something seemed to be preventing them, and for once it wasn't Kiva herself. Delora coughed and her eyelids fluttered open. She seemed neither surprised to see Kiva nor irritated by the strange darkness enveloping her torso. "It won't work," she uttered weakly, seeing Kiva's hands hovering over her. Kiva ignored her grandmother and tried once more forcefully, to let her magic flow into the old woman. But nothing happened, except that a wave of dizziness overcame her, with such force that she had to brace herself on the floor. Die Hexe hat sich den Dolch geholt. Deloras runzliges Gesicht war schmerzverzerrt.
»Was hat sie dir angetan?« hauchte Kiva und griff nach dem Saum von Deloras Tunika. Wenn sie schon mit ihrer Magie nichts ausrichten konnte, dann würde sie eben auf ihr konventionelles Heilwissen zurückgreifen. Doch Delora hob mühsam die Hand und hielt Kivas fest. »Ich hab's dir doch gesagt. Sie ist genauso gefährlich wie eure Mutter. Sie trägt dieselbe Neigung zum Bösen in sich. Wieder hustete sie, feucht und rasselnd, und ihre Finger schlossen sich fester um Kivas. Das passiert, wenn man der Finsternis nachgibt, wenn man seine Kraft nicht zum Heilen, sondern zum Töten nutzt, wie Torven. Kivas Magen schien in bodenlose Tiefen zu sacken. Aber Zuleka hat keine Magie, sie hatte nie welche, sie hat gelogen. Eure Mutter, wieder ein belegtes Husten, eure Mutter hat ihr alles beigebracht, was sie wusste. Die beiden haben gemeinsam trainiert. Nein, Kiva schüttelte den Kopf, das kann nicht sein. Doch in dem Moment hörte sie im Geiste Torels Stimme. Sie und Mutter standen einander sehr nahe, besonders am Ende. Sie haben jede Minute gemeinsam verbracht. War das möglich? Verfügte Zuleka wirklich über magische Kräfte? Und hatte sie diese vor ihnen allen verborgen? Der Beweis dafür lag sterbend vor Kiva auf dem Boden, trotzdem konnte sie es nicht glauben. Als Delora das nächste Mal hustete, bäumte sich ihr gesamter Körper auf und ein dünnes Rinnsal Blut sickerte ihr aus dem Mund. Kiva fluchte. »Was hat sie dir angetan?« fragte sie wieder. »Meine Organe versagen«, flüsterte Delora. »Du kannst nichts dagegen tun, solange ihre Magie in meinem Körper ist. Darum hör mir zu.« »Das ist alles meine Schuld«, flüsterte Kiva. »Sie ist gekommen, um den Dolch zu holen, weil ich...« »Hör mir zu«, drängte Delora, der immer mehr Blut übers Kinn rann. »Der Dolch!« »Ich weiß, dass das Auge der Götter darin eingelassen ist«, unterbrach Kiva sie, um ihr die Anstrengung des Sprechens zu ersparen. »Ich weiß, dass Zuleka damit den Thron an sich reißen kann.« »Nein, du verstehst nicht«, sagte Delora, ehe ein weiterer Hustenanfall sich schüttelte. Sie presste sich die freie Hand auf den Bauch, während sie mit der anderen weiter Kivas umklammerte. »Der Dolch. Sarana hat Torvin damit angegriffen. So hat sie das Königreich gerettet.« Davon hatte auch Jaren gesprochen, bevor sie aus dem Palast geflohen war. Dass die Königin Torvin manchen Legenden zufolge beinahe mit dem Dolch getötet hatte. »Das spielt doch jetzt keine Rolle«, redete Kiva beruhigend auf die alte Frau ein und tupfte ihr das Blut aus dem zusehends bleicher werdenden Gesicht. »Was du brauchst ist...« »Kiva!« Deloras Frust verlieh ihrer Stimme ungeahnte Kraft. »Der Dolch kann einem Menschen die Magie entziehen. Es war ein Geschenk der Götter, ein Geschenk an Sarana, damit sie ihren Mann aufhält.« Kiva sank zurück auf die Fersen, ein schrilles Klingeln in ihren Ohren. »Der Dolch.« »Ich«, begann Kiva, brachte den Satz jedoch nicht zu Ende. Delora ließ ihre Hand los und hob ihre Tunika, unter der eine gezackte Narbe zum Vorschein kam. Noch immer waberte der tödliche Nebel über ihre bleiche Haut. »Du wolltest doch wissen, wie es mir gelungen ist, meine Magie zu unterdrücken«, sagte sie, und ihre Stimme wurde wieder schwächer. »Ich habe mich selbst mit dem Dolch verletzt. Das Auge der Götter hat mir meine Kraft entzogen, bis zum allerletzten Tröpfchen, auf das ich niemals jemandem damit schaden würde. Ich wollte mich nicht mein Leben lang davor fürchten müssen.« Kiva starrte auf die Narbe, und in dem Moment wurde ihr etwas klar. Der Trank. Ich habe versucht, ihn nachzubrauen, aber es hat nicht funktioniert, weil es niemals um die Zutaten ging, bestätigte Delora. Ich habe bei der Zubereitung den Dolch benutzt. Das hat deine Magie unterdrückt. Wieder ergriff sie Kivas Hände, diesmal beide auf einmal. Ihre altersschlaffe Haut war kalt, klamm. »Du bist anders als sie, Kiva. Du bist das Licht, das ihre Dunkelheit vertreibt. Deine Magie ist rein, genau wie dein Herz. Das spüre ich.« Eine Träne rollte Kiva über die Wange, nicht nur wegen dem, was Delora gesagt hatte, sondern auch, weil sie fühlte, dass Deloras Lebenskraft schwand. Ihnen blieb nicht mehr viel Zeit. »Aber du musst vorsichtig sein«, fuhr Delora mit schwacher, so furchtbar schwacher Stimme fort. »Ein Fehler genügt, eine einzige, falsche Entscheidung. Du musst kämpfen, werde nicht wie sie.« Mit einem angestrengten Keuchen raffte die alte Frau sich noch einmal auf und flüsterte: »Sei das Licht in der Dunkelheit, Kiva.« Dann schlossen sich ihre Augen, und der schwarze Nebel löste sich mit ihrem letzten Atemzug auf. Kiva senkte den Kopf, Tränen tropften ihr vom Kinn. Sie hatte ihre Großmutter kaum gekannt, aber sie wusste, dass Delora kein solches Ende verdient hatte. Das hier war Zulekas Werk. Sie hatte ihre eigene Großmutter getötet, ermordet. Und noch dazu besaß sie nun den Dolch. Eine Waffe, mit der sie Yaren nicht nur den Thron nehmen konnte, sondern auch seine Magie. Kiva sprang auf und fuhr sich mit der Hand übers Gesicht. Delora musste beerdigt werden, aber das würde warten müssen. Als erstes musste Kiva zurück zum Palast, um Yaren zu warnen, selbst wenn das bedeutete, dass er die Wahrheit über sie erfuhr. Es stand einfach zu viel auf dem Spiel. Sie mussten das Siegel der Königin beschützen und sich so gut wie möglich gegen Zulekas böse Magie wappnen. Denn so mächtig die Elementarkräfte der Valentes auch sein mochten, niemand wusste, wozu Zuleka imstande war. Wenn sie unerwartet angriff und noch dazu im Besitz des Dolchs war, Kiva sah ein letztes Mal ihre Großmutter an, dann rannte sie los. Sie würde nicht zulassen, dass ihre Schwester noch weitere Morde beging, weder heute Nacht noch sonst irgendwann. Der Ritt zurück nach Valenya war genauso nervenaufreibend wie der Hinweg. Kiva trieb ihr Pferd schneller und schneller an, befeuert von Panik und Verzweiflung und der stetig wachsenden Angst, zu spät zu kommen. Sie wusste nicht, wie groß Zulekas Vorsprung war, nur, dass sie ihr auf dem Weg in den Sumpf nicht begegnet war. Gut möglich, dass sie längst im Palast war. Und »Schloss jetzt«, rief Kiva sich entschlossen zur Ordnung. Als endlich das Palasttor in Sicht kam, wäre Kiva beinahe in Tränen ausgebrochen. Sie und ihr Pferd waren gleichermaßen schweißgebadet. Schnurstracks galoppierte sie an den Wachen vorbei und den gepflegten Pfad hinauf. Noch bevor das Pferd ganz zum Stehen gekommen war, sprang sie aus dem Sattel, warf einem Bediensteten die Zügel zu und stürmte durch den von Säulen gezierten Palasteingang. Ihre Lunge brannte und Kiva grümmte sich vor Seitenstechen. Doch sie rannte weiter, immer 2 Stufen auf einmal nehmend die Treppe hoch Richtung Ballsaal, stürzte durch die Tür und fand sich inmitten tanzender Paare wieder. Inmitten lachender Gesichter, inmitten fröhlichen Geplauders. Alles war ruhig, nichts hatte sich verändert. Kiva schluchzte auf vor Erleichterung und hielt hektisch nach Yaren Ausschau, der das Warten im Flusssalon mittlerweile sicher aufgegeben hatte. Sie konnte ihn nirgends entdecken, genauso wenig wie Mirin. Dafür sah sie Kaldon mit einer dunkelhaarigen Frau tanzen. Einen Moment lang blieb Kiva fast das Herz stehen vor Angst, es könnte Zuleka sein. Doch bei der nächsten Drehung stellte sich heraus, dass es jemand anders war. Kiva drängelte sich zu den beiden durch und zog mit ihrem zerzausten Erscheinungsbild überraschtes Gemurmel von Seiten der Gäste auf sich. Als Kaldon sie erblickte, hielt er mitten im Tanz inne. Rasch entschuldigte er sich bei seiner Partnerin und kam auf Kiva zu, bis sie sich in der Mitte des Ballsaals trafen. »Was zum Heck ist denn mit dir passiert?« fragte er und musterte sie von oben bis unten. »Wo ist Yaren?« keuchte Kiva. Kaldon verdrehte die Augen. »Im Ernst jetzt? Ihr zwei müsst wirklich mal...« Kiva packte ihn bei den Jackenaufschlägen und schüttelte ihn. »Kaldon, wo ist Yaren?« Endlich horchte der Prinz auf. »Das letzte Mal, als ich ihn gesehen habe, war er mit dir zusammen.«
Kiva schloss die Augen und fragte sich, ob Yaren wohl tatsächlich im Salon auf sie wartete. »Ist dir Zuleka begegnet? Sie war vor kurzem hier und hat nach dir gefragt«, antwortete Kaldon. »Irgendjemand hat gesagt, du wärst vor einer Weile zusammen mit Yaren Richtung Flusssalon verschwunden.« Als Kiva erbleichte, fügte er hinzu, »Naari ist ihr nachgegangen, also kann sie nichts Schlimmes angestellt haben.« Kiva hatte genug gehört. Sie fuhr auf dem Absatz herum und sprintete denselben Weg zurück, den sie gekommen war. »Hey, warte!« rief Kaldon und holte mit seinen langen Beinen mühelos zu ihr auf. »Was ist denn los?« wollte er wissen, während sie Seite an Seite aus dem Ballsaal und zur nächsten Treppe eilten. »Zuleka ist gefährlich.« Ohne ihre Schritte zu verlangsamen, lief Kiva die Treppe hoch und weiter durch den nächsten Flur. Sie hat Magie, dunkle Magie, und einen Dolch, der... Bevor sie die Warnung zu Ende aussprechen konnte, erreichten sie den Flusssalon. Und in derselben Sekunde, in der Kiva ihre Schwester neben Yaren an der Fensterfront entdeckte, kam eine schwarze Welle auf sie zugeschossen und fixierte ihre Füße am Boden. Das hier war anders als der Eisblock, mit dem die Königin sie bewegungsunfähig gemacht hatte. Kiva hatte das Gefühl, als wären ihre Knochen miteinander verschmolzen. Wie von selbst spreizten sich ihre Beine, ihre Arme hoben sich seitlich und ihre Lippen waren wie versiegelt. Schmerz flammte in ihr auf, als Zulekas dunkle Magie das Kommando über ihre Muskeln und Sehnen übernahm. Aus dem Augenwinkel erkannte Kiva, dass es Kaldon neben ihr nicht besser ging. Auch er war Zuleka hilflos ausgeliefert, genau wie Jaren am anderen Ende des Raums, der wie erstarrt dastand. In seinen Augen las Kiva blanken Zorn. Doch sein Blick war nicht auf Zuleka gerichtet. Not at any of them, but on the ground in front of him, where Nari lay, with closed eyes, in a pool of blood. Kivas Herz skippte einen Beat. But then she saw the soldier's chest rise and fall, almost imperceptibly. She lived. She lived. If Kiva had had control over her body, she would probably have sunk to her knees in relief. And then another realization came to her. Naari had once before been a victim of Zuleka's magic. It went black around me and my limbs no longer obeyed me, she had reported, of the day she lost her hand. It was terrible to lose control like that. If only Kiva had known about the dark side of quarantine magic sooner. If only... "How lovely that you're joining us, little sister", Zuleka purred, tearing Kiva von ihre rührenden Gedanken. Ein Feuerball spähte von Kaldons Direktion zu Zuleka, und Kiva wunderte, warum Jaren nicht using seine Magie. Panik sirkte in ihr erneut, but the Crown Prince didn't seem injured. The dagger was nowhere to be seen. Bevor ihre Furcht größer werden konnte, Kaldons Projektil hitte Zuleka streng in den Körper und fisselte aus. Just like that. Zuleka beerte ihre Zähne in einen Grins und pulte selbst etwas aus dem hohen Nacken ihrer Navy-Bluse heraus. Kivas Brech gliste an. Es war das Amulett. Ihr Amulett. Aber wie? Dann schnipste sie scharf ein, als sie sich erinnerte, wie ihre Schwester sie umarmt hatte, wie sie ihr komfortable Worte ins Ohr geflüstert hatte, während ihre Hand auf Kivas Nacken raste. Zu offenen den Clasp. Kiva hatte nichts bemerkt, nicht einmal als sie den Ballgaun angezogen hatte. Sie hatte sich so fasziniert von ihrem Spiegelgärt gesehen und so erschöpft nach Torells Heilung, dass sie nichts den missfehlenden Amulett gemerkt hatte. »Danke für das Geschenk, Little Sister«, Zuleka strokte den powervollen Crest. »Without it, I would never have gotten this far.« Jetzt lugte Jaren auf Kiva, dismayed, disbelieving. Kiva wollte zu schreien, dass Zuleka lüge, wollte allein zu schütteln ihren Kopf, aber sie konnte nicht. »Unfortunately, I can't stay long«, Zuleka continued, machend das Amulett wieder unter ihrer Kleidung verschwinden. Ein weiteres Beeren der Zähne. Dann hiefte sie ihren Rock und holte einen Dolch, den Dolch, aus einem Holster auf ihrer Oberschenkel. Kiva ließ ein erschrockenes Ton aus sich heraus, und Kaldon sandte einen weiteren Feuerball auf seinen Weg, der aber wie ineffektiv auf Zuleka abprallte. »Well, little prince, do you recognize it?« Sie tretete zu Jaren und zeigte zu dem Gemeinstein. »I'm afraid I have to tell you that the dagger your general carries is a fake. This is the true gift of the gods. It has been in my family's possession for centuries and has been passed down from generation.« Her gaze briefly flickerte zu Kiva, bevor sie korrigierte mit einem Schmerz. »Our family, I mean, of course. It's about time you two lovebirds got to know each other properly.« Kiva ließ einen weiteren panischen Wimpern aus, aber Zuleka nur gab ihr einen devilischen Schmeil. »May I introduce Deverick Valentis, Kiva Corentine, Torvin Corentines Descendant, Rebel und meine beliebte Schwester, die mit all ihrer Kraft in der Aufgabe hilft, euch und eure Familien niederzumachen.« Zuleka winkte auf Kiva. »Good job. What would I have done without you?« Kiva bärlich lüsterte. Ihr Fokus war in ganz auf Jaren, auf seinen schockverzerrten Gesicht, sein Herz, das schien vor ihren Augen zu brechen. »Yes, that's bitter«, Zuleka puttet. »But wait, it's going to get even worse.« Sie zeichnete den Dolchspitz über seinen Körper. Jarens Atem kam in Aufsätzen, ob vor Angst vor der Waffe oder vor Horror an dem, was er gerade erfahren hatte, Kiva konnte nicht sagen. »My beloved little sister helped me steal the law book, you see«, Zuleka continued myrtelos. »And together with this«, Zuleka hiebte den Dolch, »I already have 2/3 of the no longer so secret royal triad. So only one is missing.« Sie tiltete den Kopf. »Oh,
By the way, Your Highness, have you seen your sister today? Diesmal war es Kaldon, der ein Stocktenrechen aussprach. In all dem Herzzurm der Ballpräparationen war es Kinderspiel, sie zu entführen, Zuleka kontinuierte. Die pure Little Princess ist Probenitz der besten Geburtstag ihres Lebens, aber ich bin sicher, meine Mutter wird alles tun, um ihre Tochter unversehrt wiederzubekommen. Am I right? Wer? Wer? Kiva schrie in Innen, als sie an das, was Myrien gesagt hatte wegen Ariana jetzt gestern. Sie würde lieber das Reich fallen, als erlauben, dass irgendetwas passieren, Yaren oder Uri oder mir. Sie würde alles aufopfern, um uns zu schützen. Die Königin würde das Seel Zuleka ohne Widerstand abgeben, ohne Zweifel. Und das war Kivas Fehler. Sie muss diesen Neid beenden. Du bist anders als der, Kiva. Du bist das Licht, das deren Dunkelheit erleuchtet. Deloras Worte fühlten Kivas Despair eben noch mehr. Aber sie erweckten auch ihre Magie, lurten sie an die Oberfläche. Gegen das, was Zuleka zu ihrer Großmutter getan hatte, Kivas Kräfte waren unwirksam. Jetzt wollte sie nicht aufgeben. Sie würde immer weitermachen, würde jeden goldenen Tropfen in ihren Venen einsetzen, um sie von der sinnesvollen Macht gefangen zu halten, die sie alle gefangen halten. As helpful as the powers in this amulet may be, Zuleka sagte Yaren, I've been told they are limited. And that's probably what you were counting on, given the many magic volleys you hurled at me when I arrived. You must be quite exhausted now. So Yaren hatte versucht zu verteidigen sich, auf jeden Fall. Und angesichts des Soldatenszustands, Naari hatte auch zurückgekämpft. Aber es hatte Unsinn. Nicht so lange, als Zuleka sich mit Yarens eigener Magie verteidigen konnte. Dank Kiva. Anyway, I'm very glad my sister warned me about you, Zuleka smilte. Alle 4 Elemente. Niemand sollte so viel Macht besitzen. Das war der erste Gedanke in meinem Kopf, als sie ihr Geheimnis verriet. Erneut blickte Yaren auf Kiva, und erneut wünschte sie, sie könnte sich gegen ihre Schwester wehren. Corentine hatte aber nichts von Yarens Magie erzählt. Aber wie wusste sie es trotzdem? Fortunately, I have something with which I can remedy this grievance. Erneut hiebte den Dolch. I've had my eye on this one for years.
Not because it's part of your triad, that was just the icing on the cake, but because the Eye of the Gods has a far more practical function. My mother told me all about it. Her mother, on the other hand, had the audacity to hide the dagger from us. But as you already know, our dear Kiva has proven to be an extremely helpful spy. She might as well have served it to me on a silver platter. Zuleka had made her believe that she wanted to use the dagger to solidify her position of power among the rebels. Lies upon lies. But Kiva had no time to think about it further. Instead, she focused entirely on her magic, trying to conjure it and fight against the darkness that held her captive. With all the legends about Serana and Torvin, did you never wonder why Torvin didn't try to reclaim his kingdom? Zuleka asked, as casually as if they were having a normal conversation. That's why. She pointed to the sparkling stone. The Eye of the Gods, their gift to Serana. Then she added with a malicious smile, a weapon specifically created to rob Torvin of his magic. Jaren's face turned chalk white, and Kaldon sharply inhaled. I always dreamed of doing the same to you one day, Zuleka explained. On the other hand, it would probably be a waste not to go all the way. Why should I just take away your powers when I can also kill you directly? Kiva held her breath, and her magic ran through her fingers like water. Zuleka placed the dagger's tip on Jaren's heart before turning her head to Kiva. Do you want to say anything else to him, little sister? Zuleka lifted the spell from Kiva's mouth, but she didn't answer. Instead, Kiva fought down her fear and concentrated once more on the burning beneath her skin, on the tingling in her fingertips, drawing directly from the core of her being. But the darkness still paralyzed her, and the golden glow remained absent. Yet she could feel it. It was there, just out of her reach. Your magic is pure, just like your heart. You must fight. But Kiva didn't need Delora's words as encouragement. She was already fighting with all her might.
Sweat ran down her face and mixed with her tears as Zulika sealed Kiva's lips again and turned to Jaren with a shrug. "Well, it looks like she doesn't want to say goodbye to you. Apparently, you're not important enough to her." "You are different from them," Delora had said. "You are the light that dispels their darkness." Zulika drew back the dagger. "Be the light in the darkness." "Farewell, little prince," Zulika purred. "Be the light in the darkness." The dagger hissed through the air. "Be the light in the darkness!" Kiva let out an ear-splitting scream as the golden light burst forth from her. With its sheer force, it made the darkness disappear, freed Kiva, freed Kalden, freed Jaren, until nothing of her sister's dark magic remained. But at the same moment, the blade plunged into Jaren's chest, directly into his heart. A wave of magic discharged from him, throwing Kiva and Kalden against the wall, shattering the window panes, crashing the chandeliers to the floor. Only Zulika remained standing, while Jaren sank to his knees before her, his mouth open in a tormented groan, both hands clasped around the dagger protruding from his chest. "No!" Kiva screamed. Her ears were ringing and her head throbbed, not just because of Jaren's shockwave, but also from the effort it had cost her to break Zulika's spell. Kiva tried to get up and sobbed when she couldn't. She had to get to Jaren. She had to get to Jaren. Kalden let out a soft groan. He was bleeding from a head wound, barely conscious. Couldn't help her. She had to. She had to. On all fours, regardless of the countless luminium shards on the floor that pierced her skin and tore her dress, Kiva crawled towards Jaren. She reached him at the same moment Zulika brutally ripped the blade from his chest and declared, "You have a choice. You can save him or stop me. You can't do both, little sister." And with that, Zulika put her mask back on, her viper mask, and stormed out of the salon to propose her deal to the queen. Kiva didn't care. Let Zulika have the kingdom, as long as Jaren remained alive. Blood welled from his wound, and his eyelids were already beginning to close. Yet he managed to look Kiva in the eyes as she leaned over him. In a faltering, pain-distorted voice, he asked, "How could you?" The accusation in his eyes broke something in Kiva, but she had bigger worries at the moment than Jaren hating her, deservedly so. "No, no, no," she sobbed, pressing her hands to his wound. He couldn't die. He couldn't die. And although Kiva was at her limit, although she had exhausted her last reserves of strength, she closed her eyes and summoned her deepest self, pleaded for a tiny spark of her magic that would help her, that would save Jaren. "Please," she croaked, "please." For a dreadful moment, nothing happened. But then she felt it, a tingling in her fingers, a burning under her skin, and the golden light streamed from her hands. Kiva, weeping, laid her head on Jaren's blood-soaked upper body, unable to hold herself upright as her magic flowed into his wound. Again she heard Kalden groan behind her, vaguely aware that he was crawling towards her. But she didn't look up, instead concentrating all her remaining strength on Jaren. Eventually, the glow faded, and as Kiva laboriously pushed herself up, she burst into tears anew at the sight of the healed wound. But they weren't just tears of relief, for suddenly she remembered something Jaren had once said about his powers. "My magic is a part of my body, like an arm or a leg." Zulika had wounded him with the eye of the gods. When Jaren woke up, he would no longer possess magical powers. And that was Kiva's fault. She might have saved his life, but she had also ensured that he no longer possessed magic. And soon, no kingdom either. She would never forgive her for that. She would never forgive herself for that. "You have to get out of here." Kalden, he sounded like a dead man speaking. Kiva stiffly turned to him and saw that his gaze was on Jaren's chest. "He's alive," she replied, in case Kalden wasn't clear on that. "You have to get out of here," he repeated, and his cobalt blue eyes turned the color of dark ink. "I knew nothing about it," Kiva whispered hoarsely. He had to believe her. "I swear I—" "No," he cut her off sharply, holding his bleeding head. Not now. I need to think. And you have to get out of here before they throw you in the dungeon or kill you immediately. Kiva swallowed and gave up the fight against her tears. Cal, get out of here, very, he roared at her. Kiva saw the raw suffering on his face, the dismay, the grief for her, and stood up, swaying. And then, after a single glance back at Jaren's pale, unconscious face, to imprint every one of his features indelibly on her mind, she ran out of the room. Faster and faster she hurried through the corridors, her golden dress blood-stained and torn, her cheeks streaked with tears. But she didn't stop, not even when waves of exhaustion and despair threatened to bring her to her knees, and dizziness made her stumble. She had to keep going. Because if Jaren woke up and understood what had happened, what he had lost, what Kiva had done, she had to keep going. Terrell, she had to get to Terrell. Although he was the general of the rebel army, Kiva knew in her heart that he had not been privy to Zulika's plans, nor to her dark magic. He would help her once she explained everything to him. He would. Where are you off to in such a hurry? Kiva skidded to a halt in the entrance hall, just a few steps from the door. She spun around and almost collapsed with relief when she saw Mirren. The princess wore an ice-blue dress with a matching mask and appeared completely unharmed.
Miri! Kiva gasped, reaching out a hand as if she needed tangible proof that Jaren's sister was indeed standing before her, that she was... I'm sorry, Mirren replied, to Kiva's confusion. It's not personal. And before Kiva could react, two currents of air struck her from the sides and pierced her eardrums like daggers. Kiva screamed in pure, unimaginable pain, a pain that surpassed anything she had ever experienced, until it finally overwhelmed her and everything went black. Kiva awoke in a cell. Panicked, she jumped up, only to immediately raise a hand to her throbbing head. But the pain faded against her fear, and she blinked laboriously into the dim light. In her confusion, she briefly thought she had landed back in Purgatorium. Before her common sense kicked in, the journey from Valenia to Zalindov took several weeks. She was still in the palace, in the dungeon. Trembling all over, Kiva approached the iron-barred door, grasped two of the bars and rattled them half-heartedly. "Hello?" she called, her voice echoing through the dark corridor. "Is anyone there?" Footsteps sounded on the stone floor. Kiva expected a guard to appear, but instead she found herself facing Mirren. The princess looked just as flawless as at their last encounter. No scratch, no tear in her dress, nothing that even remotely suggested a struggle. Kiva gripped the bars tighter, and her voice was barely a whisper. She asked, "Zulika didn't kidnap you at all, did she?" Mirren looked her in the eyes, unmoved. It wasn't necessary. 4 words that made Kiva's entire world collapse. "Your sister and I have been allies for quite a while," Mirren explained, smoothing her dress. "We eventually realized that we pursue the same goals and can achieve them faster if we work together." It dawned on Kiva. Mirren had been Zulika's palace spy. She was the one who had told Zulika about Jaren's magic, and the gods know what else. The princess had betrayed her own family and orchestrated all the terrible events of that night. "What goals?" Kiva asked, as much as she feared the answer. "Rule over Evelon, of course," Mirren said. "But Mirren's family already ruled Evelon. She was a Valentis, a born princess." Kiva frowned. "I don't understand." "Really not?" Mirren let out a bitter laugh. She stepped forward and also grasped one of the bars, so that her fingers almost brushed Kiva's. "Well, you see, my brother, just like everyone else, as the wonderful, gifted, in every respect, perfect crown prince. Do you have any idea what it's like to grow up with someone like that?" Kiva's exhausted, overstrained mind struggled to follow Mirren. You're jealous of Jaren?" she asked. "That's why you want to help the rebels gain power? Give them your throne? Just so Jaren doesn't get it?" Mirren snorted. "There, you're slowly getting it. But you missed a crucial detail." Her angry blue eyes bored into Kiva's. It was never our throne, but always just Jaren's. Even though I should have been the rightful heir. I am the firstborn, so the succession was mine. But then came our beloved Jaren, with his oh-so-powerful quadruple magic. As if that meant anything. The day they decided to name him heir instead of me, I lost everything. My title, my future, everything. From then on, I always stood in his shadow, always just second best, an inferior replacement. Her face was contorted with rage, and her knuckles turned white, so tightly did Mirren grip the bars. But then she relaxed again. When I met your sister, she suggested I work with her to get back what's mine. That offer was simply too tempting. After a brief hesitation, she confessed, "Strictly speaking, I've only been actively involved for a few weeks. Before that, I mainly provided information, but I didn't feel the need to act myself. Well, now I do." "Why?" Kiva asked. "What changed?" "Navok." Mirren spat out the Miravanian king's name like a curse. "He said I wasn't good enough, that I was just a simple princess. Can you believe it? We tried everything to keep our relationship a secret from him, but somehow he found out. And now he's forcing the woman I love to marry Vashel because he'll be king one day and she'll become queen of Karamor." Kiva blinked as she realized Mirren must be talking about Seraphine, King Navok's sister. But that meant her family interfered. They thought I wasn't a good match. So Princess Seraphine was Mirren's mysterious friend, ex-girlfriend. Navok must have forced his sister to break up with Mirren because he wanted her to marry a true heir to the throne. Kiva almost felt sorry for Mirren, but only. The princess leaned forward, a feverish glint entering her gaze. "This is my only chance to win Seraphine back, by becoming Queen of Evilon. Navok has promised to dissolve her engagement to Vashel as soon as I ascend the throne. Then she'll finally be mine again." "And what about Zulika?" "She and I will rule together," Mirren replied. "We've already agreed on that. 2 queens like the world has never seen. A Corentine and a Valentius, side by side, as it should have been from the beginning." A fleeting smile. "And we owe it all to you." Kiva shook her head dismissively, even though she knew the princess was right. "The royal triad," Mirren continued, raising her free hand. "A ring was on one of her fingers. The queen's seal," Kiva recognized with apprehension. "Without you, we would never have known about this clause. That saved us years of preparation." Again, her teeth flashed in the dim light. "Thank you, Kiva. You have no idea how happy you make me and Zulika." Kiva felt hollowed out. "Unfortunately," Mirren continued, her smile fading, "it will still take a while until we can complete the transfer of power. Because, despite the clause, there is, of course, the danger that the Avalonian people will rebel. It's quite possible that they won't care about our rightful claim to the throne, even after we've gotten the Royal Council to recognize us." Mirren's lips curved upwards again. "In that case, your sister has prepared a contingency plan. But she can explain that to you personally. She wants to say goodbye to you." "Goodbye?" "For now," Mirren continued, "Mother will pretend nothing happened, although she has, of course, understood that she is no longer in power. Tomorrow morning we will inform the Royal Council, and then we will discuss how we can bring about my family's abdication as smoothly as possible." "Jaren will never abdicate," Kiva objected, even though she couldn't even say his name without grief stabbing her like a knife in the gut. Mirren's expression hardened. "He'll have no other choice. As soon as we've—" She fell silent mid-sentence, as if she had revealed more than intended. "Found," Kiva promptly interjected, and hope blossomed within her. Mirren cast a dark glance behind her, then confessed. "Kalden managed to smuggle him and Nari out of the palace before we could take them into custody, but they can't go anywhere. Besides, Jaren no longer has magic, so they won't get far." For the first time since Kiva had woken up, a smile spread across her lips. "I wouldn't count on that." Mirren's eyes narrowed.
You seem suspiciously pleased for someone stuck in a dungeon. I assume you still need me for something, Kiva countered. Otherwise, you wouldn't have dragged me down here. She had long noticed that there were no guards nearby. From this, she concluded that Mirren must have brought her here unnoticed while everyone else was enjoying the ball. However, if you were hoping Jaren would come back for my sake, I have to disappoint you. Not after he had learned who she really was. But Kiva's voice failed before she could finish the sentence. No, we have something entirely different planned for you. Don't worry, you won't have to stay here much longer. Mirren sounded amused.
Just until... there she is. Steps sounded again, and a few seconds later, Zulika came into view. She wore a dark coat over her navy blue dress, and her expression was serious. "Hello, little sister," she greeted Kiva and stood next to Mirren. "Long day, huh?" Kiva swallowed, unable to reply. Zulika turned to the princess. "Would you leave us alone for a moment?" For a moment, it seemed Mirren wanted to protest, but then she gave a curt nod and complied with the request. "Call me when everything is ready. I'll wait outside until then." Kiva wondered what those words meant, and her stomach tightened into a knot of fear as Mirren walked away. As soon as the princess was out of earshot, Zulika said, "I promise to explain a few things to you in a quiet moment." "Do you really think I want to hear any of it?" Kiva snarled, unable to suppress the pain in her voice. "You've only ever lied to me until now." Zulika remained unmoved. "I'm not the one who betrayed our family." "You're such a hypocrite." Kiva pressed her face against the bars. "You accuse me of betrayal, yet you've been working with a Valentis all this time." "You don't know what you're talking about," Zulika simply replied. Kiva glared at her angrily. "Just tell me what you want from me, and then leave. If I ever see you again, after everything that—" "What then?" Zulika asked, lurking. "What will you do then, Kiva? Attack me with your healing magic, perhaps?" She raised her hand and conjured a thin wisp of black mist. "I'd like to see that." The memory of what it had been like to be under the spell of that gruesome power made Kiva recoil. Zulika lowered her hand again. "You are so pathetic. Mother should never have tried to free you from Zalindov. Although, on the other hand, I wouldn't have the Miravenners on my side now, so her sacrifice wasn't entirely in vain." Kiva froze. "What? Mother's agreement with Navok? I promised to tell you about it, and believe it or not, my word is reliable." Zulika flicked an invisible piece of lint from her shoulder. "Mother formed an alliance with Miraven, and with Karamor too, since they are so closely allied with Miraven, even if the deal was between her and Navok." Quieter, as if to herself, she added, "He won't be pleased to hear what happened in the warehouse today. But he should have had a little more patience. Those fools almost ruined everything for us." "Mother formed an alliance with Miraven," Kiva silently repeated Zulika's words, and her heart began to pound. "What kind of alliance?" she finally asked with numb lips. "Evelon is too well protected for the Northern Territories to risk an attack without help from within," Zulika explained. "That's why we, the rebels, will support them." Kiva fought against the growing panic. That sounded like Zulika wanted to help Navok take Evelon. But why would Mother have agreed to something like that if she wanted to rule the kingdom herself? She asked, confused. Mother was so angry that she would have done anything to overthrow the Valentis. "Even if it meant someone else ascended the throne," Zulika replied. "When she left for Miraven to make her offer to Navok, she had already struggled in vain for years. Furthermore, she was already so ill at that point that she had to make a decision. And the alliance with Navok was simply the fastest way to realize her revenge plans. Although, of course, she continued to do everything she could to bring a quarantine to power by his side." It took a moment for Kiva to understand, and when she finally did, she gasped in horror. "Does that mean you're marrying King Navok? Is that the debt you're supposed to pay?"
Zulika's hands clenched into fists, the only indication of how she truly felt about the agreement. But all she said was, "Mother knew nothing of the royal triad. She didn't suspect there would have been a much simpler way to legally gain power. And of course, complications can still arise this way. That's why we need Miraven's army to force the Avalonian people to cooperate, if necessary. And the army, too. But one way or another, a Quarantine will end up on the throne, and that's all that matters." So that was the contingency plan Mirren had mentioned. Miraven! By the gods! Jaren's concern about the Northern Territories had been justified. Regarding the rebels, however, he had been mistaken. Does Tor know about this? Zulika let out a harsh laugh. "What do you think?" She shook her head and then looked down before quietly confessing, "It was terrible having to stab him, but I simply couldn't risk him getting in my way, and he certainly would have tried if he had known about my plans for tonight. It became clear to me some time ago that I can no longer count on his loyalty, especially since your return from Zalindov." Kiva stared at her sister. "You stabbed him? But I saw—" A tangle of arms and legs, 3 bodies intertwined. That was all Kiva had seen, not who had plunged the Miravener's blade into her brother's chest. "Of course, I made sure it didn't look that way," Zulika said, now stepping back and slipping a hand under her cloak. "Besides, I knew you would heal him. It remains to be seen how much he remembers when he wakes up, but I can deal with that tomorrow morning. You, on the other hand, unfortunately, won't find out how this turns out so quickly." "What's that?" Before Kiva could finish, Zulika blew a handful of gold dust into her face. Kiva coughed and gasped for air, while a pungent caramel scent clouded her senses, along with an all-encompassing, paralyzing fear. Angel dust. The drug enveloped her, entering her nose, her open mouth. "Zulika, what the You took Mother from me," Zulika cut her off with an icy expression, "without you even knowing about it, without you ever understanding it. She thought much more highly of you than of me. Our golden child, she always said. Kiva has so much potential, so much strength. And now look at you. You are nothing." Zulika gave a dismissive snort, but under the influence of the drug, Kiva could barely concentrate. She struggled to register the anger in her sister's voice, struggled to register anything at all. "You took everything from me," Zulika snarled, "and for that I will now have my revenge." "But Kiva began, but the words seemed to flow into each other before they reached her lips. Zulika held up the small pouch of gold dust and then explained, noticeably calmer, "Consider this a small gift in thanks for your help, the last you will ever receive from me, along with this." Kiva could barely see clearly, but she perceived Zulika pulling the amulet from beneath her collar and hanging it around her neck through the bars. "I used up the power in it when I got the seal from the Queen. She and Prince Ordeal resisted with all their might, so there's nothing left now. But I want you to keep it as a memento of all that I have achieved thanks to your help. I will give orders that the overseers are not to take it from you. I want you to think of it every single day, until you no longer can." Kiva swayed, and the bars before her began to blur, while her sister's words penetrated her like fragments of a confused dream. Zulika let out a sharp whistle, just as she had done in the warehouse at the docks, and then once again raised the pouch of angel dust. "Believe me, you'll be grateful for my gift. It will sweeten your long journey back. You'll slumber blissfully, and before you know it, you'll be home again." Zulika's face melted into a jumble of brightly colored splotches as the hallucinogenic drug pulled Kiva deeper and deeper. Nevertheless, she somehow managed to repeat, "Home? In Zalindov," Zulika said. "After all, I can hardly let you continue to run free, helping your prince thwart my plans."
Or Terrell, if he doesn't decide to cooperate with me instead. Then she leaned forward and whispered with a hint of madness in her voice, There's so much more going on, so much you don't even suspect. Mother always thought too small. But I won't make the same mistake, and I won't risk you interfering." On some level, Kiva was still aware that she should be shaken, crazy with fear. Nevertheless, her limbs relaxed. A pleasant vibration filled her body. The pain in her head subsided, and all her worries dissolved into thin air. Zulika said something else that Kiva didn't understand over the buzzing in her ears. As if through a veil of mist, she saw her sister turn to someone. Mirren had reappeared, summoned by the whistle, and Zulika handed the princess the golden pouch. "She's completely out of it already," Mirren commented, giggling. Her voice reached Kiva as if from far away. "I'll go check if the carriage is ready. I'll give this to the guards. They'll make sure she stays in this state until Zalindov. That way, she won't cause them any problems on the way." The blurred patch of ice blue silk disappeared from Kiva's field of vision, and her head slumped to the side. Somehow, she had ended up on the floor without realizing it. "Goodbye, little sister." Zulika's words were barely more than a distorted hiss. I wish it could have ended differently. What happened next, Kiva couldn't say. The angel dust pulled her deeper and deeper, the drug's grip gentle but relentless. Eventually, Mirren's ice-blue dress reappeared, the prison door opened, and all at once she seemed to float. She laughed, felt lighter than air, until she was suddenly outside, in the cold, landing on a hard surface, limbs twisted, bars all around, a cage. And then she began to move. The next minutes, hours, days, weeks were nothing but a jumble of crunching gravel and rattling bars, interrupted by brief waking moments before the guards blew the next portion of gold dust into her face and she once again sank into her trance. She dreamed of golden palaces and glittering rivers, of light-filled rooms and marble shrouded in mist. She saw Jaren's face, his hands, his lips, felt him touch her, cradle her in his arms, kiss her, and she whispered all that to him that she had never said aloud, all the truths she had sealed tightly within her for fear of what would happen if she spoke them. "I know you're scared, but you don't have to be." His voice warmed her like pure sunlight. She wanted to tell him he was wrong, because she wasn't scared anymore. She loved him more than anything in the world. And when she awoke one cold morning, surrounded by the familiar limestone walls, the first word that came to her lips was his name. She reached out her arms to him, but he wasn't there. In that moment, reality broke over Kiva, wrestling with the remnants of the angel dust in her body for control of her mind. Kiva fought against the drug, thought of Jaren's gaze after their kiss, and the pain in his face when he had learned of her betrayal. A sob escaped her throat, but the angel dust dulled her torment, just like her fear when the dark face of the warden appeared above her. Rook peered triumphantly through the bars into the carriage. "Too bad your post in the infirmary is already filled," he said. "But don't worry, there's enough work for everyone in the tunnels." His lips twisted into a smile. "Welcome back, N18K442." That was the last thing Kiva perceived before the drug once again took hold of her, and only a single thought remained. If Rook sent her to work in the tunnels, she had 6 months left. A year if she was lucky. Then she would be dead. Discover the mountains of Nepal with Anne and Philip, a snow leopard, the festival of colors, and an adventure in the Himalayas. The popular children's book series by best-selling author Mary Pope Osborne. Siblings Anne and Philip travel through time with the magic treehouse and experience exciting adventures. Discover distant lands and fascinating animals with Anne and Philip, and get to know famous personalities. For children aged 8 and up,
All volumes of the series are listed on Ontolin. Where do we go when there's nowhere left to go? Carrybrook is Jana's favorite world, an idyllic fishing village with lots of greenery and quaint houses. There are sheep, cozy pubs, and a cool wind blows from the sea. Sometimes Jana makes it rain, mostly when it's so hot at her workplace that you can barely breathe. Jana is a world designer. At her design station, alternative realities are created that feel as real as actual life. Fantasy lands, primeval continents, long destroyed cities. But then, in Carrybrook, of all the peaceful world of all, a spectacular crime occurs, and Jana is forced to act. Extremely thrilling, disturbingly topical. After Erebos and Erebos II, best-selling author Ursula Posnatsky now tells of a reality where the climate system has already tipped, and for most people, only escape into the virtual remains. A top-class thriller in the realm of climate fiction, about a world that has succumbed to climate change. Ready, please paste the content you want me to read.